like when it comes to the execute, they are a lot more comfortable with the A execute, with the nades and the mollies that they are throwing out, but a little more aggressive play from
No way! No way!
the spray transfer! Oh my god, that was amazing!
Way. Kelly has been a gunner from day one, but you're not telling me that she just put one mag into 3 people with one spray transfer. That is the clip highlight of today, ladies and gentlemen, and that's going to be the #1 play in my books today.
That actually was a really, really good spray transfer, really good holding it down. They could not have predicted that kind of aggression on A, especially with pistols. Finally getting her hands on an op, but it's to no use.
She played the AWP far too close in the close engagement. That is not the purpose of the AWP. We can see Anna using the AWP correctly here, and that's the purpose of it, unfortunately. And on a map like Vertigo, and that's why we see Artstar using the shotgun really effectively. And ooh, and she knows how to use it. Vic redeems herself this round by not getting knocked out, and Artstar headshot onto Anna. That's the AWP down. If she can pick that up for her teammates, that might be really helpful because it is just her left. She might be able to get a few picks, but the range on that is not going to be key. And of course, Kelly, absolute monster on Vertigo.
Again, really interesting to see. You know, they like Dignitas are trying so hard to fight for this A ramp control. Granted, it is, you know, the A side on Vertigo, once you get that taken away from you as a CT, it is very hard to predict. There's so many sections that the T's can be fighting in for close plans that I understand fighting it, but Rain just sitting in the corner, catches Bilga off guard, Claudia gets the instant trade, and again, these kind of trades are what keeping Assassins afloat right now. But yeah, just like what I was saying earlier, like Emily kind of taking that off and trying to push, it was a play, but probably not the play to make, or at least not that fast. You know, you can hold back for a sec, and once you kind of understand that, hey, maybe they're not taking A ramp as fast as they were before, we can try to retake this, especially if you have a gun as important as the op, and you have the economy that doesn't support that. It's not sufficient enough if you die that you can buy another one. Like, that's the first time we've seen Emily have an op on this map.
Absolutely, and that would have given her the leg up, and unfortunately it didn't. We'll now see 1 minute left in the round. Push happened, and Milk's actually going to come bursting out from behind the bags, but it's not going to matter because Anna and Kelly are there, and they're having the match of their lifetime here. Doesn't matter what weapon is on Anna, she's absolutely on fire. The turn from Art will take out Claudia, but she's all on her own here, and the massacre we're seeing on ramp here. This is where all the action is going down, ladies and gentlemen, and if you're Assassins, you're feeling really good at this point.
Yep, for sure. I mean, the only real success they've had towards that B site has been when Artstar has been caught off guard. But other than that, Artstar again is doing a really, really good job of holding B. So that's why we find the Assassins are kind of like moving themselves towards A. And I'm not sure if it's because they only have set strats on A. I haven't really seen a full-on execute on that B site. But again, the angles are really awkward, you know, holding from the ramp. But as soon as I said that, Kelly just got the pick onto Milk, but Emily with the instant trade. And I don't know if she can actually see the bomb down on ramp, but that is a lot of interest.
If they do have that intel, they're going to know that all they need to do is hold this angle, but I don't think Emily knows. There's no way she could have seen that from that angle, and I don't believe the person who had dropped it there gave that intel away when they did die. So this 3v4, make that 2v4, is now on... Ooh, Claudia. Beautiful shot onto Artstar there. Vic, oh, this is taking it back to a 2v2. It looks like the Dignitas are going to be choking this round when they should have been winning it already. Vic. Dancing around the pillar there. She needs to get this kill if she has any hope of bringing her team into it. And of course, Rain, far too mechanically skilled, takes her out. And now Emily with the AWP. This is what we spoke about before. She can be very key going up against Claudia, who's also had quite a game. Nothing like Anna, of course, but she can bring this back for her team. She does have just 25 seconds left, so if she wants to engage, she can, and I think she's just going to hold here.
Yeah, I mean, she's definitely trying to see where the CTs are, trying to get that bomb down, which she actually does manage to do. Not the best everything on the CB side that you do want, but Emily's just going to hold and wait for her teammate to come in so they can start clearing these angles together. She definitely spots her and immediately takes her out. And that's the quick scope, and that's the kind of odd plays that we need to be seeing. The trades, the holding, the patience. I feel like playing a little more aggressive probably won't work against a playstyle like Assassins, but at the same time, even if you wanted to do that, just get Artstar with the XM and send her on around.
I was a little worried there. Emily did pop herself up with the orb, and her teammate actually wasn't really ready for the trade had that gone wrong, but she did have a very tight pick there, so she could have been confident going into that one, but Rain, she's going to push up on that same angle we saw her with the pistol before. She's able to get Claudia through this smoke. Actually, she knows that there's going to be a gap in this smoke, and if they hear that correctly, she actually gives away her position by dropping off, and unfortunately, the hop around likely killed Milk there. She probably tried to do the hop and fell off the map, so a bit of a shame there for Milk, and that leaves Dignitas one woman down. Utility will come out. Emily will get the headshot to Kelly. And Emily is on fire now that she has this AWP in her hand and she hasn't had it taken away.
Yep, last round of the half, and we do have the equalizer. So that is going to be extremely exciting to see how it kind of plays out. Claudia did get that full mid control, but Anna actually just walking in and getting the trade onto Artstar when she was close. Again, playing a little bit maybe too aggressive without the right nades or maybe without the right trades being ready to be had, because I mean Artstar kind of died in a really awkward spot there, not really sure what she was trying to achieve, and if she had the right nades or the right teammates to do it.
Unfortunately, Milga was a little late to the party there, so she wasn't able to pitch the way that her team had intended for her to do, but you can see Emily just trying to shoot through the smoke, stop this plant. They know where these post plants are being set up. Vic gets the first spot after the smoke dissipates, and it's now up to Emily. She has the AWP, it's a 1v2, but if she scopes in and she misses someone, and that is a beautiful side peek there from Vic, and that's going to secure them another round, and that's going to secure them the half, and I think they're going to be feeling pretty confident. They did throw a couple of rounds there, but both teams did, and I think they're really feeling the pinch here on Vertigo.
Yep, for sure. I mean, Vertigo, again, like, I expect to see kind of that confidence when it came to Assassins playing on Vertigo, and those executes and the way they're playing, and you know, like you were talking about earlier, Kelly just running into the site, pre-aiming all the angles. You can tell they've practiced this and scrimmed this a lot, and their confidence level on this map is super high. But for me personally, I haven't seen Dignitas play Vertigo that much, so I don't know their skill ceiling on Vertigo, so I'm really excited to see if their T side probably has any surprises that they might bring to the table. I mean, again, I also really am excited to see Assassins play on their CT side and see how they kind of counter a possible aggressive play from Dignitas.
I mean, just seeing Dig play on CT, I mean, there's not a lot of stratting you can do on CT, right? You're there to react to whatever the Ts are throwing at you. When you're on the T side, however, you have a bunch of more options that you can go with. That's where the strats really come out, and that's why we're obviously really keen to see them go onto their T side, because if they have something prepared, and we're saying if, ladies and gentlemen, because I've never witnessed them on Vertigo myself. You may have, given your history and your experience here in the women's scene, but I myself have never witnessed Dig on Vertigo. So I have no idea if they've even got the strategies there. Surely they knew that they would pick their weakest map, so I don't know. I want to see something funky. Artstar running the XM made me feel that they had practiced something.
Yeah. Well, I feel like definitely if you're on a team of that caliber, like Dignitas, definitely top female team in the world, like one of the top. Same with Assassins at the moment. But, you know, once you're at that caliber, I feel like you have enough practice on all these maps to have set defaults and set kind of executes that you feel comfortable with. That being said, you know, both these teams, they play in a league online, so they do have to practice these maps as well, because these opponents that they're playing against may not be established opponents on organizations, or have, you know, really well established players or anything. They could just be pug teams even. And those kind of teams are more like viable to pick maps such as Vertigo, such as Nuke, and such as Train, just to start pugging those maps. And that's when, you're a team like Dignitas, if you're a team like Assassins, you have to be ready for it, no matter what.
I mean, I do worry, and it's the same in Rainbow Six Siege, and I bring that up, ladies and gentlemen, because if you don't know who I am, my name is Jess Goat. I'm a Rainbow Six Siege professional, but of course, always dabbling in CSGO, the original game here. And if you don't know the beautiful Athena, make sure that you check her out on all of the social medias. But I mean, in Siege, you can practice against, I would say, lower tier teams, and you can go, oh, this is not really our map, but we really want to test some things.
Yep.
And unfortunately, due to their low tier nature, you think something works, and then you bring it up against the same tier as you, and you're not able to do what you did in essentially the pickup game or the scrim or whatever it is that you had.
Yep.
And you put false faith into that. And
Yeah.
I think that a lot of teams can get lost in that and going, yeah, this worked. You know, for example, the XM, this worked in when we played this team, but it's not the same caliber, and you should never get mixed up in that. So, yeah, I do worry that the CT didn't look as strong as I would have liked it to have been. I felt like they did piggyback a lot of their players. Emily there, for example, piggybacking a lot of her players,
For sure.
and that's not how you want to run your setup. So, producers letting us know in our ears that unfortunately we do have a little bit of technical issues, and I actually think for the first time ever, ladies and gentlemen, it's not a player tech issue. So, looks like we might actually get back into it. Yes! There we go. We're back on a Vertigo, ladies and gentlemen. 10 for the Assassins, 5 for Dignitas, and we're into the second half.
Yep, pistol round underway. We do have 3 of the big players actually towards that A side, but we do have 2 of the players also trying to kind of wrap this mid area. The CT's trying to hold this off, but the swings don't happen. Vilg and Anna actually having a beautiful crossfire that wasn't even pre-planned. And here we have G's, they have nothing else to do but run up on that ramp and try to get the bomb down. Milk getting 2 beautiful kills. Kelly though, not as we saw her earlier, but Milk getting the trade and Claudia immediately trading that out. Vic getting the defuse onto that bomb, and again, such a quick pistol round. We saw Emily trying to come through that mid area. I don't remember exactly who she was with, but Vilg and Anna were just ready for it at that point.
It was almost as if she was funneling her into like a murder hole to say, I know you've seen me, but I have some friends out back, so if you come and you are tunnel visioning on me, you're going to aim at a horizontal rather than an upward angle, and that's exactly what she funneled her into.
Yeah, really, really well played from the Assassin side. Just giving up that mid control, letting them have it, but also playing into them, trying to, like you said, funnel them into that A side because they felt like it was something that could have been done.
Kelly being absolutely instrumental for her team, and also Anna, just cannot believe, ladies, if you can't see it, unfortunately she goes down to a perfect 1D to the head from Art. She's been absolutely instrumental for her team. She's got 23 frags at the moment. Art gonna zoom on behind that of Kelly, and looks like these flanks are working really, really well for Dignitas. Vilga's going to have to sweep herself around if she wants to assist her team here. It is now a 4v3, and unfortunately she isn't able to get it, but Claudia pops 2 as a result, and now it is a 2v2, but there's low health on the side of the Assassins, and then there you go. Now it's a 1v2. Vic needs to hit absolutely perfect shots because she's extremely low on health. Not going to happen, unfortunately, for her, but that was a crazy... In fact, I would call it a circular merry-go-round that we just witnessed there, because there was a lot of flanks from both teams there in order to come up behind, and they actually didn't really even pay dividends.
Yeah, it was definitely a little bit of a chaotic kind of happening, because we did see Dignitas really, really spread across the map, but they all individually took their timings into account and played such perfect kind of flanking positions that it played into their favor, and now the Assassins are actually broke. Anna does have a FAMAS, of course. They have Force, but they still are only on pistols. And immediately starts going down to a 3v3. The scores are equalized just like that. Anna getting a 2K, trying to help her team back into this round. Kelly's still on the side. Yeah, she gets a kill on Nancy. The bomb goes down! Kelly with the beautiful flick and the one because she's gonna do together! Oh my goodness, Kelly is on fire this game.
Do we have an MVP, Matt? Can we just take it up to Kelly now? Can we just award this woman the MVP for the entire tournament? Because you cannot tell me that this woman hasn't had her Red Bull before she sat down today. That's absolutely insane, ladies and gentlemen. The aim on Kelly, and I feel like it's not even, I mean, we watched her previously. It's not even really that she's not a mechanical skill player. It's just that now we're on Vertigo, she seems confident.
For sure, yeah. You can definitely tell, like, she's definitely in her element a little more in this match. Now Claudia getting the pick onto Z, and immediately the T's are falling down. Like, it's already a 3v5, and only 10 seconds of the round has gone by. Really interesting to see how they're going to try to bring this back, but again, Assassin's playing a little more aggressive there. They tried to push that B ramp, they got the early picks that they wanted to get, and that's exactly how you want to play a map like Vertigo, but you keep pushing. Assassins, they're not stopping. Claudia gets a pick onto Emily. Beautiful flash coming in from Vic, but Rain trying to get that mid control. Is it going to work out?
She should have known she crossed there, and actually I'm surprised that she missed that Q as she went across, and a flawless round there from the side of Assassins. I mean, at this point, if you're Dignitas, and I believe that was them who took the pause before, so that was their opportunity to reset. No reset was had. In fact, it gave a full reset for the side of Assassins, and I mean, Anna's been the star player here. She has 25 frags, but the most flashy of them all being Kelly, of course. So I think there's a lot of players on the side of Assassins doing work, and on the side of Dignitas, there's only a few of them who are really giving in, and we spoke about piggybacking before in the first half. You can't rely on one or two players. You cannot piggyback. It won't get you far. So we're seeing that live happening in this second half as well, and if Dignitas want to come back from this, they need to reset mentally.
Up into Ivy here, there are but they're trying to pinch the side. It actually works out really, really well. Emily getting the pick, trying to put the bomb down. Yoga and Anna getting the trade. Immediate rotates coming in from the side. Emily getting 2 picks, which probably shouldn't have happened. But Anna once again ending that catastrophe waiting to happen by just killing the final player. 14-6.
This is going absolutely horrible for the Dignitas, and we did call this. We did say that this is not a, and we do want to give them a round of applause because they did show us that they had capabilities on this map, but even switching sides has actually gone more downhill for them than we saw in the first half. So it looks like Assassins really know this map to a T, and you can't really fault them for being so good at this map. It's like Inferno for the Dignitas. That's their map, and it's clear that Vertigo is Assassins.
Yeah, for sure. I think like maybe what played into account of that is what we talked about earlier, how Dignitas and Assassins have played against each other before, and that Dignitas map was such an important role in those best of threes that they wanted to stray away from that, but Assassins had another trick up their sleeve, and that was Vertigo.
There's only so many bans you can take, ladies and gentlemen, and before they may possibly pick one of your weaker maps, and that's exactly what Assassins have done. And Emily will take out Anna, but Kelly V will fight back and get Artstar. That's a nice trade there. That's going to even things out a 3v3. Make that a 3v2, and now it's just down to Emily and Thea. Thea gets taken out by Kelly. Kelly's on an absolute roll yet again. Are we surprised, ladies and gentlemen? I don't think so. And now Emily has to get the 1v3. Can she do it? Ooh. Beautiful try, but the one thing I want to praise Assassins for is that when one person peaks, there is always another player ready to peak 0.5 seconds later, and I feel like that's something you can't train. That's a coordination piece that comes naturally from playing with each other for so long.
For sure, that's just like a communication thing, like, I'm swinging, and then
I'm swinging
as soon
too.
as they hear the gunshots, the teams are reacting. They don't even have to talk to each other at that point. And, you know, it's really well played. You can tell they played this map together for a really, really long time. And now 15-6, it is map point for Assassins. But again, keep in mind this is a best of 3, so we will be seeing more maps. Hopefully it does go to a 3rd map, because that would be really exciting to see how both these teams play on Overpass. And then Dust 2, such a puggy kind of style map, and both these teams have really, really good trading and really good kind of executes together as a team. And as I say that, Kelly just getting another beautiful kill. She gets this wide swing at this point. She gets 3 beautiful kills. I mean, Dignitas, what do you do against this monster at this point?
I think they're feeling it. I mean, and that's a beautiful It's a beautiful end there for Assassins. I mean, if you're Kelly right now, you're sitting there going, I really enjoyed that scrim. She had a great map, ladies and gentlemen. MVP award going to her. And you know what? I'll go make my own trophy for her if I have to, because I thoroughly enjoyed seeing the prowess, the mechanical prowess. And a lot of people think, okay, it's her gun skill, but you have to understand every angle she had already pre-assessed before entering certain sections of the map to know to aim there. And she knew that people would be aiming in certain parts of the map. So, I mean, if you're pre-aiming, you've got, what, a 50% better chance of connecting those headshots that she was connecting. And that's why she was so successful. It wasn't that she was just, I guess, so nutty everywhere. She knew the angles that she needed to hold, and that's coming from prowess of knowing that map down to a T.
I mean, definitely when you do it, like when you check in relation to Dignitas, it felt like a lot of the time they were caught out from these angles. Like, you know, like Mill getting caught out on that Ivy spot. You know, she wasn't ready for the people coming in from behind her. And then Artstar, when she pushed that B, she played super aggressive, but she wasn't ready for Vilga to come in with that pistol and kind of deny her that aggressive play. So again, you know, you can tell that both these teams, one team definitely feels like they have the edge over it. They've played it a lot more. They definitely, you can tell that they're just 10 times more confident on it than Dignitas.
Yeah, I agree. And of course, this is a best of three, like we did say before. Our second map will be Overpass. Our third map, should we get to it, will be Dust 2. If Assassins take map 2, this propels them into the grand finals, which will be tomorrow. And if they don't, we'll take it to a third map. But ladies and gentlemen, whilst we get ready for that second map, I believe we can throw to a quick break. But if you don't know who I am, just go Athena. Find our socials. Let us know whose accent you prefer, Australian, Canadian. We had this argument before, but we still want to hear from you guys. Make sure you at GIRLGAMER Fest as well, and we'll see you guys during Overpass in the next match.
Hey everyone, today we're going to show you how to set up your A40TR and Mixamp Pro with your PC. Before we begin, make sure your firmware is fully updated. For more information on how to do that, check out our firmware update tutorial. Alright, let's set up your A40s in Mixamp. Ensure the mode switch on the Mixamp Pro TR is set to PC. Plug the micro end of the micro USB cable into the Mixamp Pro TR, and the USB end into your PC. With the A40 inline mute cable, plug the 3.5mm jack closest to the mute switch into the 3.5mm port on the A40 TR. Plug the other end into the headset port on the front of the Mixamp Pro. Next, navigate to your Playback Devices tab in your sound settings. Select Astro Mixamp Pro Game, right-click, and set as default device. Select Astro Mixamp Pro Voice, right-click, and set as default communication device. Now, navigate to your Recordings tab on your sound settings. Select Astro Mixamp Pro Voice, right-click, and set as default device and default communication device. And that's it. Your A40 TR and Mixamp Pro TR are set up and ready to game on your PC. For more information, head over to astrogaming.com.
What does it take to win? Is it something you're born with? Is it the grind? Every day. Gear up. Do battle. For the 10,000th time. Or is it pushing to your absolute limits? To be faster. Always faster. Insanely precise. Totally free and at one with the game. Or maybe it's just getting to that place where nothing
welcome back to the Girl Gamers Festival. We got our semi-finals here. My name is Jess Goat, and I'm joined by the beautiful Athena, and we're bringing you the second map of our best of three between Dignitas and Assassins. And so far, Assassins have reigned supreme. We've had Vertigo, but we expected it to go that way, didn't we?
Yep, I mean, we kind of expected Assassins to go more, but Vertigo was definitely what they managed to get. And we do see that actually going towards their favor, really dominant coming in from Assassins, and hopefully they can bring that into this next round, because I would love to see kind of a momentum thing happening. But right now we do have the pistol round going underway on Overpass. Thea getting traded out by Vilga, and Vic getting the kill onto Milk. A beautiful crossfire setup from the short A players here on Overpass. Arstar just sitting in water, kind of holding that con section, trying to see if she can catch anyone off guard, but they do surprisingly have the B site.
This has gone extraordinarily well for Assassins so far. It looks like they're also confident on their T side on Overpass, and or rather I should say CT side. Goodness me, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long day, but nonetheless, you can see the overwhelming attempt of a retake. They can do this if they get the ticks that they need, and there we go, finally using the utility to block off lines of sight. They will begin to start that defuse now that the last T player has been taken out, and that's a beautiful round there from Assassins. What needed to have happened, though, was the rotate needed to come out quicker, but they had numbers, so it didn't matter in the end. And if you're Assassins starting off with that first round, it can actually be really key, especially from a mentality standpoint. They won the last map in a really convincing fashion, and you come into the next map, which of course is not your pick. It is the pick of the Dignitas. So if you're taking the first round off their hands, that can be a really crucial starting point.
Yep, and we do have 3 of the players on Dignitas actually vying up with these weapons. We do see 2 SGs, which we all know is one of the best guns in the game at the moment. A lot of debate whether it needs to be nerfed, whether it should just be kept the same, but we do see the actually starting to walk up on that short A, catching Bill off guard, but Anna's in this bathroom position, but only a pistol in her compartment. Vic getting the trade, but Thea's there. Also get the kills. Milk running in, making sure they have that long bathroom control, and in come the official execute. It is still a 3v2, so this is definitely, you know, they want to take the site, they want to take over the convincing passion so they can stop anything from happening, but in comes Kelly, bringing in the same kind of momentum from the previous game. She's the one to look out for, but Arstar is there on the flank.
Going to leave the ball up to Claudia, and of course, she wants to make any damage. She needs to get that initial pick down onto long A, but she's not going to be able to do it. Milky there. And we were talking before, I mean, it's so affordable these days to be able to grab the SG and just go, okay, I just want to bust it down. I want to have that accuracy, because that's what it provides. And I think they did really well there. Of course, Emily will be past that over, and a Galil and an AK will another SG there as well. So they've really brought up, and it'll just be Vic on the side of Assassins, who really has any weapon area to be forcing forward with.
Assassins definitely were not ready for that short A contact play coming in from Dignitas. Another very confident play. I feel like that actually probably was the best kind of result they could have gone for. And here we have the Dignitas team taking that long A control. The stack on the Assassin side isn't on, but unfortunately that is the wrong call. However, we do have 2 and 1 other player already rotating onto that site. They have that really, really quick info from those con players, kind of listening and hearing what exactly is going on.
Vic saw 2 players then in bathrooms, decided not to take a single shot and hit corner instead, so she could hold a crossfire with her teammates. This could turn out to be very well. You can see there, unfortunately for her, she completely flashed. Milky's going to grab 2 as a result. Art will grab 1. Anna will trade onto Vilga, but unfortunately Thea's there to trade straight back onto Anna, and that's a flurry of kills, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like the Dignitas know exactly what they want to do, and it's this A push that's getting them there.
Yep, Anna actually TK'd Vilga there. I don't think I've seen a team kill happen so far in the tournament yet. I mean, other than
They
Vilga.
were flashed at the time, so we're giving them the
that's
benefit
true.
of the doubt.
Yeah. True. Now we have a pistol round coming out from the Assassins. They do have to save because their economy is super bad. They do want to get their hands on some of that, some of that counter nades, because I feel like That is what they need, but the
What
actual
is this?
Astralda stack happening in front of the Con. The Molly is actually going to Molly them right off of where they want to be.
Actually, it's going to miss ever so slightly, so they get to keep this stack that they've formed here, and they're ever so quiet as they do it. I actually think this will not pay them any dividends because they're set up for a push that's actually probably not even going to come towards them. They decide to go long A instead, so no one's coming party, and yeah, there's going to be no party for them to receive as a result. So Claudia, she's convinced she's staying here. She's convinced someone will push party, and what will actually happen is Art will come behind them.
Yep, Dig actually making the really good call, keeping the SMG on iStar and letting her run around, try to get info through that long A. Now she knows, she spotted the players on that short A just stacked, and now she knows that they're all on A. That's the fight. Dignitas has to take B, and now iStar kind of fight it off with the Mac 10 with her teammate. Milk actually getting the kill. iStar probably could have swung for the trade to help her teammate, but instead opted not to, and now it's down to 3v2. Definitely a lot closer than it should have been.
Bomb will be down, and of course they've got 20 seconds left to deal with that, but of course I don't think they'll be able to deal with it in time, and they've realized that, so they have decided to back it on up, and that's a good thing to do. They grabbed a few weapons out of that, which is exactly what they needed. You see Anna there, she grabbed the AK, so that's going to be a really good pocketing weapon for her. She's actually on -1 kills, so not seen that in a heck of a long time, so we'll see whether or not that AK proves to be any worthy. She's actually going to pass it off over to Vilga. Vilga ensuring that both Kelly and her have the M4 and the AK. The AWP will go over to Anna and for Marcel to Vic, so there's a lot of weaponry going on the side of Assassins, and if they don't win this round, this could be really bad for them.
Yep, the peak coming in on the Founder side for those players. But again, it is a game that's totally unexpected for the Assassin side. They have no idea how to control this. No one is ready for this. The flashes are perfect. Bomb is going to be denied, however. Kelly getting that trade. Really, really good pick, but unfortunately it is down to a 4v2, and the 2 players left on the Assassin side have no nades. They have one smoke to try to retake this, and an op on Anna. They definitely took a plunge trying to get that op because she has no utility, and I mean, it might be off, but...
Beautiful double peek there by the Dignitas. That's perfect there. And I do just want to say, Artstar's flashes have been getting so many assists in these past few rounds. You've got to be extremely happy with that. In fact, people being fully blinded, not even just partially blinded, fully blinded coming in. I think that's a beautiful usage of utility there, just allowing easy assists for her teammates. So Artstar bringing it in for her team, and in fact, she has pocketed a heck of a load of cash as a result. So the Assassins attempting to make up for lost ground. They're just going to go back to pistols again, and this just seems like they're trying over and over no matter what they buy.
Yep, I mean, there is definitely a transition between teams. You know, you saw Assassins with the beautiful flashes on Vertigo, and now you kind of see that kind of tip the scales a little bit. Dignitas is throwing these really fast, really strategic plays with the perfect executes, the perfect flashes, the perfect trades, but Vilga is going to completely deny everything I just said. She's like, nope, no trades for you, honey. She got 2 of those beautiful kills with the CZ. Bomb is dropped top of Con, and Anna is here to try to help and secure that bomb.
I'm not sure if she saw, what a flick by Thea, by the way, onto Anna. Anna's got to be feeling the pinch there, but I'm not sure if they saw that bomb drop there because it was right at the top of the steps, and whether or not she's seen that. And she actually has fallen off it, so there's no way she did see that drop. Otherwise, she would have stayed there and called her teammates over. She doesn't know that Rain was there, and of course, now that they have it, they can push over to B, but that's exactly where the CTs are waiting, and if that's what they decide to pick instead of rotating over to A, then they could be in for a world of hurt. Claudia there.
Oh my
Ooh.
God.
Beautiful headshot. This is what I mean by a world of hurt. They peek at the same time. They make the plays. They only need a pistol for it. Pistol v pistol. Who will win? It's Emma Elite, and she'll be able to take her out. And now it's just the free fires from Vic, and she does it. She wasn't there before for her teammate, but she made up for it. And now that's a round in the side of Assassins, and now they can buy up what they need. Now Anna can have the AWP. Now we can see a fair fight between both of these teams.
I mean, Vilga and Claudia just completely capitalized on those pistol kills. Vilga took those 2 kills from Khan and then fell back. It was a really good play. She knew that they had to use their nade ability to retake it, but Anna completely denies Emily from peeking. No flash required, no smoke required, just full on, full confidence on that party section, and it obviously paid off.
It's almost like those 1v1 orbs that you challenge someone to see who's better, who's got the better aim, and in that occasion it was Anna, and Emily's going to drop that orb. No one has picked it up as a result, so it's not looking like anyone really wants to throw the orb in favor, but a lot of AKs, a lot of utility as well available to both teams. So if you're the side of Assassins now, you need to be careful. You need to make sure that you're baiting out as much utility dump as possible before you start pushing up. And see Vilga trying to block those lines of sight. They know it's going to be an A push, but there's so much spread of the T's right now.
Yeah, Vilga getting super important and here's all these nades. She's actually kind of spammed a bit on the wall. I wonder if they heard her jump. Anna at that semi position getting a kill onto Rain, and just like that, Claudia, Vilga, and Vic getting all the picks onto the teammates of the Dignitas side. They're the only person to get one of those kills. Really awkward kind of execute. I mean, they had some sort of control on that long A side, but when they came up short, there was a smoke down, and instead of trying to clear the close angle, which Vilga actually abused, they just started throwing their smokes, and that's an instant formation. So that's an instant rotate, especially on a map like Overpass where rotates are so quick. That kind of info on the CZ side is super, super important.
It's like the Dignitas want to stay together, keep those trade opportunities, which have been ever in their favor so far. They're only 1 round up now. Beautiful shot. Going through there, and they did spot the jump. It actually was for intel rather than engagement, and that ended up being to her demise. Vilga will make her way down to long A. No one going to challenge her there yet. She'll have free reign of that, and you can see it there. Here, she's just got the pistol in hand. Only 2 of the Dignitas teammates having any kind of weaponry which will give them a leg up against an AWP and M4s, and you see Vilga there, she's just taking it apart. She'll go again. She knows she needs to back up of this, the pistol. She needs to pre-fire if she has any hope. There goes one pre-fire, will catch one, but the trade will come out, and Anna, where was the AWP?
Kelly coming in with the retake. They have to come towards the site, but Milk now down to a 1v1. I don't think she knows Claudia is already here, but obviously she's going to be careful, making a lot of noise, making way too much noise. Claudia knowing exactly where she is now. And, you know, Milk has to get this bomb down in order to play a lot smarter, in order to kind of get her to funnel into that position that she can hold.
She's so close to that AWP. She thought about picking that up, but now she's backed on up. She's turned her back. That was the wrong decision, ladies and gentlemen. And you can see she does also grab the AWP before she does go for the defuse. And that is the best possible outcome for Assassins going in to now drawing it up 4-4. She's going to pass that over to Anna as expected. Anna's also going to be able to buy up for her teammates if they're lacking in funds, but Vilga's got cash to throw around, so it doesn't matter for any of the Assassins players right now. But if you're on the side of Dignitas, you're feeling the pocket pinch as you completely splurge almost all of your cash.
Yeah, I mean, just to keep in mind too, that last round Dignitas didn't actually spend all their money. They saved enough money to be able to buy this round, and they actually managed to drop a lot of the weapons on the CT side, so that is going to hurt the CT economy a lot. You can see actually on the scoreboard that if Assassins do lose this round, they will not be able to buy. Anna, the only person over 4K, but everyone else is kind of stuck on a deficiency here.
A lot of spread coming out from Assassins here. It almost looks like they want to pinch over towards bathrooms, but Vilga will take that angle as she pleases, and Anna, she does have the AWP, she has the appropriate angles, and no one looks to the left. Now they know, and the trade will come out from Artstar there onto Vilga, and that's the 1-for-1 that you need to take. But if you're Dignitas right now with less than a minute left, you need to be making a little bit more impact. There's a lot of people spread out on site. They are waiting. See Rain hoping that they can make this push on to A, and it looks like A is so far their very favored side.
Yep, I mean, definitely a lot of execution coming in from that short A side. Doing the Molly coming out that is going to try to flush out Anna, but instead falls back into a more passive position. Vic just coming in out of the open, trying to get a pick. That doesn't happen, but instead instantly dies and is not a very good spot.
Beautiful flick by Kelly there. She's actually going to force her way through the smoke, but that's going to be the engagement. Thea's there, Emilite's there. Claudia will trade back onto Thea, but it's 1v1 with an AWP as well. Does she change to her pistol? Does she engage with a very close range AWP? She decides the AWP is the play, and that's going to net her the round. And T-side feeling really good after that one. Emilite also gets to keep her AWP.
Yep, I mean, Vilga on the CT side, so far we've seen her push into that long bathroom every single time.
Yes.
Any chance she gets, she will play aggressive in that long bathroom, and kind of what you have then is a division between those two players at A. Yes, you have an hopper holding down the site, but if your rifler dies on that long spot, you're kind of leaving the hopper totally alone. You can't fall back as a rifler from long bathrooms. As soon as you get caught out, you're pretty much confirmed that you either have to fight or flight, but obviously she couldn't get away fast enough. She got one of the kills, and there was that trade with Dignitas. Again, roaming as a pack together, there's not much you can do about that. There's not much you can do to get away unless you have the corresponding nades, which at that point she didn't. So again, once you leave that opper alone on that A site, that's why Dignitas is kind of falling into these executes, because they know, A, you know, either they didn't rotate one over from B, because B is definitely a lot harder of a site to keep hold of, or B, like, they rotated one person over onto A, but they're playing a lot more passive and a lot more retaking, because that opera isn't going to want to sit in the middle of the site just spawning and waiting, because she knows that there are people already on short A. They could be setting up for smokes right away. As soon as that one person in long bathroom dies, then it's like they have the control of all the bathrooms, and from that point on, an execute is super possible. And once you start executing from short A bathrooms, then from that point on, Overpass is such a good map for this. They can rotate, they can make it, they can go down all the way to con, go back into water, and just rush out onto B, and the CTs wouldn't be ready for it. They can do all that within the span of around like 10-15 seconds, because the CTs, they don't have the info that they should have had. But I mean, obviously Vilga trying to take those fights long, probably not taking into account that, like, hey, I'm kind of leaving my opera alone. So I'm kind of hoping to see Vilga kind of fall back into a more passive position. She is getting a couple of the frags, but it's always kind of leading to, you know, hey, bathrooms is now totally open, and now Dignitas is taking complete control of that.
And especially when they haven't been able to, you know, wait for that utility dump from the Dignitas. You know, usually you want to go, okay, they don't have really enough utility to take advantage of my AWPer anyway, but she's not even waiting for that dump. She's just waiting there for the engagement, that 1v1 essentially, because she's getting traded every time regardless. So you're right. If she did move her way back, assist the AWPer a little bit more in safeguarding A site, we might see a little bit more success. But we have a pause between these two teams. I believe it did start off as a tack pause there, but has now shifted into a tech pause, and whether or not that will continue, I'm not entirely sure, ladies and gentlemen, but as this currently stands, it does look very favorable for Assassins. Their first map was a domination for them. The second map, not being too far away from them, possibly coming back. I mean, it's a 5-4, nothing too out of the ordinary here, and we'll see whether or not, I mean, the Dignitas have the weaponry for this round, so we can safely assume that that should be the way that this goes.
Yep, really interesting here to see Vilga actually trying to play for that con control on a kind of weird half-buy, forced buy going on. Anna, the only person saving, trying to save them off. They took water control right away. Now they have all the info that there's no one on B. Here. She is going to get this spring. Almost connects all of her shots, but just completely flicks and denies Vilga from any of these kills. And that's 2 kills onto B. You're going to want to see a right away B execute. But actually, there are 3 of the CT side players already here. Kelly, one of the standout players that we've been watching, gets 2 kills. Vic also gets 1, and now it's down. Vic alone on site. She gets the
She
dig.
can do this! And she does it! My goodness, ladies and gentlemen. That should not have happened. She was out of ammunition in her main primary weapon. She moves to her secondary pistol, and all she needed was some mechanical aim. And this is the downfall of the Dignitas, is that Assassins, we spoke about the coordination, how good they are at peeking in those trades, and then Dignitas are just peeking 1 to 2 seconds later, and it's too late. They have reset themselves, they can hear you coming, and if you're not quick with the trade, you don't get it. And when you're going up against someone like Vic, she's not going to give that away.
Yeah, I mean, that was just beautifully played from Vic. I mean, doesn't get better than that, doesn't get better than clutching it out and getting an op and denying a plant. It's just all in all a really, really favorable round. Definitely a round to kind of start getting into Dignitas' heads too. I mean, right now their economy is kind of on the really low side. They've had to force, and all they have is missiles and utility. They are going for a fast 8-take. Billy getting the kill, getting 2 kills, almost 3. Kelly actually getting the trade, and the instant rotates from the CT side, coming in, being really, really helpful. Claudia on the super, super long flank, but it is not needed because Vic is here to get a double kill. These rounds are playing really, really well for Assassins all of a sudden, and it feels like, you know, they're kind of getting their groove on. They're kind of understanding that, hey, like, as soon as I said that, you saw Vilga, she's starting to play in con. She's starting to play a little bit more far back on that A site, because that's where their success has been. Yeah, she's been getting picks and she's been playing aggressive, but she has also been getting picked. So at that point, it has started to fall back, and it has been working.
Looks like Art wants to give away a position. Now you see Virga. They're actually going to push through them. That was not the call, ladies and gentlemen, but they did think it was. Emily was the only one to actually fall short there, and she will eat that grenade there. In fact, I don't even think she has almost any health to say after that. She actually should have died to that grenade. She caught it in her hand, so I'm very surprised she survived that one, but Assassins, after that tack and tech pause, whatever we just had then, turned to each other and went, girls, come on now, don't overextend. We smashed them in map 1. We can do it again in map 2. We just need to be a little bit more passive, and that's what they're being. And I think Ilga, we spoke about her being the captain and quite often the shot caller for her team. So I think her herself sort of had to look retrospectively and go, I'm not assisting the team here. And she's really started to step up for her team now.
Yep, I mean, that call from Dignitas also was super unfortunate. I mean, you can't really make a call like that, especially when you're on a force buy with pistols, and kind of like take a gamble onto like, hey, let's take con, let's try to get up fast con, but in reality the CTs had 3 towards fountain, which I think is the first time we've seen that, and it actually played super, super well in their favor. And Thea actually going down to Vic, or sorry, Thea getting the pick onto Vic in water, actually trying to take that water control. Thea just completely denying that B water control. We haven't really seen the CTs try to get that aggressive towards B, it's mainly towards A.
It almost seems as if A is the only play for this map. Well, it'll look like con is also the area of the map that they want to take most control of, see if anyone peeks them, see if they can get that control that they need. And that's why you see Rain here waiting ever so slightly. Once she gets a little bit of sound and indication, she'll come popping out onto water, and you can see Milk as well. She's setting up for utility usage. And here we go. Looks like they do want to try and hit B instead of A for the first time in a long time. They're flooding now. The smokes are perfect. The shots are not perfect. They are... That's a double kill from Kelly. 1 from Claudia. Claudia will get traded straight back through the wall by Art. She'll pick up the AWP, and now she has a 1v3, and it's not going to happen because Kelly's on fire for yet another map.
Yeah, definitely a beautiful crossfire going in on the CT side, because they didn't really throw that many counter nades to kind of counter the T's taking that site. And also they had a lot more players towards that A, towards that CT, towards that heaven area, that the players on the actual site, they were in pit and they were in graffiti, and those players kind of commanded and took hold of that round, and they were just like, nope, you guys aren't getting this site. And as these people start falling back and coming back from the rotate, everything just fell in perfectly.
I do just want to point out what we just almost missed, ladies and gentlemen. It's the fact that the Dignitas actually took an extra 1.5 seconds to buy at the end there, and as a result they were late coming out of party, 4 of them, and as they were late coming out onto party, a grenade connected with 4 of them. 3 or 4 of them in total. Whoever it was, they took a heck of a lot of damage, but Vilga's going to take 2 headshots. Can she get another? She does have all of her health, but she does finally get taken out by Milk, and she got a heck of a lot of kills for that effort. You've got to be extremely happy. It's now down to a 2v4. A lot of prayers and luck needed if they were going to take that round, and it is just not going to be. And if I'm Dignitas right now, I am worried about whether or not this round, now that they've bought completely out, I'm not sure what Art is going to buy. Okay, she's going to go SG. Whether they take this round or not, I think will be key for them going forward.
Yep, I agree with you. I mean, the rotates on the assassin side are actually, they are killing it with the rotates here. And Vilga's kind of playing, like I said earlier, a little bit more passive, but she's also playing with a lot more confidence. I mean, she's just like tapping heads left and right. She does have 17 kills. She is a top fragger for her team right here. And like you said earlier, Dignitas do seem to favor that A side a lot, and it's kind of not even working for them anymore. So I don't really understand why they haven't tried, you know, changing things up, changing the pace of stuff. It feels like they only change the pace once they have those missions. And Arstar actually already got the kill onto Kelly. Claudia getting that trade onto Arstar, though almost abusing that water control. Vilga immediately getting the pick onto Emily. She actually played in party, and Emily walked way past her with that op, and she just denied her that op. Vilga's, she's super far out now. She's in the playground. She's in isolated. You see these Dignitas girls trying to chase her and trying to get her. And it's denied. Vilga denies one of them. The second she does!
We spoke about this one round ago, Athena. You cannot peek one at a time. You are literally giving a kill feed to a player who does not miss. She's having an absolute party, and excuse my pun there, because she knows you want to peek one at a time rather than a coordinated peek. Claudia is going to take out Thea there, and shout out to Thea, who's had a beautiful match so far. She's actually been carrying her team wildly as best she can alongside Milk and Artstar, and you can see Vilga, the captain, just having fun. I think you can see her. We started seeing her being a little bit over-aggressive, but she did pull it back, and there's a lot of giggles at the desk, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of giggles coming out. Tell me why you're giggling so much.
See, as you were saying that and you said that party thing, I was thinking, yeah, it's almost as if Overpass is her playground. And like,
right.
God, I just...
Pun intended?
I'll feel, yes.
Okay, we'll go with that. 100, okay.
100%.
I'm having a party. She's in her playground. Everything is going really well for Assassins. What do you think now? Do you think Dignitas can bring this back?
I mean, I feel like as of right now, from the previous ways I've seen Dignitas play, and I've seen Assassins play, and we've seen both these teams clash together, and it feels like the downfall of Dignitas right now in this moment is that their trading and teamwork, like you mentioned earlier, isn't looking too hot. I mean, one person goes in and peeks, and then the other person waits for a second, and then decides to swing with their teammate, and it's not working right now. It seems a little like baity, kind of like weird setup that they're having, kind of like maybe they're trusting the as soon as they see like, hey, wait, this fight is actually taking a while, then they start to swing, but by that time it's too late.
Coordination on the Dignitas being probably their massive downfall for them. I think had they spent a lot of these rounds pushing in coordinated pinches, they would have a lot more of these kills than we're seeing, but looks like this bathroom push is what they want to go with, and all of the CTs have decided to push the complete opposite direction, and now they're going to hunt each other out, realizing that no one is there to collect them. And Claudia, she's probably pretty happy about that, actually. Milk's the only one who's really checking to see if anyone's pushing over near bathrooms or A long. And it doesn't look like that's the preference that they want to take. You can see Vic scouting it out, but they'll need to take an initial pick to see whether or not that's what they want to do, and they don't really have any utility to work with here.
Yep, the smoke's coming in. This is as long as they take the site together, it should be easy, but Milk and Rain kind of denied those first 2 kills, but Bill coming in with the double kill. Artstar with the quick rotate is already there, and Thea with the quick flank. These are the kind of rotates that we weren't seeing, and the kind of peaks that we weren't seeing. The crossfires that Dignitas wasn't really giving us on the T side, so it is definitely good to see what's happening. On the CT side, she did deny the initial bomb defusal, but Kelly unfortunately cannot clutch it out. Emily grabbing that final kill and the defuse.
That was the right call by Kelly there to just wrap around A long, go all the way down bathroom, try to get that long angle onto the defuse there because that was probably her best chance going against 1v3, and she did, like you said, grab that one kill. But when you're a 1v3, you can body block, you can throw long range shots down there, you're not really going to be as effective. So unfortunately for the Assassins, Dignitas having a good round there, able to bring that back, but there are weapons on the board now, and every time there's been weapons on the board, Assassins have reigned supreme.
Yep, a fast kind of play into water here, trying to get that water control. Both these teams did end up buying up. We do have SMGs, and I really love that Anna bought Julie's this round. And just coming in on B, like right away, Rain with the boost actually spot one out, but they're so blind. They're so blind, there's nothing they can do. The trades are absolutely beautiful coming in from the Assassins. They just storm the site with those flashes. Way into that B, execute a super good pop coming in, and the players actually caught off guard. Arstar almost not finishing off that kill. Emily and Arstar here. There's a tag team. Girl to Claudia. She's here with the pistol. I thought she was gonna do it again. I thought she was gonna hold down the site with that pistol, especially around that pillar angle. But Arstar here to save the day. Now, however, even though it was a really close round, both these teams have similar economy at this point because they both decided to force, and now they both have kind of like a weird 300, or sorry, 3,900, and like one person has $4,000 on the CT, or on the T side, sorry, and on the CT side we have a FAMAS, we have M4s, and we have some MP9. So like, again, like it's good to see that Dignitas has prioritized their team, but Assassins, at this point with the fire rate that they're having, I don't think they care that much. I think they just want to frag out.
I think they're feeling the momentum, they're feeling the mechanical skill, and that they want to keep that flow going. Kelly had a wild game last match, but it's Vilga to stand up for her team. Anna, also a monster, but this particular map, not doing too well for her team. It's good to see her other teammates stepping up for her. So if they want to keep this going, they're going to have to stomp people like they are. Of course, Artstar have been popping off the last few rounds. She gets some good shots on there, Vilga. She doesn't tunnel vision though, which is good. She backs up, and that allows her team to recollect here, and Kelly down A long. Was that A long that she was able to get that from? That was a long shot onto the head of Rain. So Thea needs to trade one of these. She's actually not looking at A long, even though she should be, and she's going to get her head taken off as a result. I'm not sure where she was looking, but it doesn't matter, and Emily's going to get taken out by Vilga, and oh no, I don't know what's happening for the Dignitas.
Yeah, but just like that, the cookie crumbles. You see, Dignitas, they took that con control, and from con, they took that water control. They went right into B. They know that no one was there, but the rotates were like just kind of weird. I mean, you had all the info, you knew there was no one in water, you knew you had kind of that close monster control, so just rotate the two players from B off of the site and let the two players in water kind of hold it down from there. And you know, the rotates were weird. It was kind of like, again, a little bit of a, I don't want to say misplay, because Vilga literally just came in and tapped heads at that point. Like, she won those duels.
I don't think it was really about strategic prowess at that point. It was really just winning your ones at the end of the day. And a lot of misdirection, I'll call it, misdirection of intel, possibly, of saying, well, I died from A long, that's where you should be focusing your attention on. And instead she focused her attention on what she probably believed was going to be the rotate through bathrooms instead. She wasn't wrong per se, but it just wasn't the play. So Assassin's feeling good now. They've got a few rounds to play with here, and even if they drop a couple, they're still going to be in a complete winning. I do want to say though, Dignitas, they have shown a lot of prowess. Alas, there's a lot of deficit here.
Yep. I mean, there's not much you can do fast when you have pistols, especially on CT side. What you want to kind of do is get that info, which is kind of what Milk is doing. She's playing aggressive towards that long A position, and the rest of her team is stacking towards that B site. So they are giving up that short A, which is a lot of info if Assassins decide to kind of go through there, which we do see Anna kind of lurking through. But Milk actually just pushed long, and they will actually miss each other. Milk is going to get the info. She might say, hey, there's no one on A. You guys can all stack B, which is actually where the Assassins are going to end up going.
Yeah, I am watching this A-long flank around into Party, actually. She now has Party control. She's looking left and right. We're not seeing it, but if you look at your mini-map, we can see the fact that she now has that control all the way in what can be considered a flank. But the drop down from Anna, she just heard the footsteps of Artstar, and she's going to take her out, and now the execute's going to happen. Claudia, she'll want to get a fast plant down, but Thea's there to answer. Claudia will miss the shots onto Thea, but the molly will come out to stop her anyway. If she wants to go for the plant, she can, but it doesn't look like she will. Milk's going to come around for the flank. That's going to be a beautiful trade there, and a very, very necessary and impactful one for this round. Bomb has 30 seconds left on the clock, and if I'm Thea, I'm freaking out with a singular pistol in my hand, and well, Vic finishes her off as well.
Yeah, I mean, that was really good for Milk to kind of like get that flank. Unfortunately, she did get timing by Anna there. They both just missed each other, and they both decided, hey, you know what? I'm going to flank. And so, you know, it did work out for Anna. She got the one kill, but she got instantly traded. But Milk, when she flanked, she almost denied the bomb plant. If only she was a couple seconds earlier, but she managed to get 2 of those kills. She managed to get 2 of those guns down, which of course, on the Assassin side, doesn't do much harm to their economy. But on the CG side, again, they're kind of broke in a weird kind of buy, and they do force again because they are low on these rounds.
I think Dignitas at this point, no, because they're in series match point, and they need to turn around and put these rounds on the board. Otherwise, they're going to struggle to get this map. Because otherwise, it's a 2-0, and Assassins will move on to the grand final. So they need to make sure they're getting this. Kelly's going to take out Thea, but Artstar is going to trade straight back into Kelly. These are the trades that the Dignitas need and have been sorely lacking in the past rounds. And we'll see Vic attempt to get that smoke out. Emily now knows that there's a lot of utility coming her way, but she can't work out exactly whether or not it's just going to be to deny lines of sight or if it's going to be for the push. And Anna's got a really good position here down A-long. This is where the orb shines. This is where the orb shines. Almost like a storybook there, isn't it?
That was amazing. That was like a picture book. That was
Yeah,
like,
it was. It was like I opened the page and it popped up and it just happened. But oh my goodness, Artstar's in the perfect position. They did not spot her out. They do get the trade. Vic will get the trade, but that leaves her in a really awkward 1v1. Where's Milk? She's coming up from B. She almost gets the shots, and she does, and that's going to be really integral for the Dignitas. That is such a good... turn around, girlfriend. Oh, no, she's going to get her weapons. Take it back. Take it back.
There we go. Yeah.
She found it in the end. She wanted that orb. She goes...
Yeah, that was really, really well played from Artstar. She knew she had to do something first to deny that bomb plan and to get those numbers down. Obviously, I don't think she was expecting to get that many kills, but she did manage to get 3 of them down. I mean, that was kind of like a false on the assassin side. They kind of run in without clearing the right angles, and now, you know, Artstar capitalized on it, and now, you know, that round just goes to show that, like, hey, maybe getting 3 kills is kind of like the way that we have to win. It's kind of the way that we have to play a little more confident for the Dignitas side.
We'll see whether or not that pays dividends. They're actually just going to rush Monster here. They're going to hope that this big push is the play for them. Vic actually is already in on default plant. She's looking for heads, actually. She turns the wrong way. There were 2 players from CT there. That's horrible. Caught with utility in your hand, and that's going to be a round over and a Dignitas round. And I think what happened there was exactly what you said the other match. That's a series of unfortunate events unfolding in front of us. Not the storybook that Assassins were hoping for, like we spoke about before. But, you know, when you're caught with utility in your hands and you're attempting to swap weapons, that's a whole second that you cannot fire back. And that's almost too much at this level. You don't have the opportunity unless they completely whiff their shots.
Yeah, I mean, they were going for that fast beat, and Dignitas kind of like looked like they read them like a book. They had the right people in the right places ready for kind of a fast play, and it worked out really in their favor. I mean, yeah, you saw Vic kind of jump into that pit, and she didn't turn left enough to clear that area that the person was sitting in. Milk monster position, beautiful flick onto Claudia, clears it almost away, hey, there was someone right there, and now it's instantly down to a 4v5 with these pistols. They're going to rush up short and try to make something happen.
I hope they're planning on overwhelming with numbers here, because the pistols are not the play when you're going up against Thea with an AK down onto bathrooms. They do flash, but they actually don't really have the flood that they want to. They've got one on A long as well, but they're not able to. Oh, a high five onto the player there. But that's not going to do anything for Assassins. And, ooh, is this the comeback that we've been waiting for?
Maybe Dignitas finally starting to feel their own kind of play style. Do have Emily with the op, and she is kind of like putting it to somewhat good use, but I think the star right now is our star kind of holding it down on A site and kind of like rotating everything. It's working a lot better. It's definitely flowing a lot smoother, and I feel like this is what Dignitas kind of needed, and this might be the kickstart to their momentum to kind of bring them back.
No. Don't ever collect intel from that spot again. Otherwise, you will get put down. And that's what Vic did to Rain then. And I don't think Rain's going to be doing any hops anytime soon. And Art is actually all the way behind. Kelly will take one. Anna will take another. And of course, Art coming in from behind. She's going to push through Monster as well. I hope they're aware of this. I hope the call came out, but the comms do not look confident. She has her back to her. And here we go. She is passive. She might be able to get two. She gets one. T-side is looking ever so scared now. CT's absolutely pinching. A lot of utility coming out. She will take one, and she will take two, and that is absolutely her round. If I'm on the T-side and I'm on the Assassins, I'm giving her a high five after that one.
Yep, that was really, really well played. They got that pick, and they instantly capitalized on it. They took that site, and without hesitation, they threw their post-plant smokes down. They threw their flashes in. They knew exactly how to trade. Yes, Artstar did manage to flank, but instead of freaking out and kind of all trying to like scramble to get a hold of her, they retook that water control for themselves and left one of the players on that site to kind of hold it down. So it was really, really well played. Almost a really good play coming in from Artstar when she flanked water and then proceeded to walk towards Monster and kind of get even more info, but unfortunately did not work out in her favor.
Unfortunately, we spoke maps ago and matches ago as well that you cannot rely on one player. If you're the Dignitas, you cannot be relying on one player. We saw Teo in the first half popping off, and now we're seeing Artstar in the second half. Milky also having a really, really good set of few rounds now, but it's almost too late. Vic actually almost taking two and almost taking three, but Thea's there to finally capitalize and shut her off. Kelly, 1v3. I do not think it's in her favor to be engaging in this 1v3, I should say. And even though we've got low health, she could take a pick and try and get the AWP down and possibly stop it from being collected. I thought the transfer was about to happen yet again. Yep. But Emily will get to keep the AWP. But she's got a bit of cash in pocket either way. So Dignitas looking good on the money side. Kelly, if she does want to buy up and drop that AWP over to Anna, she can do so, but we'll have a pause, very likely from the Assassins here, to recollect themselves, rethink about their strategy, and quite possibly talk about what's changed on the side of the Dignitas to allow them to just sort of come back at this veracity that they have.
Yep, I mean, Assassins were pulling ahead, but like we said earlier, Dignitas are kind of coming back into the groove of things. Feels like they are kind of like taking advantage of places like Con, where I feel like there isn't a lot of presence from the Assassins. Like they haven't really been taking that much Con control, and when they do, they use nades, so they make it pretty obvious that they're, and I feel like they're like using that, kind of trying to get water control because of that, and it just the early round info is kind of working in favor for the Dignitas girls, and they really are like playing in just a lot smarter positions, I feel like, than they were earlier in the half.
Good early round map control by the Dignitas there. They're actually probably likely to be able to wrap around once they get the rotate call. Graffiti's going to be overwhelmed and Milk's going to get taken out. Anna will take out Milk. Vic will take out Rain, and unless they quickly zoom through Water and Monster, they're not going to be able to take the control they need. They'll grab one. Thea needs to wait for her teammate to push through Monster, but she's not waiting, and of course, utility will come out, and Artstar hoping to take the control.
Still getting onto Artstar, but Emily actually getting a kill and getting a molly onto Kelly, just jumping down from that heavy spot, absolutely denying Vic from holding that post land. That was a crazy, crazy pulse on. There's nothing Assassins could do because the CTs were coming from all different sides of the map. They were just stuck in the site. They had to take control of somewhere, but they couldn't. The only place they had was pit, but Emily just completely denied that by herself from heaven.
Amazing, and I did see it early in the minimap. I thought, oh goodness me, the CTs are moving up heavily into the T spawn, and no one had turned around. No one was watching that whatsoever. So I suppose that's what happens when you're not watching your flanks and you just assume you can rush on the side and not watch Monster, not watch Water, and in fact they really weren't. Oh. If they can take this, they actually might get a kill from this.
Oh, it's not working.
They tried.
They tried.
That's all that matters. See Rain not going for that intel collect hop before that we saw. Doesn't want to get punished for it, but it does look like the T side want to try that bathroom push again. I think they're going to rotate up to A long and bathroom to see whether or not that's going to be a more appropriate push for them. You see Vic making her way over. She sees the smoke, but no players there to collect other than Arts. Arts having a great game, but Vilga shuts her down. There's another player in A long, but they are slowly shifting back over to A, so the rotate call will come out, and if Assassins aren't quick, they will lose that momentum that they have.
Yeah, 2 players on the A side here. This might be a really good place for the Assassins to kind of call to fall back to A if Claudia has that info. If she did hear someone rotate, but she is playing towards that monster area, she probably wouldn't have heard that rotate. But like I said, call is coming in. This is an A fake coming in from Vilga by herself. She's doing this A take with nades, and she actually pulled all the players off of that B site. Now the B site is completely open. Rain is the only person left here, but she's all the way back into B. There's nothing she can do. All these nades just coming in. Oh my
That was
goodness.
perfect. I've never seen a fake so perfectly executed. And if you are the Assassins right now, you are giggling to yourselves going, all we needed Vilga was to fake over on A. We're going to all push B. And while she was over on A, she even got a pick for herself. And she got another. That's a complete fake. That's a complete overhaul. That's a complete flawless round if I've ever seen one. And if I'm Assassins right now, I'm feeling really good with how that round played out. In fact, I wasn't sure if they were going to push A or B, but when you said Vilga's pulling the fake, I knew straight away they were ready to push Monster and they were going to go. And if you're a solo Rain on B, what can you do?
Yeah, I mean, at that point, like, it's over.
It is over.
There's mollies raining on her. There's nothing.
It was 3 mollies.
There's 3 mollies. What do you do at that point? You just hope and pray to the CS
She could have
gods.
pre-fired, possibly.
Possibly. Oh.
Oh, good night.
Oh,
Ooh, ooh.
Vilga's DMing.
Oh.
She's officially DMing. She just gets the 2 kills. I mean, granted, yes, this is a pistol round coming in from Assassins. I mean, sorry, from Dignitas. They, for some reason, chose not to force and not to try to play for the win. So if Assassins do get this round, it will be a 15 scoreline. So this is kind of like leaning towards a Dignitas kind of wants to play for the tie kind of thing because they still have money. They could have forced, they could have tried to pull something out of a force. However, if they did that and they knew, maybe they felt uncomfortable. They felt like, hey, maybe if we lose this round, we definitely lose the game. So I'd rather wait until we have enough money to win the game, even if that means we're playing, you know, like on the edge of our seats the whole time.
Right. I think the stamina from a team like the Dignitas is probably outdoes a team like Assassin. So when we're talking about an engagement or I guess an overtime like that, it's the Dignitas that can do it, but you know how many rounds they have to string together in a row to be able to do this, and it's really not looking like it's in their favor. Con control is looking like it's where they want to play. There's an AWP there waiting for them. We'll see whether or not Anna can help assist her team. She has been low on frags, so I think her aim and her mechanical skill is just sort of flurried out as the night has continued, but her teammates stepping up in force for her. And I think Dignitas are playing scared at this point. They've just all shuffled back to both sides.
Yep, they barely have any utility now left on the Dignitas side, so everything they're going to do from now on is going to be dependent on info. It's going to be dependent on how they kind of frag out together and how the spots and the crossfires are going to be happening, because they don't have the counter nades if they execute. They don't have the counter nades to take info, but as I'm saying that, it was a beautiful, beautiful take. Emily flashing for R-Star, getting the instant pick, but Vilga's here trying to get a trade. That's another bit of info. And now they know that, hey, you know, they have info today. They might think that we're going to be towards here, so let's just fall back to B right now. Let's try to take this.
They've got to be quick. They have the utility to do it. There is Milk playing on Graffiti, but she's seen, oh, she gave her position away, but whoa, if you've got the gun skill of Kelly, that doesn't matter if they know you're there. You just have to outgun, and here comes the rain of mollies that we saw before when they pushed. Anna pushing up on a pillar with her orb. Emily can make a lot of difference here. She has a smoke to play with, and she's got her teammates to go for the retake, and not a lot of shots connecting on the side of Assassins, and that's the round that Dignitas needed to be able to string those rounds around that we thought were impossible.
Yep, actually really, really well played there. They took info at the right time. They managed to get that pick. That definitely helped them towards that long A. And once they got that pick, it was all down to the retakes, which actually turned out beautifully. Even though they had so little utility, they utilized that so well, and it played so well in their favor that even though Assassins had all the utility, all the mollies, they were trying to molly off and isolate people, the Dignitas team, they were already on the flank, and they already had people ready for those kinds of like flushing outs and stuff. So it's like, it's a really, really, really good play from Dignitas. But again, this could be pulled out because of their desperation right now.
Very surprised by the passive and calm play there by the Dignitas when they knew that they were on a match point. So good to see them calm down, play their own game here. But you can see Assassins, they know exactly how they want to play this round. Kelly in water, Flash is going over. The utility's in a really good spot. There's a couple of Flash players over on Pillar, but they didn't take use of that Flash quick enough, and Claudia is going to spam through Monster. Looks like the rotate call has been made actually, and they're actually going to come back. So they've decided to rotate twice, back and forth, and that's to their detriment. Rain's going to take out Vic, one of the key players on the side of Assassins. This is now a 2v5. They didn't need to engage, but they've decided to just completely stack up in Monster. Anna's going to take one. She needs 3 more to string this together. She can do it if the Dignitas do what has been to their detriment and pick one by one. But Emily's the better AWPer in this occasion, and oh, do they come back?
Well, I mean, it does take a lot of perseverance to come back this far. I mean, the call, I was a little bit skeptical when they didn't even force on their round kind of like to win the game, but now I actually kind of understand that, hey, they actually have a game plan for what they're going to do and what they're going to change. They talked about it, and now you can really, really tell, you know, they're taking info a lot more confident. They're on their executes, instead of playing, you know, for 1-by-1 piece, instead of playing for, hey, they're executing, I'm going to swing and get the kill. Instead, what they're doing is, hey, they're executing, I'm here with you, I'm ready to trade you when you're ready to swing. And that is just like a complete switch kind of flicked into Dignitas, and it's working out beautifully.
Oh my god, that is a flood if I've ever seen one. It's a flood of T's, and they're going to make their way onto B side. A beautiful set of shots. So that smoke will actually keep Naya alive because they're not able to spot her as she starts spraying through it. This is the round that Assassins needed, and of course, there's still key players on the side of Dignitas alive. They've got 35 seconds left on the clock. Artstar's going to take out Kelly V, and it's 3v3. This is very doable for the Dignitas, but they have to hurry. Unfortunately, there's someone in the corner waiting. It's going to be Filga. And Assassins do the same thing they've always done to the Dignitas. They take them out in a 2-0 fashion.
Yep, I mean, even though it felt like Assassins were taking B and they were starting to lose it towards the end, they were like, hey guys, like, let's be honest, like, we can win this with pure firepower, and our flashes are good, we just have to trade better. And you know what? It ended up being way, way better. Their post plants were 10 times better than it was before. You know, they're waiting in the smoke instead of trying to push really, really fast after post planting. and trying to take control of something. Instead, they waited. They're like, hey, can you flash this for me? Hey, can you swing with me? And it just worked out super, super well in their favor. But of course, this is such a close game. I mean, for Overpass, this was Dignitas' pick, so I mean, it was super, super, super close. And like that first map was kind of like, you know, feels like, you know, Assassins just took the lead. Once they had that lead going, they kept rolling it. But this one, it was back and forth for quite a little bit. And like, yeah, I mean, this is kind of what I expected the outcome would be. I was kind of hoping for a third map, though, I'll be honest. But
I think we're all hoping for a third map there. That was two Titans going up against each other, essentially.
Yep.
I mean, if you're Dignitas, you want to get that payback from all those times that Assassins has taken you on and just thrown you down, which other teams have not really been able to do with the Dignitas. So I think if you're Assassins, you're sort of sitting there going, I don't know what it is that we have that constantly overcomes the Titans of the Dignitas, but it's working for us. And it doesn't matter what lineup they're running. They've even got a sub this time as well, and she ran monster through them. So I think there's just something about the playstyle of Assassins that really outdoes the really calculated and utility strength that the Dignitas run.
yeah, and with that being said, I mean, we obviously can't count Dignitas out of it. I mean,
Right.
their last event that happened, 2018 Girl Gamer, Dignitas, we have talked about this. They were the reigning champions, but they ended up winning through the lower brackets. So,
Well, ladies and gentlemen, they still have another chance. They can go down a lower bracket, bring themselves back up for yet another rematch, but we will have Assassins in our grand final, and we will see them tomorrow. But this is all for CSGO tonight. We have League of Legends straight after. My name is Jess Goat. I've got the beautiful Athena here. Find us on our social media, and we will see you again tomorrow for the grand finals and the lower bracket finals to find out who's going to take that 20K. See you then.
gentlemen, welcome back again to Girl Gamer Dubai Festival right here. And in Arabic, we'd like to say مرحبا بكم مرة أخرى معنا هنا بدبي مع الرياضة الإلكترونية مهرجان Girl Gamer. This time it's time for some entertainment as we're gonna have an amazing, one of the cutest, the one and only idol group. So, ladies and gentlemen, and viewers around the world, right here out of Dubai, introducing to you the Lunar Idols.
Bye.
Hey everyone, today we're going to show you how to set up your A40TR and Mixam Pro with your PC. Before we begin, make sure your firmware is fully updated. For more information on how to do that, check out our firmware update tutorial. Alright, let's set up your A40s in Mixamp. Ensure the mode switch on the Mixamp Pro TR is set to PC. Plug the micro end of the micro USB cable into the Mixamp Pro TR and the USB end into your PC. With the A40 inline mute cable, plug the 3.5mm jack closest to the mute switch into the 3.5mm port on the A40 TR. Plug the other end into the headset port on the front of the Mixamp Pro. Next, navigate to your Playback Devices tab in your sound settings. Select Astro Mixamp Pro Game, right-click, and set as default device. Select Astro Mixamp Pro Voice, right-click, and set as default communication device. Now, navigate to your Recordings tab on your sound settings. Select Astro Mixamp Pro Voice, right-click, and set as default device and default communication device. And that's it. Your A40 TR and Mixamp Pro TR are set up and ready to game on your PC. For more information, head over to astrogaming.com.
What does it take to win? Is it something you're born with? Is it the grind? Every day. Gear up. Do battle. For the 10,000th time. Or is it pushing to your absolute limits? To be faster. Always faster. Insanely precise. Totally free and at one with the game. Or maybe it's just getting to that place where nothing else matters. Nothing in the way of winning.
Oh, snap.
Okay, folks, here it is.
We have it right here.
The new baby here.
These headphones, ooh, are beautiful.
Oh boy, this is absolutely gorgeous.
This thing looks amazing.
Yo, these are mad light. They feel too good to be this light.
This is so comfortable.
Oh boy.
This blows me away.
It blew my mind.
I was blown away.
Everything I ever wanted.
I love this so much.
You ain't got the right headphones on, buddy.
Festival taking place right here in دبي. أعزائي المشاهدين نرحب بكم معنا مرة أخرى هنا بدبي مع Girl Gamer. We are done with the CSGO action and now it's time for some League of Legends for the best of 3 as we're going to have out of the blue going against Grow Up Esports.
Out of the blue, absolutely smashing it these last 2 days here in Dubai. Absolutely undefeated, not dropping a single game at all. And looking to break that streak is going to be Grow Up Esports. Of course, the winner of this best of 3 series is going to go straight to tomorrow morning's grand finals of the League of Legends tournament here in Dubai. And whew,
oh man,
I'm hyped. Barai is hyped, and guys, I don't know a better casting duo to deliver on all of this hype than AC and Trouble. Guys, take it away.
Take it away.
Thank you so much, Rory Chu and Barai. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the caster desk. My name is Nelson AC Silva, and joining me is Georgia Troubling Paras to bring you all the action in and out of the Summoners Rift for one of the most expected best of 3 series of the Girl Gamer Esports Festival. Georgia, how are you doing?
Oh, I wouldn't have it any other way. This is the European showdown. The Western world is waiting to see this. The whole world is waiting to see this matchup. The only time these teams have actually lost has been to each other. And Out of the Blue has actually not lost at all so far.
Not lost at all ever since the Madrid qualifiers. What does their history look like? Like 30-something and what?
32 for 3.
That's like impressive. Okay, so that's very impressive for a team that's been coming out of here, or has been coming out here. They're right now in the Dubai finals. This is the game, the best of 3 game from the winners bracket that's going to guarantee them a slot in the final with 1 game advantage over whoever it is who is coming out from the losers bracket.
Yep, and I think I just want to kind of feature the 2 really focal points from the 2 teams, which has to be the ADCs. I mean, Coltis coming in, one of the youngest players. She's 17. We have another younger one, which I'm going to mention right after. She's 17, over 90% kill participation. I think she's missed like 1 kill out of both games she's played. And she's died 0 times. 0 deaths for Coltis. And if we go over to Giddy, on the other hand, she had also an amazing performance. You can say all you want that she had the Sorakas, the Rakans to help her, the Kindred not to die, but her positioning was unbelievable. And she is the youngest member that we actually have, just 16 years old here, and she looks very promising. So I'm expecting to see a lot of the compositions built around those 2 star IDs.
Absolutely. 2 very young prodigies in the bot lanes of each of the respective teams. And so far, we've been seeing a lot of jungle action as well on the bottom quadrant of the maps. So we can absolutely expect Kamija with her carry style jungle. We haven't really seen a carry style jungle. We've been seeing
I don't expect to see the carry jungle at all today, because this is the match that they need to focus on macro. And Warrior Javan is really fun to see. If something like an Aphelios or a Misfortune is picked, we've said that before, but I think Omidia is going to go towards her more tanky junglers, getting in that maybe Setuani, and try to be the peel for her ADC and also the initiator, try to keep pretty much that front to back team fight that we're talking about, that gives that space to the ADC to be able to move freely around, you know, whatever area they choose to fight in.
Granted that the tank champion pool in the jungle is kind of limited as it stands right now. What we have Sejuani, and we're not even talking about...
Olaf is sort of tanky later
yeah,
into
he's
the
a
game.
bruiser-y type champion. If we're talking about tank champions, we're talking about Sejuani, we're talking about mainly Javan as well. Olaf can be considered a little bit of a tank when he comes into the later game, when he loses the utility of being a one-shot type run-you-down champion.
I mean, we could potentially see a Trundle coming out as well. If
spicy.
one of the team picks the Sejuani, Trundle, like his ultimate, this is what he does. He sucks all the defenses out of you, and he uses them to his own advantage. So Trundle is something that we could potentially see. It works in the bot lane as well, so it is a flex pick in there too. And this is 10.2, so I don't think Zac is going to be much of a case, but we have seen both junglers sort of show it in their solo queue games. Now, solo queue is not very indicative about like what they're going to be showing here, because this is more of a team game focus that they're having, as in get a composition that fits the entire team rather than just try to carry yourself through the solo queue ladders. But I do believe that we're going to go towards the more slow, calculated games. Let's try to go late game. Our 2 ADCs are really good, so let's focus on that one.
We expect that, absolutely, but at the same time, given Kamija's most recent history, we really have our question marks when it comes to the jungle in that department. We've seen her play mainly carry AP junglers. We're talking about the Echo, we're talking about Elise's, we're talking about Karthus's, and have we seen Karthus's yet? I don't think we have.
I don't think we have, but
We've seen him banned.
we've seen him banned, and that was the reason. Comedia's solo queue, if you go to her match history, it's like Karthus. It's pretty easy, and especially with the 10.3 in the solo queue, where all the experience in the jungle has been buffed, you can't play this sort of type of junglers where you just sit in your jungle, you just farm up, and it's kind of like a Soraka, but put in the jungle, you've got the wish to heal with the Soraka, you've got a bunch of damage coming in with the Requiem.
Right, and you touched a fair point here. The Soraka has been a prominent top lane. We've seen Soraka throughout Girl Gamer. I'm not sure if we've seen her on stream, but we absolutely have seen her off stream as well. We've seen her in the mid lane. Exactly, we've seen her in the mid lane. Now you remind me. That's absolutely true. But Soraka has been a mainstay as well in these players' champion pools, and it fits so well in so many team comps because it stops plays. It's a safe enough laner overall.
I would agree that she's safe enough if she plays top lane. Now, it depends what she's put against in the mid lane, because all these mages have so much range on her that it's very dangerous to play towards that lane. You would usually want somebody who's melee to play against Soraka, so she is able to farm from a safe distance, become strong enough, grab the Unholy Grail, grab her Redemption, and then start sort of strolling through the lanes to provide that healing for herself. Now, we did see Tifa play the Soraka in the mid lane versus the Syndra.
Yes, we did.
And for me, on paper, it should not have worked because Syndra is so strong. She can stun you from super far away. There was an Olaf in the jungle from Team Karen in that game yesterday, and it just ended up actually working. Like, once the Soraka is free from the lane, the chain is unlocked, and she can pretty much be the person that permanently heals everyone.
No,
to full
absolutely.
HP.
And truth be told, Team Karen was not able to punish the Soraka mid accordingly. You had the Syndra, you kind of had the tools to really put some pain down on Soraka. And we ended up actually seeing the opposite, where we saw the Kindred come into the mid lane and actually punish the Syndras over extensions.
Yep. So overall, this tournament, I don't think we've seen enough vision control from any of the teams. What I'm really lacking is some early game aggression, not to the point where you're going to invade completely the jungle, but at least drop a ward in the raids. Make sure you have timers on the junglers, because these two junglers right here are very aggressive.
Yeah.
They're gonna work on that 100%. You need to see when either Comedia or Karina will be at the raids, so the mid laners can move accordingly. And depending on what bot lane you have, because these teams are going to focus down on that bot. Depending on what bot lane you have, if it's a kill lane or if it's a farm lane, we're going to be seeing a lot of action on that bot side of the map.
Yes, we are. So I wanted to bring some focus, especially down on Comedia, because we saw on stream how aggressive she can be, especially with the Jarvan. We saw her try to gank at level 2 into the bot lane, try to get Cultist as far ahead as she can. But going all the way across the map into the top lane, Wolf yesterday gave us a miracle Malphite run against Team Cameron as well. And one other pick that I wanted to touch on we haven't seen in Girl Gaming, it has been a mainstay as well in the top lane, is Kled.
Ooh. And
yes.
Right, so I like Kled versus very specific picks. Some of them argue that Aatrox is one of them because you can run it down, you have the 60% healing reduction. Well, Katarina has it too, but that doesn't mean she's a good counter to the Aatrox, right? Right.
Kled has mobility. A lot of it.
And Aatrox has a lot of range.
It's true.
Which sort of counteracts with what Kled wants to do. Like, you can run people down. I like it as an engage tool or a disengage tool, and it works with Sejuanis and all that. But I'm not...
Absolutely. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Champion select of the first game. Grow Up Girls EU are going to be present on the blue side with Out of the Blue on the red side. The bans are coming out, and the first ban is Freya's Kale.
I'm expecting to see a Malzahar ban as well. He's not one of the champions that you're super scared of, but he just hits your bank really hard, having to build that QSS, because Kled is not enough there yet.
Nicely done. So Malzahar absolutely not going to be played by Valinor this game. However, Valinor has a lot of proficiency as well with the LeBlanc. A lot of focus towards the AP damage dealers, and we talked about both of these teams have a lot of focus on the magic damage.
I know, but Valinora might have some ADs up her sleeve. She herself said that her favorite champion is Talon. So we could potentially see something like that come out. I would love to see an assassin in the mid lane, something like LeBlanc, a Talon, something that heavily roams around the map and doesn't care to play too much the CS vibe that we've been seeing in the late game focused teams. So Morgana also banned, that sort of suggests to me that Grow Up won't go for the Zaya Rakan again.
It's absolutely true. So yesterday we saw Grow Up EU going for a very early rotation of Zaya Rakan. I believe they did a different type of first pick and then went for the Zaya Rakan, waiting to see something come out of Team Karen. This time around, they still have the blue side, and they're going for the first pick Ord. Out of the blue, could be looking at a Braum.
We're looking at the Braum Senna, Stalok here, and the thing is that it does work, and the Zaya could get punished in lane. Ooh, Braum Blitzcrank, even better. I don't think it's going to be Blitzcrank. Yeah, flashing her Java here, and I love this. Of course, if you're going to lock in the Braum, it is a flex towards that mid lane. I don't really think that any of these two supports want to flex the Ornn down bot lane, even though we've seen it over in the Baltic Regional League, we've seen it in the Nordic Regional League as well. And we've also seen this. We've also seen Juno in both of these leagues as well, but it's going to be, of course, the very famous comedian Jarvan coming into this one, and I'm expecting a Zaya Rakan rotation on the second hand. This is a very solid composition, so they're playing pretty much textbook. We have the heavy engage, we have the heavy disengage, we've got an ADC with Featherstone that you cannot touch if you're going to go really hard on her. Since, of course, the Jarvan is locked in as well, the Zaya can very well get out of the catapult.
Absolutely. Now, my question is, what will Out of the Blue lock in for the bot lane? Because I think that it's imperative that Out of the Blue lock in a solid AD carry that's safe enough in a laning phase and they can combo well enough with the Braum.
The thing is, you could potentially leave the ADCs as last unless you're gonna go for the most OP combo in 10.3 cards, which is Senna and Braum. You can panic Zaya Rakan really early, especially when Rakan jumps in. He's very squishy. Once that's stun proc from Braum is on, then the Senna can proc it very easily with the Q auto attacks. So Comedia will have a lot of free time down bot lane, trying to get her ADC ahead and rolling, because this is what was the last time that played the Senna.
Now, I like that Ziggs ban because we did see Valinora abuse the Ziggs powerhouse yesterday, completely blowing fights wide open.
Coming out of her, and I can't wait. I'm expecting an Ahri ban towards Tifa as well, because it is really strong and quite safe in the mid lane as well. You can farm from really far away. Level 6, you do have the distortions with the ultimate.
Ahri banned out, as you clearly indicated. Now, Grow Up could pull the switcheroo here and get Ornn in the mid lane, having a completely free top lane here for Wolf to pick their matchup against Freya.
See, Wolf is a top laner that takes one for the team, alright? So
yes.
They're like, it's fine. I will get bored to death in the top lane if that means we win the game later on. And it will most likely be an Ornn in the top lane, but it's fine. Because Ornn is one of these champions that loses the...
Yes.
Yeah. That's also Valinora special as well, that she has been playing throughout her solo queue. But we saw Freya playing the Aatrox, and if you want to beat down the Ornn in lane, Aatrox is someone who really does that.
Absolutely. So, Aatrox, even though Ornn's base damages are really, really high, Aatrox has the possibility to stay at range. You've already said yourself, he's a ranged melee. So he can absolutely yield some damage to Wolf while still maintaining a nice CS input from a safe range. Not really allowing, allowing Karina to come into it.
This is a Rek'Sai incoming. This is the old school Syndra Rek'Sai. Don't do this to me, Karina. Lock it in.
Arthas is being hovered, so with Skarner, what is Karina going? She hovered the Katarina for you as well, but it's a Karthus being locked in for Karina.
See, this makes the early game quite tough because you're gonna have a farming jungler versus a heavy ganking jungler, and you've got kill lanes that you can go to if you're out of the blue and Jarvan all day, baby. If the Corki gets locked in here, that's something again that Valinora has been showing in her solo queue games, and it works against Syndra. Now there are two edges to this sword that say, well, Corki is a great pick because he can integrate the Hex Trigger into his build before he spikes with the Trinity Force. For me, if this is a pop, Syndra, Luden's Echo, Electrocute, you get so much more powers by getting that Luden's Echo really quickly, all the GLP, and starting to try to contest for objectives in the river when you have the slow, or if you have the Ludens, you pressure the lane really quickly before the Corki can react. What the Hex Trigger does for me is sure allows the Corki to stay safe in the lane, but also delays the power spike.
It does, but at the same time, you're going to maintain a level of safety. If we look at the initial summoner spells that these players are presenting, Valinora has a teleport in her inventory. So she is ready to take some punishment, but the teleport is there to kind of keep yourself safe.
100%. And Syndra is going to suffer with mana early in the game
Yeah.
as well. So it's pretty much... So because the Jarvan is so much stronger earlier in the game than the Karthus, I like the pick of Corki here, because we said previously that whoever kills the melee minions first will get priority through the lane in those early levels. You get an invade on that Karthus, he is going to be helpless in the jungle. So you push the Karthus out of the jungle, you get priority in your lanes, and this is how you snowball them. Up top lane, you kind of use the fact that Ord is not as strong early into the game, and you have the Aatrox, even though we've seen that they don't really play towards the top lane. None of these teams.
No,
they
no,
kind
not
of
at all.
To their own devices, whether
What's
it's
a top
healing
lane?
or not. I don't know what's a top lane. I don't know.
Nobody knows at this point. Now, what we do know is, like you were saying, Karthus is very susceptible to an early invade. But at the same time, if Karthus can land the lay wastes perfectly, if Kamiji cannot circle around the lay wastes, it is going to be a very, very tough duel because the extra damage the Karthus applies with the lay wastes.
And this is the scary part, because if Grow Up scales super late into the game, who is going to heal all that Requiem damage that's going to rain down on them? Sure, Senna has some built-in heal with her Q, but it's not going to be that strong to keep them in a very healthy manner for them to contest objectives. And the fact with Requiem is not necessarily that you're going to kill someone with it. If you pop it at the start of the fight, it will zone away members of Out of the Blue, and it will potentially give you a free objective.
No, absolutely. And another thing here to add to that point is the fact that Karthus has no problems building an early Morel Namakam to amp his early piercing damage with piercing magic damage, and to also mitigate that excessive healing from Senna and Aatrox at the same time.
The good thing here is because they have the double AP from the side of Grow Up, both the Aatrox, the Senna, and the Corki can integrate that Hex Drinker into their pool to try and mitigate the early damage that's going to be coming through, so they can at least contest safer all these objectives. And of course, until the Syndra and until the Karthus can one-shot with their abilities, there's going to be a lot of time. Senna scales much faster than the Zarya does, and of course, if you pay a lot of attention down the bot lane, Zarya Rakan are really squishy, and Comedia can actually play the more warrior-style Jarvan, especially because the only tank in the side of Grow Up is that Ornn. So if you can dive into the backline onto the Karthus and kill him, fine, he's going to pop the Requiem, but you can potentially trade the junglers, and then you can go on to an objective.
Absolutely. Also, we've already established that the top lanes will probably be mostly ignored by the junglers.
Very sad.
But at the same time, I feel like Freya's Aatrox is going to play a very, very important role because Aatrox can easily integrate not only the Hex Drinker, but also Spirit Visage in his kit.
Is he though? I mean, he could. He has all that healing coming through, potentially, but you sort of want him to be that backline nuisance, trying to fend the Zarya away from all these situations together with the Karthus. Remember that we saw Freya playing the Aatrox in the previous game, but we didn't necessarily see her pop that much because she didn't have to.
She did.
Valinor on the Jigs did a great job. Aphelios did a great job. She was there because she was like the 5th member and she had to do something.
Now, the biggest question that we need to ask is that, first of all, will Grow Up EU be able to finally take down Cultists for the first time in the Dubai Festival?
Ooh, are we going to have the first of Cultists?
I don't know, will we? It's a best of 3, a lot can happen.
Listen, it's a Senna. It's pretty mobile. It could happen. There's Requiem. Maybe she missteps at some point, takes too much damage. Requiem could come down at any point. It's just long and right. No way. Get away.
Absolutely not. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an invaded our hands as we kick off the first game of the best of 3 series between Grow Up EU and Out of the Blue. Super aggressive warding right off the bat for the first time ever in the Dubai Festival.
Something we said we have been missing from this team was aggressive warding, trying to pinpoint down the junglers so you can freely move around the map without having the fear of getting engaged on super early into the game. We saw how important that was in previous games. Look at Tifa. This is an electrocute ignite Syndra.
She wants to have that kill pressure, but at the same time, will she get close? Will she ever be able to get close enough to Valinor to actually be able to introduce the ignite?
The problem is, do you want to get close enough to a Corki when you don't know where the Jarvan's whereabouts are?
Absolutely. So, triple teleport here from Out of the Blue. Their collapses can be very, very fast and very, very aggressive. A pause, however, curses the Summoner's Rift here in this first game of the best of 3 series. Both junglers are starting parallel to each other. Jarvan on his blue buff and Karthus on his red buff. How will the clears kind of be in this early game?
See, the Karthus is not going to have a problem. The only problem is, again, we're playing on 10.2, where the experiences in the jungle are not the best right now. They haven't been buffed. This is what 10.3 is all about. Bringing back, you know, the Master Yis that always ruin your solo games with the Taric mid lanes, and the Karthus is in the jungle that just, you literally don't see them all game. The second the Morel Nomicon is done, Runic Echoes is done, they just press R and kind of kill you from like all the way across the map. They're like, haha, KDA players. I just want to see Comedia going from blue to red to gunk instantly. Whichever lane she chooses to go to, I'm all up for it.
Oh, absolutely. And we're talking about a Karthus who has the potential to be aggressive because Karthus' clears are impressively fast for the jungler, for the type of jungler that he is. And he can have a very unpredictable jungle with or a very unpredictable early gank if he decides to, if the Karthus player decides to level up his wall of pain.
He does have, and he's gonna go for the route that gives him the more experience right now, which is from red to Gromps. He's gonna try to clear. I mean, he's gonna be trying to clear that Karthus over and over again, the jungle. It's not a matter of like, ooh, so exciting, the Karthus is gonna start ganking anytime soon. You have the potential to catch the Corki off guard if the W is used from Valinora and you can land a Scatter the Weak, but the chances are just so slim, and there has to be like a mispositioning on the way.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've already established potential win conditions for either of these teams, and we've also established that we have the most the more aggressive jungle on Comedia. Oh my!
So the wall just faded while Comedia was running over from the Baron pit. She flagged and dragged against the Baron pit, and now she's going to invade the blue buff. It is so important if she can steal that blue buff away. There is no smite on the Karthus either.
Oh! No smite in the Karthus, no smite on Comedia, but level 3 is achieved. The blue buff is stolen, and Karina is going to have a very, very tough time now without that blue buff to keep her sustained in the jungle.
There's nothing that they can do right now because the lane is pushing towards Wolf, so she wasn't able to move faster than the Aatrox. And sure, you can say that Freya has taken a little bit of a beating in the top lane, so she couldn't actually aid her jungler. But the Ord couldn't either with all the lane pressure against him. So this is great stuff coming out from Wolf. Zoning away Freya means that the Karthus is still around. You saw the Karthus towards the top side, so you have to be careful. There's absolutely no vision around, and Freya might have to take the really early teleport here.
There it is. She already gone back. It's up to Wolf if she wants to push in the lane, but the early teleport, like you declared, is being casted. Freya is back on the top lane. Wolf, however, doesn't have to go back immediately. Her mana pool is full. She can just get items on the go here in lane because she's an orange.
Yeah, that was very aggressive stuff coming in from Wolf, and Freya paid with her summoner spell at this point. But look at that, they're taking complete vision control to leave the Senna all alone in the bot side, and they're starting to invade the Karthus again. It's like, okay, this Karthus definitely started bot side, so we saw them top side. Now they're gonna be returning back to base and coming back to bot quadrant. And they wanna take absolute control because they have the priorities on the map.
This is going to be very, very tough for Karina to reach her very needed level 6.
In the bot lane. How often do we see a 1v1 now with all these roaming supports?
Yeah, I mean, as often as you get lane swaps and get the top laner in the bot lane fast. I mean, no, yeah, absolutely. So Cultist and Giri playing two more mid-game oriented junglers. Giri in this case playing Xayah, which needs that little third item to actually come online as an AD carry. Cultist spiking a little bit earlier than that.
And the thing here is, when this dragon spawns, Wolf is going to have her ultimate. She's going to have her level 6, so she can't TP down there to be the front line for her team and contest this dragon. Exactly. Or she can walk over there, engage for her team, and then TP back top, so she doesn't lose much experience and gold to Freya.
So what will be the call here for either of these teams? So we've talked about how late Giri is going to spike with the Xayah.
That's important, what's happening down bot lane. Giri and Kiana are freezing the lane at the very awkward spot for Cultist and Shiny, and they need jungle assistance to push it further underneath the tower. You see that Cultist is really scared because I have no clue where this Karthus is.
Karthus could be a threat. Yeah, you're absolutely right. So with the out of the blue call here, because we do see Comedia around the bot side. They cleared the vision, but Comedia was spotted by the ward nonetheless.
I don't think Arena was spotted there. The plant was popped by Freya, but they haven't seen yet that the Karthus is up there. Now that they're spotting that Karina is on the other side of the map, that's a free dragon for out of the blue.
Okay. So free dragon Karina all the way on the other side of the Summoner's Rift. The ward was placed, maybe attempt to steal, but there's nobody realistically on Grow Up side that can go in safely, get enough damage on the dragon to really take it. So Out of the Blue are going to guarantee the first dragon of this game.
And because the wave was frozen down in the bot lane, now you're gonna see the free rotation coming in from Out of the Blue. They need the Aatrox first to get this wave crashing underneath his tower, and then they're gonna swap to go towards Shelly and contest that objective instead. Oh! Karina with the ganking level 4 Karthus.
I'm actually not certain if Karina wants to go for a dive here on Freya or if she's just looking to secure some camps away from Kamija. Kamija also at level 4. It's a 3-man dive at the top lane. Here it comes. The call of the Forge God locks down Freya. Freya's forced to flashback 100 HP, but not anything else is available to follow up and find the kill.
It was really dangerous for Tifa to try and cross that brush because Comedia was threatening. That's a level 4 Javan. I think if they had coordinated this dive a little bit better and Tifa was able to roam faster, they would have been able to completely punish Freya. Nevertheless, this is a summonerless top laner that can get punished.
And at the same time, Valinora also popped her own teleport to try and assist. Because she was a little bit late on the rotation, she allowed for Tifa to go up on the top lane and then interacted with her own teleport. So that's less of a summoner as well in the mid lane to have.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to compete with the wave clear that the Syndra provides right now in the mid lane. She's almost got a lost chapter, but you see, Valinora, first things first, Hex Trigger, safety first.
Yeah, safety first, absolutely. So, Hex Drinker on the pocket, so Tifa will not be able to blow up the Corki anytime soon, but this is going to delay the Trinity Force spike for 1,300 gold.
Yeah. They don't really care because they are getting the priorities throughout the map. They grab the first objective, and now is where the swap is most likely going to happen. And you're going to see the top lane moving towards top, the bottom moving towards top, I'm sorry, because Shelly is just about to make her All-Star appearance on the top side.
7 minutes into the game, 5 seconds left for the Shelly to appear in 10.2. And already Kamija is making a beeline towards that big objective. There it is. Shelly's available, completely ignoring the buff clears. Look at that. Both of Kamija's buffs are available for the taking. Karina, don't think she has the information, but she definitely wants to go towards that top side or the top half of the Summoner's Rift to try and maybe prevent the play from happening.
See, a level 5 Javan is going to be more useful than a level 5 Karthus. So at this point, Out of the Blue can win this fight.
Tifa stole the Scuttle Crab. This is good, important vision control for Grow Up EU, who were having a hard time declaring any territory for themselves.
Yeah, that was a good yoink right there from the Syndra, grabbing everything she can see. We have seen some very cheeky blue buff steals where one champion carries it to the other and then the smite goes down. So right here, of course, Out of the Blue can't really do anything. The rotation has come over from Grow Up as well, and a huge wave pushing up the top lane means priority for Grow Up.
Priority for Grow Up, which also means priority towards the Herald. They're making a move towards it. You also see Karina moving towards the river. They want to establish some vision.
Package has been acquired by top lane.
Call of the Forge God forced to flash out of Shiny. Goes wide on the Call of the Forge God, but Kiana's still in the front line. Nobody's going to follow up to that from Out of the Blue. They just want the play from cease existing. Karina, however, Requiem is available.
Requiem is available, and Comedia has fallen behind in level, so you can see that right now. Javan's still level 5, but they want to fight because they have the package.
There they go, the package goes in. Valinora, a lot of damage comes through, getting pops or feathers. Storm, Kiana disengages completely. What a huge blade collar from getting locking everyone down. Grow Up here looking at Carlos. The fight, the first blood comes through for Kamija, but the Requiem seals the deal on Out of the Blue. However, Freya joins the fight via teleport. The world and there gets knocked back. Tifa gets pushed in, but the fight seems to come to an end. Kiana, very, very dangerous. Wolf smites in, but Valinora secures the kill. 2 for 1 for Out of the Blue.
That was actually a 2 for 2, if I'm not mistaken, right
You're right, yeah.
But the kills have gone to better positions for the side of Out of the Blue, because Rakan got one of the two that Grow Up were able to grab. And on the other hand, of course, the Syndra is always good to have one of these kills and start getting that money. Now, Cataclysm was not available until a couple of minutes died on the top side of the map, and then Comedia takes that one. But, however, this is Shelly going down again for Out of the Blue. So objective-wise, they have been pretty dominant. I thought that Freya's CP in that situation was super late and they weren't going to achieve anything. But Grow Up played so aggressive after that Aatrox landed, and she put so much damage down on them.
Absolutely. So if given the chance, Frey can actually be a very, very dangerous player here. Now, 71 CS to 43. This is the biggest discrepancy we have on the map right now.
They're threatening with the mid lane tower, which is huge, while Grow Up are taking the Dragon. I would take Blades over Dragon any day.
Exactly, especially considering that this isn't even close to be the Dragon's Soul. We are going to have an Infernal Soul. What does this mean for either of the teams with an Infernal map?
They both have so any addition in damage is going to mean pretty much a lot of death from the AoE that the Infernal Dragon provides. And you see here, Comedia, if she had the Cataclysm, she'd be able to get in on that fight, but she couldn't quite reach Kiana, because that Rakan is very mobile. Of course, Kiana doesn't get level 6 until now, where Comedia gets it as well. So the whole fight was a little bit messy, and the choice to actually pick up on that fight from both teams was a little bit weird for me, because I'm like, some of your crucial members don't even have ultimates, and you want to fight for that over Shelly.
Oof. That was a big bait from Kiana as well, going back in with the Grand Entrance, baiting Wolf to go back in as well. I mean, Grow Up EU could have disengaged almost easily from that one.
I think both teams should have disengaged at this point because they had lost way too many members.
Yeah.
But you see right here that once the Scars of the Week has been used by Tifa, they don't care how close they get to this Syndra because they have the damage to take her down.
Right down. Now, Grow Up re-rotate their bot lane towards the bot side of the map, setting up with the broader or more broadly open map from the Dragon Soul. Now, out of the blue, hold a small gold lead of about 500 gold over Grow Up EU.
Yeah, so it's pretty insignificant until the first item power spikes start coming in. And right now, Out of the Blue have chosen to swap their bot lane to mid so they can have control over the map. And it's also the safest lane for them to be right now because Comedia can be around all the time. The thing that they have to keep their eye on is this Karthus. Tick-tock, and this Karthus gets stronger by the minute. Karina doesn't actually have to be involved in any team fight to get stronger. All she has to do is stay in her jungle, farm it up, and assist her team whenever that R is needed. Oh, Freya.
In, we have the quickness coming through from Freya, losing a lot of HP, but in comes the Dawning Shadow. Ooh, Requiem does not deal enough damage, but it does collect the soul over to Karina.
Oh yeah, Dark Harvest.
Dark Harvest is stacking. Dark Harvest is stacking.
How many things are stacking on this Karthus? Stop.
Doesn't matter. As many things are needed. Now, this is a good breakup point because I wanted to ask you, what are either of these teams? What did I want to ask you? Which of these teams is spiking harder towards the mid game? Because we are starting to reach that point. 13 minutes into the map.
Usually the team that spikes harder into the mid game is the team that has the most damage there. And from these two teams, I would go with Out of the Blue. The second you have this Trinity Force, Black Cleaver completed for Freya, you have the Dusk Blade onto Cultist on the Senna, I think this is where you want to start fighting. Because you also have the hard engage, but you have the potential to decline the hard engage coming in from the Orb.
Now, Grow Up EU, sieging the mid lane, going towards his tier 1 tower. First Blood Tower is still yet to be declared, and it's going to be Grow Up EU who actually collect the first tower gold.
For sure. Valinora is up in the top lane, so there's no wave clear shenanigans coming in from the Corki. Freya is also down bot, but remember, these are two solo carries that are solo farming on the side lane. Freya, she has no flash this time.
She does not have the World Ender. Call the Forge God has been used. Flashing for Wolf to try to find Freya. But Freya just dashes over the wall.
She did have her dash available still, so I'll blame it on Ping.
Sure.
That was a splash teleport burn right there from Wolf. We saw a match backstage between Karen and Innova, and we saw that summoners do count.
Yes, absolutely. Especially on AD carries that desperately need those summoners to stay alive. But in this case, I mean, it's an Ornn. How badly do you need those flashes?
Oh, they're pinging it really hard. I don't know if the Ornn is going to be able to get away. Giri is already underneath her tower, but they're trying to find Wolf. I don't know if they will. We're playing the Alcove game. Oh, no.
We're playing the Alcove game. Comedia flags and drags. Oh! Wolf! Wolf with the technical outplay. She just walks her way. She just runs straight under her tower. She's completely safe. The Alcove outplay just happens in front of everybody's eyes.
What do you mean? She wasn't even scared. She knew she was going to get away from that.
How BM would it be if she just recalled in the alcove?
They wouldn't have noticed because nobody checked behind that wall.
I guess not, no.
Yeah.
Most people don't even know the alcoves exist.
Thing is that out of the blue are shoving either lanes much better than Grow Up is. So they have a lane pushing up on and they cover can.
There's a flag, but there's no drag. In goes Kamidia right now. Cataclysm right on top of Tifa, who's forced to flash out. Kamidia also flashes, but she dies in front of the Cataclysm. Tifa goes down. Freya in the backline goes in for the world, and gets stunned in place by Gidi. No follow-up available, but out of the blue, still collect a kill out of that one.
Yep, and you can't allow yourself to get too low in the Dragon Pit because Requiem is up and available for Karina. They can contest, but they have the honor.
Call of the Forge. Gotta get immediately stopped by Shiny. Well played by Out of the Blue's support. Now 1400 HP left on the Dragon. Who is going to collect it? It's going to be Karina, who steals the Dragon out of the Blue's grasp, and they still add insult to injury by taking down Kamidia.
That was stolen with a Garthus Q through the wall. They were trying to get Kamidia low enough so they pop the Requiem and get that smite out of the way, and then Karina could very freely flash into the pit and smite that down. They didn't even need that because Karina is that cute. Guess what? She doesn't need to smite the dragon to take it.
She does not. Apparently she does not, which means Grow Up EU are one dragon closer from that Infernal Soul. And imagine a Karthus.
That is so dangerous. What Out of the Blue is doing right here. They're pressuring the mid lane tower when Grow Up has already reset and gone to mid lane.
And Herald's available.
And Herald's available, so they're slow on the rotation once again. Here we're going to see, of course, the replay around the dragon. Of course, instantly stopped by Unbreakable from Shiny. Great stuff right there. And look how hard they're trying to get onto Kamidia and try to get her low enough. Smite comes through a little bit too early, and that Q was enough to secure the dragon.
140 HP was left on the dragon when the Kamidia smite came down, and Kamidia's already standing 2 levels below Karina. It's getting progressively harder for Kamidia to pick up the pace of the game. Freya's in the front lane, and another fight is about to blow out. But look at the amount of damage Out of the Blue are able to pump out. Freya on the world, and they're looking for the damage. A lot of knockouts coming through. She gets a reset on the world, and everybody from Grow Up EU flash out of the Blue's range.
Yeah, and in the end, that's a 1-for-0, but Shelly has been secured from Grow Up because they were faster on the rotation game. This, however, is going to cost them their mid lane tower, which means game is on. Vision has been lost from the mid lane for the most part, and now both the teams can start playing the hardcore Vision game. Whoever can get deeper inside each other's jungle is going to get priorities and possible engaged on each other.
And after taking this tower, Out of the Blue are still very healthy, or even healthy enough to secure that set Vision. And they're going to start pushing down on the tier 1 tower in the bot lane.
See, I'm kind of scratching my head here because I was expecting Calgus to go with the kill and the broadback growth that we have been seeing, which is very good because you're playing on the front line with the Ornn and you could exhaust the Syndra. So you could take down a lot of that damage incoming, but 2 towers in 2 minutes, Out of the Blue gonna reset and go back. Baron is gonna make its appearance really soon, and if somebody's really fast at taking Baron, that is a Karthus desire.
It's true. A lot of DPS coming through from the lateways, from the isolated lateways at that point, and from the sheer DPS that Giddy is available to pump out.
Baron has 3 heads. Is it 1 target?
Excuse me?
Baron has 3 heads. Is it 1 target?
3 heads, 1 body.
Actually, it counts as 1 target.
Yeah,
That's
of course.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Some people can't with heads, you know?
Yeah, of course. No, but it's 1 body. It's a single target. Absolutely. Grow Up EU, however, they, even though they're looking really, really solid in these team fights, they haven't really found the breaking point where they've gained the lead in gold. Despite the fact that they've taken the lead, they were ahead in terms of towers for the most part of the game, they never really were ahead in gold.
And this is going to be the case always when you have an Ornn in the top lane versus anything else. Because Ornn is one of the top laners that you can safely blind pick because he just loses, but he loses gracefully.
Yeah, no.
He shouldn't die in lane. And he is at some point going to upgrade your items, give you some of that gold that you're missing if you're behind in stats.
Absolutely. And
it's like 50 goal discrepancy between Trey and Hope at this point.
we have a fight going on. Shiny might have been caught up. Glacial Fisher comes through, flag and grab. Kiana stops the play in its tracks with the quickness, but everybody's stuck inside the Cataclysm. Karina's in trouble. The Requiem still available. They trade kill for kill on the junglers. Here comes the Requiem now on top of out of the blue, but nobody dies. Only a couple souls are collected. Grow Up EU are in trouble. Gidi's well positioned. She might not perish, but out of the blue, wipe the floor with Grow Up EU.
Valinora with a great flank from the top side. Tifa couldn't do anything. It was both Tifa and Kiana trying to take care of that Trinity Force power spike on the top side, flanking them. And guess what? Valinora took care of both of them.
Absolutely. Trinity Force power spike, like you said, neither Valinora nor Cultist have died yet. And look at that. Cultist retains the 100% kill participation so far in this game.
And the 0 death. Nevertheless, this is going to be a very free Baron going to the side of Out of the Blue. And so far, I have been wanting to commend Grow Up's vision game because they were always first in the rotations, first in the warding game. They were one step ahead, even though they were behind in gold due to the goal discrepancy right here. That fight went really south due to Valinora's insane flank.
Now, one thing that is concerning me is the fact that Karina has the Rift Herald in her pocket and it's timing out. They cannot go for the Infernal play because they need to drop the Herald anywhere on the map under the risk of losing it.
I mean, the only place you can actually drop it, you will see that Giddy is moving towards that top side.
She lost it! Karina lost Herald! Karina lost Herald without placing it. Oh wait, no, she was casting it in the top lane, but that was such a dangerous play. Where is it? Herald's gonna head top side.
You scared me for a minute there.
Oh man, that was like a last second Herald placement.
Look who's there, Valinora grabbing again, and that package. Gonna stop the Herald, of course, from taking down the tower. It's gonna take a big chunk of it, but it's not gonna end up going down. And of course, when you hear that noise from the Corki getting the package, you have to be very careful because she could be bringing a friend. He's a really fast fella when he has the package. But right now, Out of the Blue, look how they're playing the map. They are on every single lane pushing the mid wave with that Baron buff.
Of course.
Is textbook.
Absolutely. And as soon as he saw that Herald being dropped in the top lane, it was a white flag for them. Okay, this is fine. We have full control of the bot side.
The second you see a Senna playing solo mid lane, you know how confident Cultist is feeling. Duskblade completed, Mana Muna converted into a Muramana at the moment. This composition is unstoppable this time in the game. We're in the mid game, you have to do stronger. The team with the Trinity Force and the 2 Hex Drinkers, Duskblade and Muramana, 23 minutes in, that's the stronger one.
It is looking very, very solid. Out of the blue with a 4-1 split push coming down on the bot lane, coming up on the top lane. Grow Up EU are going to collapse, or going to try to collapse on Corki top, but this is going to open up the map for Out of the Blue bot side.
Yeah, and Valinora is sort of forcing her way onto Tifa because she is not scared of the Syndra at this point. I mean, hell, she 2v1 them together with the Rakan up in the Baron pit. So now she's gonna be even stronger purchasing the city. Almost the cannon, almost rapid fire cannon.
Almost a cannon. Out of the blue, gonna back out of this one. However, maybe cash in the goal that they've been earning so far from the mid towards the bot side. Frey is still pushing in the wave in the mid lane towards the inhibitor tower. This is going to be all that she wrote. 24 minutes in, we were talking about the Karthus scaling. I want to revisit that point. How is he looking right now?
He's looking pretty good. Morellonomicon has the spin purchase. You got the runic echoes right there. He's going to hurt a lot, but you're not quite there in levels. Level 14 Corki, level 14 Aatrox, and that's just a level 12 Karthus. Sure, level 2 Ultimate, but all these guys that I just mentioned, both the Corki and the Aatrox, 2 levels ahead, and with a Hex Drinker in their pocket.
Hex Drinker's in the pocket, not a lot of damage, being pumped out, but still a lot of souls for the Dark Harvest being collected.
Something I want to mention is how Comedia adapts to every single game.
Yeah.
She goes with Cinderhold, but it's like, wait a minute, we're winning, and goes on to purchase the Black Cleaver. She's like, hey, listen, I kind of made the decision to help you guys by being the tank here, being your frontline and engager, but I want to add that little bit of spice, and I don't want to go for that gargoyle shenanigans. I'm just going to go for the Black Cleaver and dunk on the backline.
Absolutely, and that Black Cleaver is going to assist Freya's Black Cleaver on the stacking, and this is going to be great to dismantle Wolf's armor intake. She has a lot of armor from the upgraded...
How much more armor penetration can this team get?
Not a lot more, a little bit more, but still, this is going to shred the percentage armor that Wolf has been collecting from the Sunfire Cape and every other subsequent armor piece that she can get from the Gargoyle Sunblade, which seems to be the next big item that she's going to collect.
Thing is, Grow Up, sure, they do have the potential to scale super far into the late game, but this Orn Gold has been declined every single time from Shiny. Shiny has been spot on with these Unbreakables to stop the heavy engage coming in from Wolf, and when that is down, they've been playing around Kiana's Rakan so gracefully, stopping her dead in their tracks with all these stunts and knockups that they have on Out of the Blue Sea.
Yeah, so out of the blue, playing perfectly on the counter engage from Grow Up EU. However, how can Grow Up EU try to counter the counter in this case? What can they do? Right now, just back away.
It's like they're trying to engage Wolf and they're like, wait, there's more people here, let's just back off. The cool thing though about Out of the Blue is that this Corki can be a nuisance in the fight. He's really strong, but he can also split burst. And how are you gonna reply to that? They had to send the Xayah down bot. This Xayah, if the fight breaks out, cannot join you. There's no teleport of this champion, but Valinora has her to join her own team.
Absolutely, but at the same time, Karina doesn't actually need to be in a team fight. She can just press R in the right time and then eventually join the fight as a Karthus.
Yeah, but they send Giddy down bot lane against the Corki.
Yeah.
It's really dangerous if you send Karina against the Corki, because there is the possibility that Valinora can dive through. Rapid fire cannon is there, so you have the range advantage. Hex Trinket to be able to dodge away from Requiem or any subsequent damage that can come in this 1v1. And it's looking really good from Out of the Blue. They are 7,000 gold in the lead, 6,000 gold in the lead.
6,000 gold in the lead, and the amount of vision that they're putting up in Grow Up EU's jungle is also pretty oppressive. They're just choking Grow Up. They won't be able to go anywhere without being spotted almost immediately by Out of the Blue. And here we go.
Ornhorn in the top lane.
Ornhorn in the top lane. They are not going to stop Freya at all. She just dashes away.
Yeah. Freya is way too far away, and the Ornhorn being down means that now Out of the Blue can move into the top side river because Shiny doesn't have to block the ultimate anymore. She can keep it for the Syndra ult.
Absolutely. Syndra ult or whatever else comes their way with the Feather Storm or the Feather Collar.
They just walked through completely blind, and Grow Up had to just back off.
And in the meantime, Out of the Blue collected their third dragon. They're one dragon off from that impressive and very oppressive Infernal Soul.
Yep. This is where Grow Up are going to have to come out of hiding, try to establish some vision at least in their own jungle, and this is the beauty of having too many auto-attack champions in your team. You take the Corki there, mix damage, that Baron is not necessarily going to go down really fast, but it is going to go down eventually.
It is going to go down. If Grow Up want to contest this Baron Nashor, they need to climb a huge mountain in order to get to that objective, but Karthus isn't even close to the objective.
And look at Freya, she already has a really big wave stacked up. Oh no, press R, Karina! Press your R right now, yes?
She doesn't know.
They have no hex ring.
2,000 HP left. Grow Up EU aren't even going to try to contest this Baron Nashor. Out of the Blue, secure it, completely blinded from Grow Up EU. And they have yet another Baron power play in their hands.
This is going to be very important for Out of the Blue. They can play their 1-3-1 with the Aatrox and Corki on the side lane, grouping up the Senna with the Braum and the Jarvan onto another lane, and they can play the split game. Someone with no teleport is going to have to reply the Corki split push, while the Aatrox is stuck on the side lane with the Ornn, of course. And once this is done, that means that they're going to have Freya on every single lane, which means the vision game is going to be on their side, and the Soul is going to come up really soon.
Grow Up EU are running out of options here. They need one miracle fight. They need to pull the trigger. They cannot roll over and die if they still want to try to contest this first game on this best-of-3 series.
Yep, Gargoyles purchased as well from the Ornn. Level 13 for Wolf. She's going to start upgrading her teammates' items really
so late.
soon.
Freya's already at 16. This level 13 is coming super lit comparatively to the rest of the squad.
This Aatrox is so scary. She's literally been unseen the entire game, like she does all the time. But when she comes to the fight, she's like, wait a minute, I have like a 4-level advantage here.
Impressive gameplay here from Freya. I mean, yeah, sure, you can ignore the top lane. We've seen that top lane being completely ignored like we expected. But look at Grow Up. They're barely even being touched, and they're losing so much damage just to the mini wave coming in from Out of the Blue. They're pressing hard on the spot lane inhibitor tower, while Freya is just collecting free gold from these towers.
Yep. Last out the tower gonna fall. for Grow Up, and now they're gonna have a lot of trouble walking out of the base. Look at all these engaged champions that is on the side of other blue. They're engaging on Valinora.
Oh, they get the knock-up on Valinora. They get the charm from the quickness, but where's the follow-up? There's absolutely no follow-up from Grow Up EU as they're focused towards the mid lane as Karina and Tifa trying to stop Shiny and Cultist from pushing in this inhibitor.
Cold is almost with the sniper.
Wait.
Oh, wait, what?
That was a preemptive stopwatch trying to prevent the unleashed power, but the fight rolls out. Karina is down for the count. Kamichi is going to go down to Tifa as the Requiem befalls upon out of the blue. Freya still alive, rolled in there, dashes out of the base of Grow Up EU, who secure their base for the time being.
I was so happy for that Requiem. I'm like, oh yes, it's gonna get someone, it's gonna kill someone, and then I was like, oh, it just doesn't do enough damage, man. The Void stuff is not completed yet. There's so much magic resistance on the side of the blue that these Carthus, neither the Syndra can actually penetrate that.
Absolutely, it's going to be really, really hard for Grow Up EU.
Lane push that's happening. Baron used at its fullest potential, and Tifa.
Oh, Tifa just got caught between a rock and a hard place. Good night. Cultist says that she stays at 100 HP, but she's still alive and she's still kicking. Shiny, however, not so healthy as the World Ender is procced to get out of Grow Up space yet again.
Hey, listen. As long as Cultist stays alive, it's okay. Shiny can actually give her life away for her.
Still 100% kill participation from out of the blue Zeddy carry.
Now the problem is, you've got no Requiem available, but this Dragon is coming up really soon, and if it goes aside of out of the blue, it means Soul. Infernal Soul on a team that's already winning really hard and is about 10,000 gold in the lead. It's going to seal the deal. Every single inhibitor tower is down for Grow Up. All they need to do is just take them. If Grow Up doesn't want to fight a sold up team, they're going to have to.
And they're trying to fight as the package is used from Valinora, so is the Featherstone.
Crucial ultimate gone. That was their engage. Gone.
Caught in the front line. Freya trying to go back as a Cataclysm locks in Kiana, locks in Yeety, Featherstorm available, but it's popped. In comes the Call of the Forge God, knocks up everyone on out of the blue. Karina takes home the kill on Kamidia, and that smite down on the red team.
They can delay that Dragon Soul. Jarvan is down, there's no smite, Karina has hers. Them picking up a fight after the Rakan ultimate was down means, okay, only Ornn available. The problem's not this.
Requiem's not available. It is going to be Freya who collects the dragon and the Dragon Soul for out of the blue. 3 Infernal Dragons on the red team's pocket. A huge, huge lead of 9,000 gold for out of the blue.
Yeah, and I thought this was maybe an overextension. This is where Grow Up were going to turn the game, because the Ornn ultimate had no one to block. Shiny was still walking down the mid lane from the fountain to try and join her team in this team fight, but of course, Goldly plays a big factor in this fight. They can't just walk up to out of the blue and try to fight them, especially when the Rakan ultimate is down.
Exactly. Now, Grow Up EU, 33 minutes into the game. This is the late game that Grow Up EU needed to stall for. Look at Karina's build.
A little bit longer than this.
Look at Karina's build. She's got full magic penetration.
She's trying to penetrate through all that magic resist that has been packed onto out of the blue's members. Look at that, more Mortius. Oh no.
Well, Karina gets caught in the flag and Dragonal Flash available from the Grow Up EU's jungle, and she gets completely limited by Shiny. This is definitely not good. We're just talking about the win condition. Flag and Drag knocks 2 people up. Tifa and Kiana go up in the air as they get the shutdown on Valinora off the back of the unleashed power. However, Cultist gets the kill on Kiana. Another execute on Tifa. Grow Up EU have 3 members down and out of the blue with all the inhibitors open. Could be looking at game here.
Sagiri is still up on this game, and they can dismantle out of the blue with just a
How is Freya alive? Freya can barely dash out of that situation alive. Giri cannot find the kill, but the inhibitor will soon perish to out of the blue. Kamidia flags and drags, Cultist in the front line, trying to deal the last bit of damage needed to open up the inhibitor, but Grow Up EU are going to find the knockup. They find the redemption on their team. Grow Up EU get the kill and the shutdown on Cultist, guaranteeing the first death of out of the blue's AD carry in the tournament.
No more 0 deaths, you have it right here.
Tragic,
See,
really.
they pushed a little bit harder than they could. The fact that Giri was still alive.
Wolf Flag and drag can get the knockup as she enters the Bellows Breath. Call the Forge guy's gonna be stopped by Shiny. No, the Unbreakable goes down as soon as the Goat goes through. Giddy gets the kill on Kamidia, and this is a comeback that Girl PU were looking for.
Yep, Smite is down on the side of Out of the Blue. Karina and Tifa is on her way as well. The Smite is up, but don't forget, level 17 Aatrox on the plunge.
Freya in the backline, World Enders on cooldown. Grow Up BU are trying to go for the Baron. Nash, your Smite is down, like you said, so yourself. However, it is not a free Baron. It is absolutely not a free Baron, as you still have Valinor, but Shiny gets knocked down by Tifa's unleashed power. Grow Up BU are a couple of hits away from getting the Baron, and they do so graciously as they catch Freya off the back of the knockup. Wolf in the front line is going to flash out. She's safe for the time being. Freya gets the World Ender. She's going wild in the back line, but Cultist gets stunned, teleports her down. Girl Up BU are just trying to disengage with the Barons.
And they are going to do so because they have the fast teleport back in the base to try and defend it from all these minions. Oh!
It's all good.
Tifa playing with fire.
It's good.
This is the moment they needed, the moment that Comedia steps one step too far and they punish. No Smite, no cookies for you. Baron goes to the side of Grow Up. Now they can stall the game long enough for that death cap to come in for Karina. Karina is no longer going to be needed to join the fight because her R only is going to be enough.
Actually, I wonder if we can head over through or hover over Karina real quick to see how many stacks on the Dark Harvest she has currently, because that is going to dictate a lot of the incoming damage that Grow Up BU's jungle is going to throw at Out of the Blue.
And very soon, the level discrepancy is not going to matter either. Level 18 of the Aatrox right now, that's a lot of stats. Level 18 of the Aatrox right now, almost 18 for the Corki as well. But look at all these items start coming in. Death Cap in for Tifa. Infinity is already upgraded for Giri. This is where the Xayah wants to start fighting on this 3-item spike with her Phantom Dancer in there.
Absolutely. We still need to factor in the fact that we have the Infernal Soul Out of the Blue's side, yet we haven't seen it being used to great effect, just because Out of the Blue's team fights, ever since acquiring that dragon, have been a little bit offset.
Yeah, Comedia has been a little bit overzealous with his engages. He sees the opportunity, sure, but you have to make sure that your whole team is up to par to try and make that engage happen. They have 2 open inhibitors that they can choose to take down, but due to the Baron buff, it's not that easy to pressure in the waves anymore.
No, this actually, much in fact, this Baron buff on Grow BU's side is going to be utilized mostly to stall out the game rather than to get a tangible advantage.
Yep. And Elder Dragon is going to be up really soon.
Ooh.
Grow Up have to contest that, but at this point they actually can because they have their key items up and available. Look how Out of the Blue resets. They get their vision down first, so they make sure they know any time where Grow Up is in this bot quadrant, and then they're going to start making their move.
Quicksilver Sash also available now for Valinor. That's another escape tool that Out of the Blue have. Those Scatter the Weeks are very, very important.
I was about to say it's very crucial because I think she's been killed twice due to Scatter the Week landing.
If you can.
Package available, that's another tool that can give you a lot of room. And of course, the Skull Crab taken right there.
Oh boy, that's a double stack of super minis coming into top lane. Someone needs to react to that.
Someone has to make a really quick move. Now, you need the Ornn to be there. You can't have him coming in late.
You can't!
He is your engaged tool, but this is going to have to be it, or you're going to lose an extra tower.
You're going to lose Nexus Tower. This is the option that Girl Up BU need to make. Do you want to lose Nexus Towers, or do you want to lose the Elder Dragon? Because the Elder Dragon deals a lot of damage. That's a Nexus Tower down on Grow Up BU's base.
Freya,
Teleports coming
look
in.
At the positioning of Freya.
Freya is completely behind Grow Up BU's, but can she find a way into the fight? The Elder Dragon is the point of contest right now, 39 minutes into the game. Flag and Dragon to the backline. Everyone's stuck inside a Cataclysm, but the shutdown comes through on Tifa. Tifa is down. Freya is going wild in the back with the World Ender online. Kiana's super, super low, but the Redemption will heal her for just about enough. And Shiny completely stops the call of the Forge Gun on its tracks as the rest of Out of the Blue take a number on Grow Up BU's roster and get a clean ace.
Whew. That was a fight that Out of the Blue needed to seal the deal on the first game of the best of 3. This is most definitely going to be a game for them, and what a game it has been. Grow Up sowing the soul but it's a little bit too late.
A little bit too late out of the blue, going straight for the inhibitor towers. They're indecisive or where they want to go, and Karina's going to be alive soon enough. I don't think it's going to be game right here. Girl Up, you still might have a fighting chance, but the wave is pretty big. No Elder Dragon was collected. Karina's alive, and Team is going to be alive in 4 seconds. The tower is still up, and it's still running. Karina's trying to take it down, but I do think the Nexus is going to fall and out of the blue in game 1 on the red team.
I mean, they have the history. They're continuing the history. They did beat Grow Up in the Madrid qualifier.
Yes,
they went
did.
undefeated, and they continue to get undefeated. You know what's sad? Cultist died in this game.
Yep, I mean, not all the records could be broken. Cultists did perish, but they are still undefeated, like you said so yourself. Now, this is a best of 3. Girl PU can still come back into the game or into the series in the second game because we saw that this is an even match between both teams. Girl PU almost took it here in the late game.
And Freya did such a great job with the flank on that last fight. She didn't necessarily kill anyone, but just zoning away Giri from the entire fight was enough.
Yes.
You saw how much damage that Xayah could output into this fight, and Giri has been playing the fights flawlessly given the situation and the positioning that she's put in. So she was the big factor in this fight. Even at the end, she was able to grab 1 kill with that flash blade caller, and I think Xayah Rakan has been working really well for Grow Up. It's basically a little bit the macro that's lacking, and the fact that you need to have some early game so you can go smoothly towards that mid to late game. Because we have said, it's great to have that super late game scaling team. You have the Karthus, she's going to press I, she's going to take 75% of someone's health, but you need something to solidify your early game so you don't lose that match where you can't come back.
Absolutely. It also feels like Grow Up, you kind of felt overwhelmed at some points when the macro started kicking in for out of the blue. When they started to get the momentum on the rotations, it felt like Grow Up, you couldn't really keep up with those rotations.
They couldn't keep up because the power spikes that they had on the key items, the Trinity kicking in on the core key, Dust Blade, and Muramana so early coming in from the center. And of course, there was so much magic resist built into these champions that you just couldn't do anything with the Syndra and the Karthus.
Even though they tried. That being said, however, Grow Up EU are going into the second game 0-1. They will have side selection on the second game, but before we go into that second game, we're going to take a very, very short break. The best of 3 has only just begun, and it's only going to get better. So please don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with you.
Hey everyone, today we're going to show you how to set up your A40TR and Mixamp Pro with your PC. Before we begin, make sure your firmware is fully updated. For more information on how to do that, check out our firmware update tutorial. Alright, let's set up your A40s in Mixamp. Ensure the mode switch on the Mixamp Pro TR is set to PC. Plug the micro end of the micro USB cable into the Mixamp Pro TR, and the USB end into your PC. With the A40 inline mute cable, plug the 3.5mm jack closest to the mute switch into the 3.5mm port on the A40TR. Plug the other end into the headset port on the front of the Mixamp Pro. Next, navigate to your Playback Devices tab in your sound settings. Select Astro Mixamp Pro Game, right-click, and set as default device. Select Astro Mixamp Pro Voice, right-click, and set as default communication device. Now, navigate to your Recordings tab on your sound settings. Select Astro Mixamp Pro Voice, right-click, and set as default device and default communication device. And that's it. Your A40TR and Mixamp Pro TR are set up and ready to game on your PC. For more information, head over to astrogaming.com.
What does it take to win? Is it something you're born with? Is it the grind? Every day. Gear up. Do battle. For the 10,000th time. Or is it pushing to your absolute limits? To be faster. Always faster. Insanely precise. Totally free and at one with the game. Or maybe it's just getting to that place where nothing else matters. Nothing in the way of winning.
Oh snap.
Okay, folks, here it is.
We have it right here.
The new baby here.
And these headphones, ooh, are beautiful.
Oh boy, this is absolutely gorgeous.
This thing looks amazing.
Yo, these are mad light. They feel too good to be this light.
This is so comfortable.
Oh boy,
This blows me away.
It blew my mind.
I was blown away.
Everything I ever wanted.
I love this so much.
You ain't got the right headphones on, buddy.
back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Girl Gamer Esports Festival in Dubai for the consolidation final of the winners bracket that's going to declare our first finalists in the World Championship of the Girl Gamer Esports Festival. As always, my name is Nelson AC Silva. Joining me is Georgia Troubling Paraz, and we just saw one of the most competitive games so far in the tournament. 40 whole minutes between Grow Up EU and Out of the Blue.
And you can't say that Out of the Blue was constantly ahead in the entire game, but the fact that the game dragged on for 40 minutes, you see how Grow Up could hold on to it. They were starting to meet in their power spikes, but by that time, there was just so much MR stacked up onto the whole Out of the Blue composition that you couldn't just break through that. The thing is that, sure, when you're building for those late game fights, you want to have that early game insurance that's gonna get you through pretty smoothly, and Karthus was just not it.
Karthus was absolutely not. Actually, Karthus was there for the late game. You need something else to really hold on to your early game. And Grow Up kind of lacked on that department. They did hold on regardless.
They did hold on, but then if you forfeit the entire early game, and they did, they lost almost every single objective on the map, you need to have that strong jungler. I keep on mentioning that when you lock in that Syndra, Rek'Sai is one of the best junglers to pair her up with.
Game number 2 is going to start off.
Braum
Out of the Blue are going to be on the blue side. Grow Up BU are going to be on the red side. Braum has been banned by Grow Up BU, and this is most likely going to force the first pick Ornn out of the Blue, and there it is.
I am not sure why Braum was banned from Grow Up right here, because it gives a pretty free Ornn to Out of the Blue.
Yes, it does. I don't think Grow Up EU were expecting Out of the Blue to lock in Ornn as their first pick, because they have so many other priorities. Grow Up are facing a huge issue because they have absolutely nothing apart from a Yasuo wind wall to stop the Ornn called the Forge God.
See, I understand here because Braum has been a big problem and Shiny has been playing that to her full potential, stopping anyone from getting anywhere near Cultist, and this is why Cultist has so few deaths. See, now it sounds really bad saying so few deaths instead of 0 deaths.
Oh well.
But Ornn is kind of like an autopilot top lane. Again, it might lose to whatever you put it against, but you just loses gracefully. He comes back level 14, starts upgrading your items, starts slowly but surely closing in that gap. Nautilus gonna get locked in right here from Grow Up, and of course that's another flex pick. We could see it mid lane. It didn't do that great in the hands of Innova. I don't think Tifa is a Nautilus player, so most likely we're going to see Kiana on that.
Most likely we are going to see Kiana on that Nautilus, yet we do have the Jarvan guaranteed for Karina. Very aggressive jungler for the early game that is going to secure those early stages that we were talking about. Now, what we need to see is Grow Up with some sort of late game scaling. Out of the Blue, not only did they have access to Ornn, they also have access to Aphelios.
And they could very well lock in because they swapped one of their bans around. Grow Up run the Ornn instead of the Morgana because they wanted to play the Rakan in the previous game. Now you see that they're locking in the Nautilus, but the Black Shield is there. And remember, Cultist plays a really nasty Aphelios, and Kiri has not touched the champion. It's not in her champion pool, so they're giving it away in hopes to be able to grab something for themselves, like the Misfortune, like the Jinx.
Wow, you have Misfortune, you have Senna, but you opt to go for the Jinx like this. I mean, okay, very bold move from Grow Up EU, a hyper carry in her own right, and let's see what Giddy can do with the Jinx in her hands. We know that she plays a very mean Xayah. I mean, I'm very curious to see what she can do with the Jinx. Another hyper scaling AD carry.
It's just not the same as you locking in something like the Misfortune that has a lot of power early game in her hands. But at least here, they have locked in the Jarvan, which means that you can make plays with that throughout the map. So the early game insurance has been locked in for Karina, and you can try to go late game. Now the Jinx is a questionable pick for me here because she's not going to be matching early game the Aphelios very easily.
No.
And a Morgana Aphelios lane is going to push you underneath the tower every game, giving priority to Comedia yet again towards the both side of the map.
And speaking of Comedia, Grow Up EU's second rotation of bans was fully focused on Valinora, which means that Comedia has full access to her champion pool.
Yep, won that because they wanted to make sure and limit Wolves And
oh, that's a top lane Sona.
that is definitely a top lane Sona. Wolf has been playing it a lot in her recent solo queue games. She has about 5 or 6 recent games spamming Sona one after the other. It is pretty okay versus the Ornn. You kind of do the same as Soraka.
All right, let's just consider for a second that Girl PU are going to try to surprise us, and this could still be a flexible Nautilus into the mid lane, and that the Sona can still be flexing from mid to from the top lane to the bot lane.
But it is going to be a flex
oh my god!
Mid lane by Valinora.
Both Ornn and Aatrox are flexing right now. Valinora can still hold on to the Aatrox, but giving Freya's proficiency on the Aatrox?
I was about to say, I don't think Freya is going to grab the Aatrox this time, because the Aatrox is going to suffer versus the Sona and the Poke, while Ornn isn't.
Oh!
Wait, what?
Yes, that is a Xerath. It is a very ancient pick from Valinora, but it is still there. They have the hard engage. They have the long-range poke. They have the backline peel. I mean, out of the blue have a very well-rounded composition. They just need something to... I mean, they even have the pop, but it's not a huge pop.
This is most likely going to be an Aatrox jungle.
Okay, yeah, that's right.
I'm not very sure about. I do like the Ahri reply from Tifa because she can engage onto these fights. The Sona is going to go up in the top lane in Wolf's hands.
Wait a second.
No, it's fine. This is it.
Wait a second.
Wait.
Ornn in the jungle. I mean, okay. One thing we never mentioned about Kamiya is that her match history
has a giant jumping pull for sure.
It's not even that it's a giant champion pull. Is that her match history is riddled with these odd picks in the jungle. She's not the type of player.
Except the Ornn.
She's not the type of player that's afraid to experiment. And we had a chance to talk to her. She's even experimented with the Soraka in the jungle, which she explained to us. She goes buff to buff and just goes and heals players all around the map. Ornn jungle is a very interesting pick to me.
It's a very interesting pick, and you can very easily get out of the Cataclysm when the Javan engages. You can provide a hands-on hard engage. There's nothing to stop you from pinpointing that goat onto the enemy team. And I just want to stay on the Xerath. I feel like Xerath is such a great pick in this meta with all these mages in the mid lane that want to play with kind of like a shorter range, such as Ahri. Apart from when she's level 6, she's really going to suffer in that lane because her spells have a slower and smaller range, than the Xerath. And the Xerath can poke you from so far away. The job of the Xerath here is not necessarily to kill you, it's kind of to zone you away from all these objectives. Get you low enough that you can't get anywhere near to contest.
Yeah, I mean, not only that, but Xerath's damage is pretty much instant, while Ahri needs to land the skill shots in order to maximize her damage output.
It's like a Karthus, but you sort of have to aim.
Yeah, exactly. Now, game number 2, ladies and gentlemen, in this best of 3 series, where Out of the Blue are leading 1-0 on the blue side, Grow Up EU on the red side, and the game is on.
And as you can see, none of these teams right now are getting into anyone's jungle.
Respect my territory. But they're defending it perfectly.
Yep, and the spell work coming out from Kamiya. So if you see a teleport coming in, and this is not Freya, it's most likely going to be Kamiya.
Wait, Unsealed, yeah, you're right, Unsealed spellbook on Kamiya. What could she be looking to swap out here?
You can get the Ignite, depending on which lane you go to. You can have the Teleport if you wish, because if you're a jungler and you have just died to something and the other team is trying to do the objective, you swap very quickly to that Teleport and you get back into the fight without smite.
Exactly. Now, we do still have the champions like Deacon Lam. I'm sure the production will deal with that pronto. But what we do also see is the Electrocute on the Ahri. She's not going to go for the classic Glacial Augment that we're used to see in the most recent iterations of the Ahri.
Tifa likes her Electrocute, alright? She likes the pop like I do. But this time she has opted to go for the Teleport due to the matchup in the mid lane. The Xerath Fog is going to hurt her, and it's going to hurt her mana pool as well. And as you can see, Tifa is trying to pressure in the Xerath right now. That's what she's going to be trying to do the entire game. She's going to TP back, get her lost chapter, come back in and try to outpush that Xerath, get the rogues in with the Javan and be a very dangerous duo in the 2 rivers.
Absolutely. Now we do have a pause, as has been common so far. But one thing that kind of scares me is the fact that Tifa, despite having Electrocute, she also has a Teleport. So she's not going for the full pop.
See,
Execute.
this is how we know you're not paying attention
Darn
to
it,
me.
you're right.
Because I literally just
I know, you're right. I was trying to make you retalk the point so I could feed off of it, but you're absolutely right. What I do see, Kamija, super low already in the jungle, and this is due to Orin's slower clear times.
Yeah.
And lack of sustain.
Yeah, and my eyes are straight up in the top side with Wolf and that barrier because she wants to make sure she stays alive versus the Aatrox. And something we didn't necessarily talk about when we started, because we jumped straight into Champ Select, is Freya's, what I call it, invisibility, quote unquote. And you're like, how is invisible so scary on the Aatrox?
Because she's a top laner.
Apart from that.
Okay.
Let's talk about the fact that Freya is so good at zoning team fights, and the reason why Out of the Blue won the last team fight of the previous game that easy was because Freya kind of played the hello card with the flank, and Giri couldn't get anywhere near to put down the DPS. This is why you don't necessarily care that you paired up with Sona. Sure, Sona is going to serve sort of the same thing that Soraka serves, to try to be annoying with the heals and the shields later into the game, so you can't.
But what about the quickest spikes? What can we expect here? Because we do see a small invade coming in from Karina right now. Kamija's trying to fight back.
Like, do you know what I can do on this own?
I mean, she's level 3. Karina decided to go on the early invade at level 2, so Kamija has a small upper hand on this early trade, because she has all 3 abilities available.
You will usually see the Jarvan do buff to Gromp and either invade or go to a lane. Now Karina here expected that Comedia was gonna take the Karthus approach and clear the whole jungle, which she did, but it was super fast. And while Karina was trying to catch her off by taking the raids, take all that experience and the gold away, Comedia was already there.
Yeah, you know what the biggest difference between having Karina with the Jarvan and
Wait a minute.
Kamija with the Ornn is the first blood potential. This might comes down to try to get a little bit of HP left, but Kamija answers back. First blood comes down for Out of the Blue, and the Ornn in the jungle is already profiting.
There's actually not enough man on Valinor to keep on continuing with that, but do you know what I can do with this from Comedia? Asserting dominance against Karina in both games.
I mean, one thing that we fail, I mean, at least I failed to, or at least haven't really picked up yet, is the fact that Ornn can buy items in the lane. Here we go, ganking it, or not even a gank in the top, but Freya dives! She dives to Wolf with a flopped dive on this hyper-aggressive Aatrox play.
It was good till it wasn't, because Freya didn't keep in mind the barrier on Wolf. And she escaped with a sliver of health. So this Sona is gonna slowly but surely get there. Already accelerated, baby. 1 kill.
I mean, it's enough to not only get a 300 gold stack in your pocket, but also get a free Dark Harvest stack. So
that's not a farming Sona. She doesn't care.
No, absolutely
She's gonna
not.
get the gold anyway from the item.
Or the Callus in her hands.
This is why I feel like it's dangerous to play Sona. We're gonna get the replay right here from hopefully, from the top lane. So you see that Freya sees the opening, a lot of minions, but Wolf has to get close enough to put down the damage so she can proc the gold from her item. And once Freya felt like with the flash Q3, that was gonna be enough to go even through the barrier, and it just wasn't, because you don't have any items, you just have a shield.
Such a super aggressive play from Freya. This could have potentially started climbing her scaling into the mid game already, put her so far ahead, but instead it's going to make her lane even harder. Now, on the other side,
with a great back time here, they timed them perfectly. They know that Out of the Blue have already backed, but they're not yet there for the play.
No,
so that's
I mean,
a free dragon for
Shiny's
Roa.
close, but not close enough to actually contest the Mountain Dragon, so it's going to be a free dragon over for Grow Up You, a super early dragon at that.
Yeah, but it doesn't really matter, because we've talked about the importance, sure, of getting close to that Dragon Soul, but we've seen that a lot in the LEC, that the teams are gonna not contest the 3 first dragons, they concede them, and then they try to contest for the soul. So at this point, they can actually concede.
Oh! Crescendo in the top lane. Freya does have the world energy, she wants to fight back. No mana left on Wolf, but Freya is in no position to take this fight because Wolf is super, super fast on her feet. Q1 misses. There's the Darkened Blade, second Q lands, but Freya once again needs to be careful.
That's dangerous stuff. But Freya knows very well
Teleport.
that Karina is nowhere near close enough.
Flag and drag. Shiny is forced to flash over the wall. Camille just close, but not close enough. Still at level 5. Call the Forge God's not available, but Cultist is caught between a rock and a hard place with Ari's Charm. That's going to be Grow Up on the full disengage and the prevention of the dive.
Heal not really needed right there to be used by Cultist, but since not the follow-up was coming in from Karina, of course the Jarvan, who's level 5, doesn't really want to be diving into these situations. And now that they have fended off the Jarvan and he's really low HP, they can use the mana advantage that they have in the bot lane with the Ord and try and cash in some of these tower platings onto Cultist.
And up top, Freya just solo killed Wolf.
It would eventually happen.
Barrier's available though. Wolf failed to press barrier.
I don't think it was.
Okay.
By the time this happened, it wasn't available. But
Mija under the tower, takes an extra tower shot, but not enough to take her down. Oh boy.
I think that was a last minute level 6 level up right there that kept her to life. Kiana almost taking her down with that ignite. And we definitely have to see that replay on the top side of the map because I want to make sure that Wolf did not have the Byron right there. Or even if she did, she was in such a dire position that it wouldn't have saved her anyway because the flash is not up and available. Nevertheless though, that is an Aatrox in the hands of Freya. We talked about that not using the flashing blade, and here we're going to get a replay again from the top side. So again, Wolf feels comfortable enough to move forward to that wave because she has the HP. She's stunking to try and freeze the wave versus Freya, and Freya's like, we're not having none of that, baby.
Not without flash, no. The barrier just came online as soon as she took the last bit of damage.
That would have been another bait. 1 second later.
Yes, it could have been. But then again, Wolf wouldn't have flashed and pull Freya under the tower. Now, Wolf is coming in. Crescendo is just shy of coming out of cooldown. Grow Up EU are looking for a play in the top lane out of the blue. See this, and they back off.
Of course, and Grow Up grabbed the first objective. It was pretty free for them, pretty textbook, swapping the lanes, getting your bot lane up in the top to try and contest for the Shelly. Of course, Comedia is there, level 6. Remember, no one can stop the Ornhorn from the side of level up, unless you want to try and dash in and taunt. But look at Wolf, look at the position of Wolf, trying to find away the Orn. You can't stop the Ornhorn from going down, but you can stop the Orn himself.
Absolutely.
With the Crescendo.
If you're close enough, yeah, exactly. If you're close enough, you can stop the Call to Forge from coming back. That's the crucial part here, and that's why Wolf is super overexcited, because she's confident that she has the flash and the barrier. Herald goes down, Karina's the one that picks it up.
Out of the blue, don't have to do anything. They have it memory checks right here from the previous game where they're like, guys, don't worry, that Aatrox is gonna come into play at some point. Freya has been down the bot lane, and if I'm not mistaken, that is 4 tower platings. 2 tower plates that she had taken from that one, previous to the ones that Cultist and Shiny cashed in on, and she's gonna be taking most likely the first tower in the game. That's a lot of experience out there for the Aatrox and gold.
Oh, speaking of gold, we do have the gold chart over here. There's a huge gold discrepancy between Freya and Wolf. But we've already established that it's not necessarily important for Wolf to be that ahead in gold. But then again, this much of a discrepancy starts to sting.
It's not that big. I mean, 700 gold, you're expecting that. The Sun is not somebody who wants to be ahead in CS or ahead in gold. You just want to reach this unholy grail redemption point where you can keep everyone alive. And it's very important due to the Zera from the other side. The poke is going to be immense. But if it's not going to matter because it gets declined by all the shields and the heals, then you're not going to be able to find the fight that you want if you're out of the blue.
Herald in the bot lane, Gropi, you are setting up a play. Dragon's about to spawn in the Dragon Pit. It's a Cloud Dragon. Cultist is around the corner, but then again, so is Comedia. Comedia's getting stacked by Grow Up. Tifa's already used her combo on Shiny, so they're trying to disengage. In goes Kiana with the Dreadline. She get stopwatch is on the binding, but Grow Up EU still have something in their tanks to take down Comedian. That does smite her down. Giddy is the one that collects the kill. This is important for the Jinx's scaling.
Absolutely. We saw what Giddy could do on the side. Yes, he can do it on the Jinx as well. Now, never underestimate the level of the damage of a level 9 Aatrox and the ult from the Xerath.
World Ender is available, and it's being utilized right now. Morgana bites the dust. Shiny has 10 seconds off the respawn. The dragon resets as we do see a teleport coming in. It's Kamidia coming in with her own sealed spell, but Cultist is forced to flash out, but the fight is very, very sloppy for Out of the Blue. Moonlight Vigil doesn't get the kill on Tifa, and Kamidia, as soon as she comes back online, goes back to base.
Great stuff right here coming up from Grow Up. They get the vision, they get the flank with Tifa, takes down Shiny, which means there's no more Black Shield, so no one is safe from all the CC that Grow Up is holding in their hands. And that is very important right there. So Wolf also stops the Crescendo, the Ornhorn, from going down. So there's absolutely no engage on the side of Out of the Blue. You saw Freya trying to run in, wasting her flash right there, but she couldn't catch anyone.
Absolutely not. And Out of the Blue, they had the upper hand in this game so far, but with this very attempt at a high tempo play, they gave way too many resources over to Grow Up EU.
The thing is, I really like the Nautilus pick right here from Diana, because we saw how dangerous Freya was on the backline. Now with just the Aatrox standing in the backline, all you have to do is kind of bonk on the head the Aatrox, root them in place, then you drop the Trumpets from the Jinx. The Aatrox cannot play the game, it's going to be perma-rooted.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing that so far. Out of the Blue, slowly but surely getting back up into the game, but this is going to be dangerous for Out of the Blue because 2 Dragons already up on the red team so far, and this is only going to help them scale more and more and more. Now, another Infernal Dragon is on the board, or actually another Infernal board is in play.
Yep. And already 2 have gone down. 2 Dragons have gone down for the side of Grow Up. Still no lead, which is something that we have seen reoccurring over and over in the games that these 2 teams play. So it seems like, oh yeah, one team is winning by far. They have 5 kills versus 2. But the gold is very stable right now due to the fact of how many CS Freya is ahead from the Sona.
Yeah, but at the same time, Grow Up EU have their game plan pretty much laid out for them because Giddy got access to 2 very early kills as a Jinx. So right now, all the Wolves has to do is play Protect the Carry.
And they've been doing it so far, and they've been doing it on every single composition because we said the shining stars from these 2 teams are the ADCs, the youngest members on each team, and the shining stars. So I just want to point out with how much more confidence Tifa is playing the game, while Valinora is going to have a really bad surprise.
Oh, well, there's a Crescendo flash in from Wolf, flag and drag. I don't think Valinora is going to survive for much longer as Karina picks up a very, very simple kill here on the top lane.
Yeah, no objective in the way, but they just really want to stop Valinora from split pushing. You cannot be there with the Xerath. It's kind of like illegal, if you will, because you're most likely going to die. And of course, Flash Crescendo coming in from Wolf, making sure that Valinora does not have any chance of reacting to the flag attack.
14 minutes into the game, Tower Plates finally fell down, and the next Herald is about to spawn into Summoner's Rift. However, Grow Up EU are going for a full siege in the mid lane. They absolutely want this tower, and Out of the Blue just don't have the resources to stop it.
Yeah. It feels like Grow Up are feeling much more at home with this draft. Wolf playing her support team, jumping in the top lane.
Freya's in trouble! Gets solo killed by Tifa in the bot lane!
I was about to say, Tifa seems so confident when she engages onto that Aatrox. Magthreads are not gonna save you from this Ari. 2-0 for both the carries of Grow Up. This is some confidence from these women coming in.
And this is absolutely not what Out of the Blue wanted to see. They've already lost one of their streaks where they had Cultists undying in this tournament so far. Will they also lose their winning streak in GIRLGAMER Esports history?
I mean, I do want to say Game 3. I think everyone wants to say Game 3. This is the replay right here. Obviously, Tifa just walks in. It's like, oh, that's an Aatrox. He's a charm right there.
I don't think neither players were actually expecting the fight to roll out.
Tifa expected Freya to be backed off at this point because it's like, okay, it's going to be one more wave, but then there's no vision in our jungle, so there's no way that Freya would still split push with me missing. And Magthreads were obviously not enough to keep Freya alive.
Gropian making a move towards the Ritz Herald, and it's going to be Diana that's going to take the brunt of it. Teleport coming in, Tifa joins the fight.
Valinora is not there yet.
Five lady commitment to that objective, and yet again, absolutely nothing that Out of the Blue can do to stop it.
You can't really. You have to wait. Your Aphelios has no items. And on the other hand, you see some crucial items being completed. The Unholy Grail, which means insane heals and shields.
Tifa's going in. Flag and drag from Karina, not really finding anyone. Call the Forge got nothing to stop the Orin Horn. And there he goes. 4 people getting knocked up by Kamiji. This could be a good fight for Out of the Blue, but at the same time, Grow Up have a lot of sustain coming in from Wolf. However, Valinora well placed in the backline with the Xerath. Freya getting the resets with the World Ender. And only Gidi and Wolf are left alive.
3 for 2. Dragon is spawning, but only 1 smite on the map, and this is going to be for Out of the Blue. Valinora right there playing Kathos with a little bit of a scope.
Oof.
That was such a great fight coming in from the Xerath. She was untouched the entire time and was able to put down the pain. And granted that Comedia was free to hit the Ornhorn in the backline, meant a lot of free damage coming in from that Xerath.
Now let's see
Oh,
if the play is going to come through. Grow Up BU want to stop this bear or this dragon as fast as they can. Freya is trying to fight an off. Wolf in the front line. Giddy gets another kill. She's on a killing spree, yet she gets taken down by Kamiji. Kill for kill so far. Kiana trying to sustain through, but she takes a chunk of damage from Valinora. Gets locked in by the Dark Binding as the rest of the Grow Up BU squad starts stacking towards that dragon, and Out of the Blue lose priority over it.
Yeah, but that's it, because Grow Up have sustained with the Unholy Grail Sona, and Out of the Blue have no one to get those HP bars up. Valinora is suffering with her mana, so they're going to have to concede the 3rd Drake of the game.
And 1 dragon away from collecting the Infernal Soul. Grow Up BU seem to be faltering in the team fights, but they're doing so great on the objective acquisition.
I think it has to do with feeling so confident with everything they drafted. Sona on Wolf, and Tifa
looking for the execute on Cultist, can't really find the extra damage to take her down. Freya in the front line takes a huge chunk, but is able to walk out alive, saving the life of her AD carry.
She's feeling it. She's going in 1v3, trying to get Cultist. She's like, what? You didn't die in the previous games, well, you died in the previous one, and you're gonna die again. Already 1 death, and we're counting for Cultist.
Regardless of the Keystone, however, Tifa still opted to go for the GLP.
I mean, you have the pop on the Electrocute, I don't blame you. And of course, it's great. It's a great zoning tool for you to be able to be set up to hit that taunt.
Yeah.
And also, it's a lot of value for money.
Especially considering that you have such a sticky jungler in the form of an Ornn.
And of course, you can't do the same with the Xerath because you're playing through so much distance that the GLP is not going to matter. Nobody should reach you back where you're playing from with the Xerath with all that range in his kit. And you saw how well it went when Ornn hit that horn. There was a knock-up right there, and Valinora was pretty much getting free ultimates dunked onto Grow Up's heads.
Even so, Grow Up BU are still in the lead, not only in the scoreboard, but also in terms of gold. It's not a huge lead, it's around the 700 gold mark. This has been a very consistent lead that Grow Up BU have been able to stack up until now. Out of the Blue, however, on the same page as Grow Up, and they've been following up on the rotations almost perfectly.
The only problem that will be for Out of the Blue is that Aatrox split pushing, because no one can go on a side lane to stop that Aatrox. Tifa, sure, but there's no teleport available for her. The Aatrox keeps on pressuring, getting solo experience, all that gold throughout the lane, and towers for their team.
And if anything, we know how important Freya can be on the flanks. We know what she did last game. She can absolutely repeat the prowess again in this game. Look at this. Free gold from that tower. This is going to be a tier 2 tower in the bot lane, and this is going to be great for the setup of the Baron plays.
Yeah, the only way Grow Up can bring out of the Blue from that split push position is if they start threatening with Barons and Dragons. And the next one's going to be solved, but Comedia has one gold.
Call the Forge God. They manage to knock up Wolf. They get the Arcane Barrage from Valinora on top of Wolf. The second stack goes in, but Kamiji's knocked up. The last stack does not really land, and Giddy gets yet another kill on Kamiji. Frey in the front line with the World, and it finally withers out, and Grow Up EU without Smite on the board could be looking at the Baron Nashers that just spawned in.
That was a 4v5. Comedia engaged on. Tifa was not even there, and they lost that. They have to pressure out the lane that Freya has been literally hammering for the entire time, and Tifa's like, okay guys, I don't have to be, but I have to pressure the lane because I have the most wave play here. She was not needed. Comedia yet again steps a little bit too far, gets punished for it.
And I have to bring up the question, what was that called? The Forge God? Were they really expecting an engage in that position?
I'm not sure if she popped it because she was scared she was going to get engaged on. Oh, the flash!
Oh, Freya in the front line, dealing a lot of damage on Kiana, but look at the sustain coming in from Wolf. They find the kill, and Giddy picks up yet another one off the back of Freya. Cataclysm locks in Cultist. Yet another kill coming in from Grow Up EU, and Kamidia horns away out of the Cataclysm as they scatter to survive from the onslaught of Grow Up Girls EU.
Freya, man, she's trying so hard to get to that back line, but only the Nautilus is needed. Look at all that sustain. The movement speed. No one is touching Giddy. 5-0, 5-1, and 3. I kind of rolled my eyes when the Jinx was picked, but she's making it work.
She's making it work somehow. She's finding kills left, right, and center. She's not even being force-fed those kills. She's earning them.
Flash.
Here we go. The Arcade Barrage from Valinor trying to deal some damage. Kamidi's going to fall yet again, and the Smiter is down yet again from out of the blue. Can Valinor find the Miracle Seal? No, she can't, because this Karina's Smite is there for the win. Freya with the World Ender in the backline. Flashes in to try to get the last Q. Can't really find it. Can't find the damage. Dies to Kiana, but out of the blue are not done yet. They tried to find the damage. Valinor gets the sustain, or gets the cleanse out. Wolf is down for the count, and it's one last Baron for Girl Up to play with.
The speed ups, the heals, the shields are so obnoxious for out of the blue to play against. Valinor is like, I'm gonna get a big chunk out of them with this ult, and Wolf is like, that's alright guys, I'm just gonna press W.
And Freya, she tried so hard, she flashed into the backline. You saw the amount of damage that she dealt.
The Nautilus is just unpenetratable. You can stop that Aatrox dead in his tracks. You can get the Hex Drinker in fine. That Hex Drinker is in there because Freya knows that the only one who can stop her on a side lane push is Tifa. And Tifa last time solo killed Freya on the side lane. So if Freya wants to play the split push game, she has to have those defenses versus the mid laner of Grow Up. That is soul. That is soul right here and right now.
That is a Dragon Soul. Again, we can't stress this enough. Grow Up EU so far have been super, super clean on their objective calls. They've collected every single objective that they could so far, leaving nothing for out of the blue. But will Kamidia be able to contest it? She's in the front line. She's in a good position to smite it. Call the Forge God is summoned. They knock up Wolf yet again. The fight rolls up, but Wolf is still alive. She's still sustaining through, and Freya is out for the kill. But look at the damage of Valinor is dealing in the backline. Cataclysm locks in 2 members of the out of blue, which will stop their engage for the time being. Double kill on Wolf. Grow Up EU with their innate sustain are taking down and chunking out of the blue. However, both Valinor and Shiny are still positioned for this steal. Kamidia goes in, flashes, and gets the Infernal. Denies the soul, but sacrifices herself in the process.
And that was so worth it right there from Kamidia. Giving away the Infernal Soul would have most likely meant game for the side of Grow Up. Look at Wolf can keep on healing and sustaining all that damage that out of the blue can output. Tifa tried to flank, but Shiny had already smelled it, so she stopped the Ahri dead in her tracks. But guess what? Healing the Ahri is not your problem right here. This Jinx is pumping so much damage in the backline, and she's never been threatened once.
Not at all, and we even saw she just collected yet another kill from Kamidia's dive to steal the dragon. Yes, we think it was worth for out of the blue, but in the long run, is it really worth to be force-feeding Jinx so many resources?
I mean, you kind of have to. You have to dive in, get that soul, and deny it from Grow Up, because once they get it, it is pretty much GG, go next. Baron will be spawning, and you're gonna have to try and contest that at some point. And look at that, 59 CS already on the 2-item power spike for the Sun. She doesn't need anything else. She can let everything go to her teammates from here on out.
Ah yes, the 59 CS power
the
spike.
The 59 CS power spike.
Redemption on the board.
And
Thieves and Holy Grail on the board. Full stack support item. She's more than fine to go into the fight. Shiny in the front line gets tagged down. Cataclysm, she's just out of it, but no! The Super Mega Death Rocket collects the kill, and down goes Valinor as well. An amazing pickup from Grow Up EU can probably grant them a free inhibitor.
And meanwhile, Tifa again on a side lane. She has the TP if she's needed in this fight. So far, she's not, because Grow Up have been so aggressive in those engages, And versus Morgana and Xerath were extremely mobile. Those cataclysms are key from Karina.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, Freya is playing on full zoom split push. She took down the bot lane. She's finally going back. No, she's going to stay on the top lane. She wants to push in that tower. But in the meantime, Grow Up EU are cracking open the base of Out of the Blue through the mid lane.
That must have been a miscommunication.
She's just now
problem
backing.
right there because she started backing, she stops, and then she starts again. So maybe the team was like, we're just gonna lose this anyway, but you have to come back because our second inhibitor tower is under attack.
Yup. Now Grow Up EU almost get caught in the dark, finding Out of the Blue, struggling to defend against these super aggressive rotations from Grow Up. 46,000 gold versus 39 from Out of the Blue, 29 on the scoreboard. It looks like a very good second game from Grow Up.
Yeah, and we wanted that game. We wanted to see them shine through. And this is the draft that they do that with. 3-item power spike and 63 CS onto the Sona. Arden says, cash me in on that because Giddy's gonna be auto-attacking even faster now.
So many resources being committed to Giddy. She has an unlock of her overall attack from her passive, from the lethal tempo, so she can virtually have uncapped attack speed for as long as she can get resets.
And on paper, the Aphelios Morgana seems pretty good versus the Zyra Khan. But Grow Up pull the switch up right here and they're like, Jinx Nautilus, baby. And that Aatrox is never gonna reach on backline. And he actually has. And Freya has sort of been lost on what she should build because I'm like, I'm needed in those team fights because the rest of my team cannot hold on to a tower to save their life because it's just going to get engaged on. But on the other hand, if Freya goes to split push, she's going to die to Tifa.
Look at the amount of magic pieces that Freya is actually stacking because she just needs to be matched with, or at this point, the only person that can actually match her on the split push is Tifa because of the teleport. But at the same time, Grow Up are just taking everything by storm. Valinor forced to flash out of the Cataclysm, but that's a huge resource that Grow Up just popped.
Freya's flash was also burned right here, trying to catch Tifa or trying to run away from Tifa, one or the other. Flash for flash traded between Karina and Valinor puts Valinor in a really rough spot because last time that wasn't available, she ended up going down. Now this is going to be yet another free Baron going the side of Grow Up, and after that, it's gonna be a triple lane push and a very important dragon. Ooh. Very important dragon coming up, which is going to spell soul for the side of Grow Up.
Looks like Kamiji got caught up yet again in the front line, but the fight is being forced on Out of the Blue. This could be game for Grow Up EU as they take down Kamija and Freya for the double kill of Giddy. The wave is stacked and they're looking to open, or actually go through the inhibitor that has been previously opened. Kiana is in a more than good position to tank the tower, and so is Karina. Two huge tanks in the front line.
Tifa's bringing in friends. There are super minions running into the base with the Baron buff available. This is two squishy members, man.
And Cultist is there to try to give up some damage. Karina flags and drags into Cultist, flashes out into the well, but the first Nexus tower has been blown up. In goes a Moonlight Vigil, but they can't find them. She can't find the damage to really close up any kills whatsoever in the backline of Grow Up EU. And goes to Cataclysm, and Grow Up EU tie up the series.
And this is why we said this is going to be the series probably of the tournament. We wanted to see these two teams go against each other. They are the only teams that have taken games off of each other. We said that Grow Up might have not looked the cleanest throughout the Madrid qualifier, but did they look clean on that one?
Yes, they did. Third game is going to happen between these two teams. One of these teams has to go down into the loser bracket, and one team is going to advance with a free win into the winner's bracket. Now, a lot of things that we can talk about in this game, and my biggest question here is Kamija's commitment on the early game to dying the first time and teleporting back into the fight for the dragon.
One, that, and secondly, was the Ornn really worth it? Brom was banned fine, and you want to first pick it so you don't give it away, and we're like, that's questionable because you're giving a free top lane on, but there's nothing to block the ultimate, and there wasn't. But I don't feel like the on was relevant enough in the game to keep them going through that early game phase. And once that Sona hits that sort of heal power spike with the Unholy Grail and having the redemption, as she could move forward to every single lane and pretty much delete the Xerath's poke completely, it felt like it was all about comfort for Grow Up, and it showed. Tifa shining through on that Ahri. We know she's an Ahri main. She loves playing the champion, and oh boy, did she show she's proficient in it. On the other hand, Wolf, with that match history full of Sona, we show what?
She got a solo kill really early on Freya. I mean, granted, it was a bit of Freya's misplay.
Hey, come on.
And truth be told, Out of the Blue's game was very plagued by very small micro mistakes that kind of snowballed into Guy collecting like 4 kills before the 20-minute mark. And it's a Jinx. She needs those kills to scale, but you'd expect the Jinx to get the kills in the late game.
Her scaling was accelerated so quickly, as in minute 6, I think, that we saw the first kill going down, and it is just so good. When she gets fed on these ADCs, she knows her positioning, and her team knows how to keep her alive. Freya was out of the picture the entire game. She could not reach the backline. The Nautilus was always there to pin her down, then Chompers, then goodbye.
So we have a lot of pools to discuss in the third game. Jinx is a huge threat in Giddy's hands, but was the Euphilia really that much of a threat for Cultists? We'll have to see in game number 3 that we'll have to witness in or after this short break. So please do not go anywhere. We'll be right back with you.
Hey everyone, today we're going to show you how to set up your A40TR and Mixamp Pro with your PC. Before we begin, make sure your firmware is fully updated. For more information on how to do that, check out our firmware update tutorial. Alright, let's set up your A40s in Mixamp. Ensure the mode switch on the Mixamp Pro TR is set to PC. Plug the micro end of the micro USB cable into the Mixamp Pro TR, and the USB end into your PC. With the A40 inline mute cable, plug the 3.5mm jack closest to the mute switch into the 3.5mm port on the A40 TR. Plug the other end into the headset port on the front of the Mixamp Pro. Next, navigate to your Playback Devices tab in your sound settings. Select Astro Mixamp Pro Game, right-click, and set as default device. Select Astro Mixamp Pro Voice, right-click, and set as default communication device. Now, navigate to your Recordings tab on your sound settings. Select Astro Mixamp Pro Voice, right-click, and set as default device and default communication device. And that's it. Your A40 TR and Mixamp Pro TR are set up and ready to game on your PC. For more information, head over to astrogaming.com.
What does it take to win? Is it something you're born with? Is it the grind? Every day. Gear up. Do battle. For the 10,000th time. Or is it pushing to your absolute limits? To be faster. Always faster. Insanely precise. Totally free and at one with the game. Or maybe it's just getting to that place where nothing else matters. Nothing in the way of winning.
Oh, snap.
Okay, folks, here it is.
We have it right here.
The new baby here.
These headphones, ooh, are beautiful.
Oh boy, this is absolutely gorgeous.
This thing looks amazing.
Yo, these are mad light. They feel too good to be this light.
This is so comfortable.
Oh boy.
This blows me away.
It blew my mind.
I was blown away.
Everything I ever wanted.
I love this so much.
You ain't got the right headphones on, buddy.
back, ladies and gentlemen, for the very last game of the best of 3 series between Grow Up Girls EU and Out of the Blue. We promised you the best series of the World's Final, and we got it. 3 games. And as always, my name is Nelson AC Silva. Joining me is Georgia, troubling Paraz. What just happened here?
Expectations met. We're going to game number 3, and I felt what really happened here was Grog having insane comfort in their hands. Wolf on that Sonas didn't really need to do much on it. She kind of needed to do whatever she does with Soraka as well, but it is just so strong and obnoxious to deal with when there's so many shields. Tifa on that Ahri, she was shining through the entire game, and Giddy just did Giddy stuff on something that's super high late game scaling.
And who would think that Jinx would have such a high priority for Grow Up EU, who are back on the blue side, Out of the Blue on the red side, last champion select of the best of 3 series. Kale is not going to see the light of day, neither is Malzahar.
But neither is Brom Steel, because they were banning Morgana against Out of the Blue.
Okay.
When that Morgana was open, it felt like Shiny was a little bit out of her game on it. She's really good at all these tanky supports, but that Morgana didn't really seem to work. Sure, it would have made a big difference against Xayah Rakan, but the Nautilus is just so strong, and Freya on that Aatrox just could not do anything. She was stopped dead in her tracks. Of course, Karina grabbing away that Jarvan from Comedia. Leona, though, locked in. Shiny on yet another champion we haven't seen her on, but we know she plays a lot.
Absolutely. This is going to be a champion right up her alley, a support tank champion that's really, really good on the engages, and Comedia is going to back herself up on the Sejuani yet again. We already have 1 million champion on Out of the Blue, but can we see some more?
Oh, absolutely. You could see potentially something in the AD sort of orientation in the mid lane. Or the top lane. You said I don't know. I mean, having locked in 2 tanks does not call for too much AP anyway, so you need that mixed combination damage coming in there to be able to output all this damage out, especially when there's a Jarvan and Karina. In my knowledge, she goes towards the Cinderhawk tanky Jarvan, and of course, when there's, like I said, Sejuani and Leona front line for Out of the Blue, you have to match that somehow. Tifa again going with comfort, the prioritizing comfort over meta. But Giddy is like, you know what I really missed playing? It's the Xayah.
The Xayah is in fact locked in. Oh, and so is the Ziggs for Valinora. They're not going to wait for the second rotation to have the Ziggs banned, as it's been banned throughout this whole set. Now, Grow Up EU blocking in the Xayah, they're going to prompt Out of the Blue to ban out the Rakan right off the bat.
And I'm expecting to see an Ornn ban coming from Out of the Blue as well. It's something that Wolf is really confident in playing. She likes these tanks. I don't necessarily think that the Malphite is going to provide match versus the team that Out of the Blue has. So I'm expecting to see the Ornn being completely banned out and possibly forcing Wolf to bring a new champion out of the pool. On the other side, though, of course, the Sona banned away. They're trying to cut down on Kha'Zix's champion pool.
And we still have the Aphelios open for the taking here on Cultist's side. Now, do Grow Up EU want to ban out that Aphelios, or do they have something else in mind? The Aatrox has been very, very problematic in Freya's hands, and that pick is also open.
It's also open, but you do have the Ornn possibly available for you. It's not going to get banned out. And we saw that when Out of the Blue first picked the Ornn, it felt like no one wanted that Ornn in their hands. Freya didn't want to play it, Valinor didn't want to play it, Shiny doesn't play the Ornn. So Comedia was like, it's fine, I'll pick it up. I wanted to mention the Misfortune because it is the strongest pick right here versus the Aphelios, because you've got that early game potential versus the Xayah to be able to abuse the lane together with the Leona. Pre-6 Xayah, very susceptible to Leona EQ. So locking in the Aphelios, nevertheless, really skilled on that one. But something that counters Sejuani in the jungle is the Trundle, meaning that Wolf might be going for the J4 in the top side.
And you hinted at the Trundle earlier in this set as a very potential pick. It's the historical counter to Sejuani. When she was in her prime, it was always Trundle that you saw surface in the jungle, building the Zeke's conversions as his first item. But what will Karina do with this champion in her hands?
It's all about the subjugate. You steal all these defenses away from the Sejuani, meaning that the Sejuani is not as tanky as she should be in the front line. And given that you have Giri onto that Zaya. And I could have just been proven wrong that both of these supports don't play the On, because this very well could be an On support.
That's absolutely true. You have so many options. I mean, you have the Trundle and the Jarvan. Who's going into the jungle?
I think Yana's gonna opt to go for the Trundle right here because it is pretty strong versus the Leona. If she goes in, you put the pillar there, and then you call Karina in with the J4. But something we have completely forgotten about is that these lovely girls right here, they love their Vladimir.
They do love the Vladimir. We've seen time and time, or actually in our study time, we saw that most of the top laners had so much Vladimir in their recent games that right now it's Out of the Blue who are going to debut this champion on the last game of this best of 3.
And remember, this is a matchup that the Ornn is really happy to be in. He's just going to rush Abyssal Mask, he's going to upgrade Abyssal Mask, and he's going to have the best time of his life. Going to go into Sunfire Cave for later Ophelia shenanigans. He's going to be absolutely fine. So it's going to be a farm fest, a noodle fight, if you will, on the top side of the map. And I'm a little bit worried at this point in time for Out of the Blue because all that early game aggression, that insurance, if you will, to not fall too far behind. Again, I don't see it for the side of Out of the Blue. There is the Jarvan over there for the grow up. You could choose to go in whichever lane you want. 6, very squishy in the early game, and I really like the Trundle pick right there. So if Leona tries anything in the bot side, then she's literally stuck between two walls.
It's absolutely true. Now, we've talked about Grow Up EU's tendency to scale into the late game. Do you think that they've finally found the midterm to actually hold their early game?
Yeah, I love that. And I love the confidence of Giri saying, I don't necessarily need the Rakan to shine through. I am so proficient on the Zaya that if you give it to me and you protect me enough, I'm just going to carry you to the finals with it. And possibly that could be the case because Giri was zoned out at first, but who's she gonna get zoned out from this time? There's no one that can step in between, and sure, the Sejuani is a problem, but once the subjugate goes down, then Zaya's gonna start ripping through them defense lines super quickly.
Especially if the subjugate comes in with the Frost Arm is still active and with the Aftershock proccing. There's going to be a lot of resistances that the Trundle's going to steal, and he can control a team fight. He can isolate a target with the pillar. He can also stop a heavy engage from Out of the Blue. Out of the Blue have win conditions in their own right. Cultist is playing one of her comfort champions, despite the fact that she didn't really shine in the second game.
I think it had to do part with the fact that there was a Morgana right there. You can't necessarily play too aggressive with it. So instead of having that Senna Braum right there, we're kind of pull that front to back team fight. You're stuck with a Morgana who's going to play very defensive because you have a Nautilus against you. This time though, bringing up means that you have a lot of peel when it comes to your defenses as well. Out of the Blue pulling the same stand right here on the red side, trying to put that wall down against Karina.
Yes, they are, and here we go. Last game of this best of 3 series. Grow Up EU on the blue side, Out of the Blue on the red side. We already see very, very deep wards being placed by both teams. Karina placing that ward right on top of Out of the Blue's red buff, which means that Kamiji's going to get spotted through and through if she tries to go in.
Yeah, and Out of the Blue might have gotten a hint, seen Wolf sort of close to that Wraith's wall. They're like, maybe there's a cheeky ward to drop somewhere right there. So that is indicative for Comedia to try and avoid the area around the red buff and possibly try to go for some sort of route around it. Both junglers though are going to be starting from the bot side, moving upwards. We might see a very early level 2 from Karina coming into the mid lane.
We'll have to wait and see if that level 2 is going to materialize into at least some summoner gains in favor of Grow Up EU. Last game of the set, like you said, both junglers starting on the bottom half of the Summoner's Rift and moving up. But however, once Camille steps foot in that top side of the map, she's going to get spotted. So the question is, will she go for a full clear or will she go buff to buff?
I think she's gonna try to go for the buff here.
Oh, she
doesn't really care. She's a Sejuani, so even if she gets spotted, it's not like she's gonna be ganking super early into the game. Plus,
she started with
a
the red trinket.
With the sweeper. Try and find where this ward is placed. It's gonna be spotted right now. Gonna deny that ward. Gonna deny the vision. Gonna deny the timings.
Absolutely. So really well played and really good read from out of the blue overall, making sure that they're going to keep their side of the map nice and clear and their jungler nice and safe from a very aggressive early Jarvan. Now, GirlGamer, we still haven't seen where Karina is going to try to interact. First, she's going for the level 3 above all, and first of all. So no early level 2 shenanigans.
Sort of like the full clear right here on the Jarvan, trying to mirror the Sejuani. Obviously, bot corner of the jungle already gone for Karina. So she wants to take everything and anything in her jungle before she starts to putting down the pressure. And she can't do that because Tifa is asserting dominance in the mid lane, grabbing that priority for her jungler. Bot lane doing the exact same thing. Karina is a free elf. She has been given the sock. She can move wherever she wants.
I wonder if this will prompt a gank towards the top side of the map. I mean, getting Freya behind would be a blessing in disguise, but, you know, it's kind of hard to gank a Vladimir.
Yeah, it's just really hard to pinpoint down a Vladimir when he has the pull, and then you've got the flash to back you up in case everything else fails. Karina gonna be taking care of the Scuttle Cup. You see how the tempo of these games has gone down due to the fact that this is make or break. Whoever loses here moves down to the loser's bracket and gets one game disadvantage in the best of 5 finals.
Nice movement from Shiny, going really deep through the tri-bush to get a really deep ward, making sure Karina isn't going to clear out the Krugs. So they have the safety of Kamija roaming around the bottom half of the map.
And that's because the wave is stuck in such an awkward position for out of the blue that they need the assistance of the jungler to push it through so it crashes underneath the tower. Of course, Giddy and Kiana are playing very good right now down there in the bot lane. Again, freezing the wave in the exact same position. Theophilios walks too far and the pillar appears.
Yep.
He's in a really tough spot.
Yeah, the pillar has a very, very obnoxious utility because it can be very unpredictable.
Like, Aphelios cannot get anywhere near that wave right now because it's so dangerous. They have no intel on when the Jarvan is. Once the pillar goes down, Khaldis is going to have to take the long way around it or have to flash.
Absolutely. Kiana now gets the pillar, tries to get Khaldis a little bit closer, but not even near a lethal range for Giddy to get some feathers down on Out of the Blue's AD carry. However, Kiana gets caught off immediately. He gets a frozen domain and walks out of it.
Yeah, and look at that clever pathing from Karina. They know that their bushes are all warded, so she's going for that lane gank instead.
I guess this is the first time neither of the teams are really trying to set up for a very, very early dragon, because we've seen those dragons perish around the 5-6 minute mark. As soon as they spawn, almost.
And that is the best time for Karina to be the bot side because they've been freezing the entire game to try and threaten a gank onto Khaldis and Shiny. So at this point, they have the priority. Tifa has already started roaming down the river from the mid lane, and this is going to be a free mountain dragon going to the side of Grow-Up.
I mean, Kamiji's right around the corner, but amazingly played by Grow-Up on the setup of the bot lane. They wait for the wave to bounce back. Kamiji goes in and steals the dragon. Flashes into the pillar, but she should be mostly safe. Shiny. Zenith plays herself into the fight. This could be the first blood, and it's Shiny who collects it from Karina.
What just happened there? Every single lane was free. They abandoned the bot lane wave for this.
They did. And does it really matter because they got the objective?
I'm not sure if such an early dragon is more worth it than a lot of gold going to Aphelios, because he's your late game insurance and you want to get him there as fast as possible. The Aphelios is already falling behind in CS. Hopefully we'll be catching up with a wave and a half stuck in right there, but...
Look at this. Even despite the fact that they went for the dragon, disregard the wave, they're still following up in farm. And they're trying to compensate that gold discrepancy by going for the kill on Kiana. Very late teleport coming in from Tifa, granting GirlGamer nothing but a little bit of an advantage for Velenor because she's now free farming in the mid lane.
Yeah, the Ziggs is like so quickly in pushing down these waves. So he will be on that mid lane tower in no time. Already there, starting to chuck it away. Of course, the passive from the Ziggs is going to deal a lot of damage to this tower. And Valinora will go back with one turret plating and gold.
No, she'll...
No?
She doesn't have enough mana to remain in lane, but then again, nobody from Grow Up EU are really posing a threat
This is
to
dangerous.
Valinora here.
You don't know where the Jarvan is, but you have intel that Tifa does not have any teleport available to her yet, so she's gonna have to take the long walk of shame around from the mountain.
Yes, sir. And look at Wolf. She already rotated towards the bot side, and Out of the Blue are following suit
Not
here.
gonna be cast in.
Still 1-0 on the scoreboard. Out of the Blue, retaining a nice small lead. What?
Already pulling the switcheroo in the top
Exactly.
side to try and contest for the Rift Herald. Of course, we've talked about it before. It's kind of textbook play. If you want to get ahead, you gotta rotate quickly. If you're the better team here, you gotta provide the quicker macros and rotations. And so far, these two teams have been showing that they're both up to power.
Yeah. In the main, Kiana gets some information that Out of Blue are also on par in the rotation, so they immediately fall back. Out of the Blue have the upper hand now. They hold a nice gold lead, almost 1,000 gold in favor of the red team, as the Rift Herald is spawning in the Summoner's Rift. The faster they get the Herald, the faster they can collect plates.
The main thing here is that Comedia is a level ahead from Karina, so she does have her ultimate, but the Cataclysm is not up, and Wolf...
Oh, the Forge God flushes it, gets the kill on Freya! Solo kill from Wolf!
Wait, you thought she was gonna play passive? Have you seen my own Wolf coming in with the solo kill? And Freya has been having trouble these past 2 games on the top side.
Substantially, yeah. And now Wolf, she has teleport. She can join the fight, but does she want to join the fight with the Call of Forge God on cooldown? We'll have to wait and see. Herald's being contested. Out of the Blue are responding.
Leona's level 5.
Leona is level 5. We have the teleport from Freya coming in a little bit late on the Wolf, but it's going to be Karina that's going to perish. The Herald's still alive. Herald is helping the fight. Shelly is dealing a lot of damage in the backline, but Out of the Blue seem lost. They don't have a target, and Grow Up EU are just spreading their feathers around the board as they clear up the house from Out of the Blue.
Grab the eye, man! Grab the eye! Freya runs away. No, you gotta grab the eye because Valinora secured that. People died for this eye.
Well, and it's gone. The eye is gone. Out of the Blue lost their timing, and this is a small victory. Not only did Grow Up win the fight, they also denied the Heralds.
And it was much easier for Grow Up to win this fight due to the subjugate coming in from the Kiana. Again, that was level 5 on Shiny and level 5 on the Aphelios. You cannot fight versus the 1 level advantage and the ultimate that Giddy and Kiana have in their hands. So that was clearly a missed call right there from Out of the Blue that might cost them dearly.
Exactly.
Because that Rift Herald is going to put even more gold in Giddy's pocket.
Absolutely. Now, this also prompted Frey to teleport as soon as she respawned from getting solo kill in the bot lane, but she teleported in without Hemo Plague available.
It was 3 ultimates missing from the side of Out of the Blue, and it seems like they committed really hard to try and get these ultimates. Shiny and Cultist in a lot of trouble.
Going in, there's a pillar. Cultist is in trouble. Zenith split into
No
Kiana.
flash.
Cataclysm on top of Cultist. They know their target, they have their focus, and they get the kill.
It feels like they want to give her the deaths she hasn't had in the rest of the tournament.
Oof. And they're paying
We kinda
dividends
jinxed- we
on their
kinda
focus.
jinxed it,
We
yeah.
kind of jinxed
Yeah.
it. It kind of happened before in previous major competitions where players were undying, and then all of a sudden they start building the storyline and around it, and everything happens for a reason. Now, second dragon being contested. Grow Up EU have the upper hand on this, and it's going to be uncontested this time around. There's no Comedia around the corner to try and steal it.
Jinx does have the bomb, but since Karina is still holding on to her smite until she saw maybe the bomb coming in. Oh, Shiny.
That's a stopwatch.
They're forcing cooldown after cooldown, and that's going to prove to be so valuable next time there is a fight in a very tight spot, where Kiana is going to have to go, Shiny, sorry, is going to have to go in and try to stay alive as much as possible, because if you get subjugated on by the Trundle as Leona, and you're able to stopwatch that duration, and you coming out super tanky again, that's going to give your team plenty of time to deal with the rest.
Absolutely. Now, the gold is dead even yet again, but Grow Up EU have such a momentum behind them that they are going to continue to pressure on these objectives. We cannot forget, however, that Valinor is playing Ziggs, which means that taking down towers is going to be a little bit easier and Out of the Blue side if Valinora remains unattended in her solo lane.
Yep, And so far, she has been farming so well. She has been farming those turret platings as well as the CS. And she has pulled almost 500, 600 gold in the lead over Tifa. It's not that noticeable yet. I think the biggest gold discrepancy has to be the top side because we said it was going to be a noodle fight.
Oh.
But Wolf is going in again for the kill.
Oh, Horn misses.
She really wants it.
Reyes looks okay for now. Hemoplague is
Tifa.
available. Tifa uses Spirit Rush to go after Frey. The Charm lands, Flag and Dragon. Nothing left for Frey to do but go back to base. Hemoplague was used.
And there's no other play. Yiri and Kiana know very well that there's gonna have to be a cross-map play, and Comedia is right down that bot lane. But with these
subjugates.
they can fight that 2v3.
They're trying to find a 2v3. They get the resistance from Comedia, but oh, Kiana just betrayed Giri by going into stasis. Tifa's in the backline. She doesn't have the Spirit Rush, so the teleport might have flopped a little bit. She's forced to flash back. They get the Gravitum down on Tifa. The Charm lands. Caltus gets a couple of hits from the tower, but they're mostly safe. Out of the blue, nice play, and an amazing disengage from Grow Up.
Amazing disengage because not only that, they're giving time to the top lane. Look how many blades have fallen. You feed that Ornn super early, he's going to be so tanky that you're not going to be able to deal with him.
Yeah, and it's an Ornn that should never have this type of lead. Look at the farm discrepancy. Freya, despite the fact that she already died twice, and Wolf has a lot of kill participation, she's still behind in farm, but it doesn't matter.
First tower right
Yes,
here.
they are. But who's going to take it first? I mean, obviously, Odded will get it first because they have a Ziggs. Who cares? Satchel charge on the 25% HP tower. It's down.
The difference right here is that Valinora is playing sort of the same type of champion where you can poke people and wave clear really easily. So she's playing that super far away control mage. And right here, it's working much better on the Ziggs because there's nothing to sustain Grow Up from all the poke that's going to be coming in from this little squirrel.
Now
I think he's a squirrel.
Who's a squirrel?
Is he a squirrel?
No, he's a Yordle.
He looks like a squirrel.
He looks like a squirrel. He's very fuzzy. But still, a couple of plates getting picked up here by Grow Up EU before the tower plates went out. So this is more gold that's fluctuating into Grow Up's pockets, keeping them at bay and keeping the scaling going.
The only thing that's worrying me is that the kills from the side of Grow Up have not necessarily been going to the people they want them to. So Trundle has cast in 2 of them. Fine, you want to give 2 to Ornn. Wolf has been doing great in the top set, even though she's far behind in CS versus the Vladimir. So now, I want to keep an eye onto the flanks later on to the game because Freya has been really good on them with the Aatrox so far. Vladimir can do a lot of damage as well.
He can, but I don't think Freya right now is in a position to have that relevant damage until we reach like a 25-minute mark.
Hey, listen, that's only 10 minutes from now. It's doable.
It is, but a lot can change in 10 minutes, and right now the first tower falls in favor of Grow Up in the top lane. The other towers are very close to falling as well.
First tower for Grow Up, second tower of the game though, because Out of the Blue secured the first one. But it doesn't matter because Shirley, the second one, is going to go down, and maybe Wolf too.
Ooh, what? Solar Flare just misses, but they're still trying to get the kill on Wolf. Wolf is trying to fight back a little bit too late as they get the shutdown, and it goes into the pockets of Valinora.
See, I would have scratched my head otherwise, but that was a shutdown that went into the hands of the mid laner from Out of the Blue. On the other hand, though, you're leaving the Aphelios all alone in the mid lane. Shirley is going to make her first time appearance into this game, and her last one, obviously. Let's see if Out of the Blue can get something from the flank. Nice pillow up right there. Shirley, you're not allowed through.
No, nobody's allowed through, actually. They tried to defend the mid lane, or they actually tried to reposition for the mid lane, but they're actually not going to be able to. But then again, they read the play perfectly, so they walk around and they go for the dragon play. Cloud Dragon in play right now, Out of the Blue, in a good position to fight back.
Look at the item discrepancy between Tifa and Valinora, though.
I'll look in a bit as the Call of the Forge got a summon. 2 members get knocked up. Tifa goes in, but look at the Glacial Prison. They walk in Wolf. Oh, the Mega Death Bomb fails just slightly in the back as Karina finds the kill on Kimmy. Just smite down and Out of the Blue. But all the health bars on Grow Up EU are blinking red, so they're not going to be able to go for the Cloud Dragon.
Look how low everyone is. They cannot contest, but Smite is down because Comedia just died, and Karina
Freya
can stick around for long enough to try and possibly get in, give her life up for the dragon, but it's not really worth it at this point because why should you give kills away for a dragon that's not going to mean anything for Out of the Blue right now?
It's going to. I mean, the 10% cooldown reduction on the ultimates is still important, but that's not their focus. They know they can't really contest it safely without the presence of Kamiya, so they just focus on the objective. Let's go for the tower. We need to take something out of this fight.
And Valinor has been playing this fight so well. Grow Up is trying to fight out of the blue on the choke points because they have no way of stopping the own horde. But all these bombs coming in from the Ziggs force the Xayah ultimate, meaning that if Vladimir gets a good flank, it's very possible that he can delete the Xayah out of the face of the earth. Plus the item discrepancy between Tifa and Valinor in this fight. Tifa only had a lost chapter, and Valinor had a completed looted circle.
Yeah. Picking up on the point of a good flank from Freya, we can also assume even if she doesn't deal a lot of damage, she can still get a good Hemo Plague down and allow the rest of her team to deal extra damage to Grow Up EU.
Absolutely, the Mega Inferno Bomb has been forcing the Feather Storm every single time from Giri, because there's not this protection anymore of some sort of Rakan. There's nothing like a Tamkans to try and bail you out of situations like this. So you have to use the Feather Storm, or you're going to take a large chunk of your HP down, which means you're zoned out of the fight.
Absolutely are. Now, bit of a standpoint here as we're hitting the mid-game mark. 18 minutes in, both of these teams, we can't really declare a solid winner at this point. There's no real lead being manifested. There's 2 towers to 2 towers. Yes, Grow Up EU are leading in kills, but so far, who is spiking the hardest, I want to ask?
It would have to be Grow Up at this point, just because their own can stay in the front line for longer. And Freya, so far, what I've been calling her, quote-unquote, invisible. I mean, at this point, there is no item. Completely opposite is going to go for the Proto Build. Has the stopwatch in there as well, so shall she want to do the switcheroo and go for the Hourglass? She does have that opportunity. As long as he doesn't use the stopwatch, I don't see why she should rush it. You can just go for the Proto Build and try to get as much burst damage on the backline as possible, since Valinor is forcing out so many cooldowns, so you can try and clean up the fight. Oh, here we go again.
God, Grow Up EU want to go for the fight. They find Kamiya yet again mispositioned in the front line, but out of the blue are ready to fight back. They get Wolf on the lockdown. They get the Glacial Prison in the back. Yana flashes out as Karina tries to buy sometimes her team, but look at Giri. She's extremely well positioned, but Karina falls to Cultist. Out of the blue, clear Grow Up EU out of their own territory, and with all the health bars blinking red, Grow Up have to back off.
That Ziggs is so strong. They can't do nothing about him because they're diving the front line, and the front line does not die from out of the blue. Even though when Subjugate goes down, both the Sejuani and Kamiya, who got engaged on, never went down. Wolf a little bit too overextended, trying to get that engage in, but ended up losing her teammate. And it's again out of the blue, getting the kills in these fights. This Ziggs is proving to be very valuable in the hands of Valinor.
And just like last game where we had Giri slowly but surely scaling with kill after kill on the Jinx, we have Valinor picking up these small picks off the back of these very, very sloppy fights, and they're slowly starting to scale back into the game. Valinor is a very valid threat. We've seen what she can do on the Ziggs, and Cultist picked up a kill as well.
Yeah, and I want to give plus points to Tifa here. She jumped through the wall to try and stop Freya from dealing any damage. She almost kills Freya, meaning that the Vladimir was non-existent in that fight. She literally had to pull away to not die.
Shiny gets caught off. There's nobody around, but she pops up. The Gargoyle Stoneblade trying to buy her team some time. The Mega Death Bomb doesn't land on anyone but Giri. Oh, she gets a kill on Shiny. Loses a chunk of health, but she's still alive and kicking.
That was just the Ziggs off. This is why we've been saying that this pulls Featherstorm every single time. Because unless you want to go straight on the 30% HP...
They find Freya. Freya is the Hemo play. Call the Forge God is going to try to re-engage the fight for Grow Up EU. They're already in a numerical advantage, but Giri's way too low. She can't eat another bomb from Ziggs under penalty of dying.
Very small choke point. Again, Wolf has the right idea to do so, but you cannot fight the Ziggs there. Because your carries, sure, maybe Tifa can divert herself around the bombs with the ultimate, But Giri cannot do that. She's a very mobile ADC. She needs her space in between the fights. And sure, she can now deal with Freya's Vladimir, but Freya's Vladimir was never the threat. So yes, execution is picked, but they can still not deal with Valinor 6.
No, absolutely. And all that Freya has to do is just put the Hemoplague in the back of the fight and just
leave.
Exactly. Just pull her way into the backline and keep Cultist safe while Shiny switches positions with her.
Keep an eye out now. Freya's Flash is up and available. Hemoplague will be as well, and the Dragon is spawning very soon. The fact that she didn't have Flash in the previous fight meant that Tifa was able to stop the Vladimir dead in his tracks. This time though, we could see the Flash Hemoplague coming in.
Flash Hemoplague could be a factor. Gidi's in the front line, but her positioning is safe. She has the Flash, she has the Feather Storm. This could be good for Grow Up as they're looking for another choke point fight. Cataclysm could lock in Kamidia, and that's what they're looking for. Kamidia doesn't... Yep, immediately flashes out. She doesn't want to get caught up yet again because the Dragon is a contest, a point of contest right now.
Yeah, but one of the key ultimates is gone. That Cataclysm will not be able to lock in either the Aphelios or the Ziggs, so they have enough room to play with and possibly secure the third game of the day and the third Dragon of the day. And Grow Up.
Tifa is getting collapsed. She's going to get locked in by the Zenith Blade. The Flash flops up against the wall. She's ignited, but she gets the last hit over the wall from the Spirit Rush.
X-Smithy?
Oof.
I'm just going to leave it there.
Really good getaway from Tifa. Saved the Flash. Or saved after the Flash.
Again, Tifa, no teleport right there. Has to go back to the fountain. You can start contesting for that Dragon again. Even though Karina is behind that Dragon pit, is it really worth it giving your life away just for a third Dragon?
She's not in flag and drag range, however, Kamidia getting collapsed yet again.
There's no Cataclysm.
There's no Cataclysm, of course not, but what there is the Call to Forge got, and there's nothing out of the blue to stop it. They're stacking really, really close together, and Ziggs is doing his best to try to keep everyone at bay with the Minefield. Call to Forge got comes through. They want to go for Freya, who was on the flank. She got busted. She can't get any closer than that, and Shiny is way too low to Zenith Blade in.
They had to make a choice here, and Freya is threatening the flank, so they either move forward and ignore the Vladimir completely, but if you ignore the Vladimir...
Karina goes in! Can she get the smite? No, she can't! It's going to be Cultist that secures the Dragon! 2 Cloud Dragons and that of blue are ready to fight. Feather Storm with the Feather Collar has been summoned. Gidi is inside the pit. She still has Flash. She can get out of it, but who else is there to fight and focus on Grow Up EU? Out of the blue are locking Grow Up down. They want to fight, but they're kind of confused. They get the kill on Cultist. Could this be the fight that Grow Up are looking for? No, because Freya gets the kill on Tifa.
Tifa did all she could right there, which was kill Cultist, and then she's like, it's fine. I'm not gonna get alive out of this pit anyway, so I might as well take someone with me. Managed to do that, and now the fact that Tifa has the Banshees means that she can be the one diving in the backline, trying to snipe the Ziggs or the Aphelios without being tapped, and then jumping back out.
See if that can happen, absolutely. Now, 9-5 on the scoreboard, 2 Dragons, 1 Dragon. We'll take a look at the replay of what exactly happened during this fight. We see a very long back and forth between the two teams.
Yeah, and Freya's so far away when this fight breaks in, and yet again Valinor uses the Mega Inferno Bomb way too early, and so many misspells in this pit. Ziggs is kind of like the champion that wants to play more of a controlled fight, because everything is sort of a skill suit, and everything is just missing here.
Gravitum ultimate from the Cultists immediately flashed out by Agiri, so no one else will get hit by the stun. Now Tifa's going to collect this blue buff. Grow Up EU are trying to set up for the Baron that's upcoming. Out of the blue have full control on this top half of the map, but Grow Up need to fight back. They need to find the vision, and like you said, Tifa's in the front line. She has the Banshees available, so she has one safety net.
One safety net and about 3 million dashes right there. With
Yeah, sure, yeah. Fair enough.
I just want to see Valinor holding on to the Mega Inferno Bomb like you hold on to a Shockwave with an Orianna.
Okay.
Just the threat of it still being there is enough to make Grow Up play more cautiously around these fights. It's like when you have a Karthus Requiem and you know you can't fall below a certain amount of health. So, sure, it's a great tool to get Gidi's Feather Storm, but Valinor hasn't exactly been heating them on point to get them anywhere.
Grow Up EU in the meantime have recollected their territory in the top half of the Summoner's Rift as they're trying to make their own approach towards the Baron Nashor. Freya is in a good position to drop down the Hemoplague on the bottom of on the backline of Grow Up EU. that Grow Up are stacking 5 members.
There is a great ward where Tifa is standing right now, where Freya could TP for a flank if Grow Up wants to start this Baron, but they're gonna engage.
They're not gonna have time for the TP as the Call to Forge got locks down. Freya flag and drag knocks her up, and she has nowhere to go. But back to base, she stasis. Freya's alive for the time being. Back in front of Wob in the back line, drops Wolf really, really low, but they're still fighting. Kiana finds the kill on Freya, but look at Karina completely locked out of the back line, giving a kill over to Cultist. In goes Shiny with the Zenith Blade. Grow Up EU are super, super low, trying to fall back, waiting for the cooldowns as Cultist is trying to snipe them from a range. Out of the blue, bite back, and they're going straight for Baron.
Oh, Cultist pulls the AWP out, but she's not able to find the shot right there. And of course, they're gonna turn it to Baron because Ziggs can put out so much damage, and Aphelios as well. Aphelios doesn't have necessarily the weapon to do so right now, but this should be Ornn and Tifa coming
Double
in.
teleport. Wolf is in the front line, but they're getting a lot of damage. Tifa finds the kill on Kamija's Smiter down and out of the blue. A very edgy call from out of the blue to try to go for this Baron Nash, and it has costed them greatly as they're going to be forced to back completely away. And now it's Grow Up EU who have full control over this Baron pit.
Full control because Comedia just went down. They know they're gonna have to force Valinora on her back because there's 0 mana in her pool and her teleport is down. This should technically be a free Baron for Grow Up.
Hemo Plague is available. Frey's in a great position to get a 5-man Hemo Plague, but she doesn't get it out. She managed to get it out, but there's no follow-up available. She gets immediately stunned as the Moonlight Vigil goes up, but no one else is tagged with the Inferno. Mega Inferno Bomb goes down. Karina's really, really low. Look at Shiny looking for the engage. Cultist has a lot of damage, and everyone in Grow Up is forced to back out. Call to Forge God lands on Cultist. Giddy is on a rampage. Shiny is in trouble. Valinora is in the back trying to deal damage, but there's not enough damage to deal with Wolf. Grow Up you win another fight, but they're gonna walk away without a Baron.
Again, everyone walks away on 1 HP. Valinora really tries hard to get some. Oh, Comedia, a little bit too late there.
That's a tiny bit.
There's so much back and forth around the Baron, and the fact that both these teams are trying so hard to not allow this objective to be taken by another. I mean, at this point, you can allow that. You can allow the Baron to go down and die over and over again, because look at the scores and look who's cashing in all these kills. Giddy, we saw how dangerous he is. Getting to that late game stage on that Xayah, she's more than happy to start cashing in. We said that she's been zoned away by the Ziggs, but if the kill does go down, it doesn't matter, because she still finds ways to be relevant in the fight. And now not only they're gonna get that dragon, but they're also going to decline that soul from out of the blue.
They're going to make a beeline straight for the mid lane of Out of the Blue. They're going to find Valinora completely alone. Flag and Drag doesn't land, but the Cataclysm is going to lock down Valinora. Oh, what a perfect play! Satchel charges out of the Cataclysm, and this is going to prompt the return fight on Out of the Blue. Great disengage from the mid lane of the red team.
And so far, Valinora has been untouched. So there was some great stuff coming in from Grow Up, grabbing that flash, meaning that whoever jumps in the backline, Tifa, Valinora might be in trouble.
Valinora might be in trouble, but she just got away from a very dire position, because now Grow Up, if they got the kill, they could have gone straight for the Baron, but they're in equal numbers.
And look at how the Magic is strolling through the items from the side of Grow Up. Of course, we've got the Abyssal Mask right there. One more level, it's going to take the Ornn to start upgrading items, and my bet goes straight into that Infinity Edge in Giddy's inventory.
Absolutely, it has to go. Freya might have been caught off. She pulls her way out of the knockup, but can she pull her way out of the Call to Forge Gods? Tries to get the Proto Belt off, flashes over the pillar. Great disengage from Shiny in the back with the Solar Flare. Immediately, Kiana uses her Subjugate on Kamija, but this could prompt a re-engage from Out of the Blue. The Glacial Prison from Kamija is still up and running.
Yeah, but Giddy had to commit her flash to get out of the Solar Flare from the Leona, meaning that there's a lot of chance she can get caught up in the backline. Featherstorm is down. They were trying to pull Valinora's CP, but Valinora's CP was not up and available at that point. She was just pressuring the bot wave. You need to get that Ziggs as fed as possible, and of course with her flash down, she needs to make sure she stays as safe as possible in a lane where no one has access to.
Let's see if she'll have the space to do that, because we're getting into the 30-minute mark. We're starting to reach a late game stage where if you die alone, it could be the the line that defines victory from defeat.
It was pretty safe for her there because they had vision on all 5 members for Grow Up. So she's like, I'll be down here. First need a Sludge Road purchase. I'm expecting to see a Death Cup coming in from that Ziggs. And these Mega Inferno bombs are gonna hurt so much. So far, they're not catching on or Javan at all due to all that magic resist stacked up.
Yeah.
But if you can't get to Tifa or Giddy, that's gonna hurt.
I mean, Velinor is going to start to slowly but surely hurt those big tanks
here we go
due to the Leandri's Torment. Oh, wait. The Ram decided to not go back, and now Freya, without the Call of the Forecast, she's going to be safe to just pull away. Cataclysm locks down both Freya and Kamidia, who immediately flashes out. Karina, close to falling, but look at Freya. She survives for quite a long time. A huge Inferno Bomb doesn't deal enough damage to secure any kills as Tifa is disrupting the backline of Out of the Blue.
This is looking bad for Out of the Blue. They just lost their top laner for the 5th time this game, and Nikud spell Baron for them. All crucial ultimates are down for the side of Grow Up, and let's see.
They have a chance to steal it. We've seen Kamidia steal this crucial Baron. She has the Arctic Assault to go in. She doesn't have anything to go out. Smite is available. She is 1 level up behind Karina, but Karina under these high pressure Smite options, will she be able to pull it through as the Vanguard, as the Flight Moonlight Vigil goes in? He gets a lot of damage down on Grow Up PU. Kiana's blinking red, and so is Swolf, but they managed to get the disengage. Yet again, Baron play stopped on its tracks.
Another one that gets denied from each team right there. This time it's Grow Up getting denied. It was the correct play, but with the Aphelions having the Void Gun in hand, that means most damage output with all the Crescendums coming out.
I just want to say that Velinor is so scary on this 6. She hasn't died yet, she's 304, and she has a 650 gold bounty on her head. This is going to be a free tower for Out of the Blue if they get just enough damage for the Satchel Charge to take down the tower.
Look where Wolf is, and she could potentially be pulling in the flank.
Oh, can she get it though? Out of the Blue seem to be taking the correct pathing. They have nearly all the members together to get a fight going. They have teleports on all crucial members, so they can afford to go back right now and stop Grow Up from power play.
They're giving away Soul for Baron right now, but the rotations from Out of the Blue are yet again super slow, and Grow Up are all alone in the Baron pit.
I don't think Grow Up are taking the clear fast enough. Karina is super low. Shiny can get a huge solar flare off of it. Oh, what an Inferno Bomb coming in. However, Karina still gets a smite. Baron is on Grow Up, but look at Kamichi clears out Karina, and that's a primary engager on Grow Up down for the count. They're running for their lives as they're trying to secure whatever Baron are left in their squad. And if Kiana gets the back, which she will, Grow Up still have 4 Barons to play with.
And Out of the Blue here can rush to get that soul, but because Grow Up secured the Baron, they're getting the really free fast back. Still no smite available for them as Karina is dead. If they get that with all these crucial ultimates, Mega Inferno Bomb being on such a low cooldown here is going to prove huge for them.
Mega Inferno Bomb, the Hemo Plague, the Glacial Prison, all of these are crucial team fight late game ultimates.
Because the Mega Inferno Bomb is the one that's been pulling a lot of CDs out of Grow Up, so being able to use that over and over again, she has the cooldown reduction, you use that to clear the wave.
At least you tried. Not enough to clear a Baron enhanced wave, but Out of the Blue, you're still going to lose that tier 2 tower in the mid lane. Freya, in the meantime, trying to put pressure on the top lane. Is going to force Karina to do something about this. She does not have the Baron.
She was the last one at the party because she was there. She's like, I'll just go play catch-up duty. I'm not sure why Karina is...
That
was the Hemo Plague.
That was the Hemo Plague. It's okay. She got three clouds.
That's alright. We go. So no worries.
Oh boy. I guess we needed to see these plays to lighten up the mood because this game is very tense. 35
look
minutes
how fast the cooldown is ticking, and again, Valinor uses that Inferno Bomb. But the TP is coming in from Freya. There's no Hemo Plague.
Huge solar flare, but the Glacial Prison does flop. Call of the Forge God knocks up 2 members of Out of the Blue as they're trying to fight back. Kiana is really low, but Tifa's stuck between a rock and a hard place as she Spirit Flares out! Oh, the Moonlight Vigil with the Infernum clears out the mid lane of Grow Up.
This looked like the worst team fight you can ever take. Ziggs and Vladimir ultimate down, but Giddy fighting in that spot would have been lethal for her. given that Featherstorm was down at that point, and her heal as well. So they do find a pickup onto Grow Up's mid laner, and they sort of slow down the game yet again.
Again, 36 minutes in, and it looks like the game has only just begun. Almost I mean, I was gonna say almost everybody's on full build, but that's a lie. That's a blatant lie.
Hey, it looks like a full
Valinor
build.
is
You see
fine.
the Death Cup Ludens echo coming from Valinor. It's like, you're right. That's all you need. But almost a Death Cup completed from Freya. It doesn't matter if this Vladimir goes 0-11, 0-15, reaches the Yasuo power spike, because at some point, the items are going to come in, and it's going to be a huge problem when Freya walks in and throws down the Hemoplague, because not only is she going to deal a lot of damage, she's going to force a lot of cooldowns, she doesn't die that easy either.
No. And now, especially because she has Azani, she can go into stasis when she throws down the Hemoplague, and she can survive for long enough for the Hemoplague to bring back a lot of HP left. So she can actually take the brunt of the engage from Grow Up and live to tell the tale.
No, Coltis, don't do it. Coltis knows. Coltis knows. Like, I'm not going to wait for that wave. I'm going to wait for that wave to come to me instead.
Absolutely. Good read from the AD carry of Out of the Blue as Shiny is going to face tank everybody. Grow Up EU are going in flag and drag. They want to go for Shiny. Solar Flare wasn't even able to be used as she just perishes to the hands of Giri. However, there were a lot of cooldowns that were blown, and one of those cooldowns was the Featherstorm of Giri.
Yep. And that was because, again, the Mega Inferno Bomb was used with Valinor. Didn't hit anyone, but takes a crucial cooldown away. And look at how fast that ultimate is charging back up for the Ziggs. This time, there's not going to be no Featherstorm to keep.
Flag and drag,
Giri
Cataclysm
away.
goes in. Cultist is stuck inside the Cataclysm as the Glacial Prison goes down. Gold Moonlight Vigil with the Inferno! Oh, the Wumbo with the combo! Everybody blows up with the onslaught of Out of the Blue, but a great Feather Caller is going to stop Cultist on her tracks. They reclaim the life of Kiana, but Giri is going to be able to get away alongside Karina.
Wolf wasn't there to provide any frontline. We talked about the MVPs in previous games. I'll tell you who the MVP is in this one. It's the Soul Drake. Cloud Soul Drake, giving Valinora ultimates every 15 seconds. So sure, you're gonna throw in one to get the Featherstorm away from Giri. Right now, this is a summonerless Xayah, which is gonna get so abused. Death Cup completed onto that Vladimir as well. The flanks are really gonna hurt. There's absolutely zero MR on that Xayah. She gets touched by something from those two Death Cup minis on the other side. This is going down.
No, absolutely. Both teams are reaching critical mass, but Out of the Blue have such a huge late game potential that it's really, really scary when you look at Grow Up EU's team composition, where they only have they only have Giddy to back themselves up in these later stages. You can count on Tifa to maybe disrupt the backline, but even Valinor has so much HP off the back of the Liandries.
Look at that, that's a 4-item build, holding the stopwatch still. She's had it for so long. She has not died yet this game. She's keeping the game alive single-handedly on that Ziggs. And even if she gets engaged upon, she has a stopwatch. Keep your eyes there. 3 stopwatches on 3 crucial members from the side of the blue. Gonna throw the Inferno Bomb. It's gonna be up in 10 seconds. It doesn't matter, just clear the way with it.
It's already a quarter of the way done. I mean, halfway through the cooldown, you're absolutely right. That
Freya
Mega
is
Inferno
split
Bomb.
pushing without a teleport, and this could be problematic.
This is going to be problematic as Grow Up EU go in yet again for the Baron Nash. I don't think Out of the Blue were expecting this, but Kamija is trusting her smiting abilities to go in for that steal. Call the Forge, got to stop them on their tracks, and so is the Pillar from the Trundle. Baron Nash is falling really, really low. The Solar Flare is going to lock in. Oh, the steal comes in. No, it doesn't. Giddy is the one that gets him. But look at the Inferno Bomb in the backline. Alongside yet again the Moonlight Vigil. Out of the Blue are coming back alive. And the triple kill is in order for Freya. It's the Lincoln Vladimir. And everyone is running tail back to base.
Freya's like, you thought you would stop me because I went 1 for 5. Dives in with Flash. Hemoplague in the backline. Hemoplague is almost back up again. Mega Inferno Bomb. This could be game.
This could very well be game, ladies and gentlemen. A best of 3 match contested to all 3 games. Out of the Blue have the red carpet rolled out for them as they head towards the Nexus. You still have a Baron Nashor on Wolf. She's really tanky. She's really bulky. She's hard to take down as she flashes in to try to stop the onslaught and the rampages Out of the Blue. a Super Walk contested match, but it's Out of the Blue who advance to the grand finals.
They cannot be defeated. They lost only one game. They dropped one game in this entire tournament. But that was just for fun. And Mega Inferno Bomb just for style points at the end. Valinora so clutch on that Ziggs, clearing wave after wave after wave. Every single Mega Inferno Bomb that landed onto Giri forced a Featherstorm, and that Soul Drake coming in with the Cloud, it was so great for that Mega Inferno Bomb cooldown. There was nothing that Giri could do on that Zion.
Absolutely, but not all is doom and gloom for Grow Up EU. They showed some really, really good signs in this best of 3 match. The match that we all wanted to see. Grow Up EU still have a chance if they defeat manage to defeat Team Innova in the losers bracket.
Yep, they are waiting for them in the losers bracket, and it's not like it's over for Grow Up because they showed a glimpse of hope in the second game. They felt very comfortable with their picks, and it feels like every time we get Wolf and a sort of supportive champion, she's playing out of her mind. And something just doesn't click with tanks. So once the Sona and Soraka were out of there, we've seen Malphite, we've seen Ornn, but it's just not enough.
I mean, that's kind of hard to say considering that she managed to solo kill Freya once.
Doesn't matter, it's a Vladimir.
It's right, it's a Vladimir, who
like,
cares?
Kind of like Yasuo's. At some point, you're gonna get that one-time ultimate and you're just gonna one-shot everyone. And the Mega Inferno Bomb landing together with the Hemo Plague. The Vladimir just had so much fun after the Death Cup was completed in the backline, and it kind of sealed the deal.
And when the Wombo combo started to connect,
oh, yeah.
when the Moonlight Vigil alongside the Mega Inferno Bomb, alongside the Hemo Plague, all that damage, all that pop, everything went south for Grow Up EU because it didn't have the answers for it.
It would have been safe to say that when you are playing the Ahri, you need to force the earlier plays, and the Ahri was not kind of like the one-shot assassin. You had to go for Banshees to stay safe. You had to go for the GLP for all the control in the early game. So it's not like you had a ton of magic penetration to go through even the front lane, because at the start of the game, Tifa was landing a taunt, and then Leona was melting on the other side. But when it went towards the late game, she could not kill anyone.
And even then, if Tifa was landing those charms, she was never able to touch Valinora. And this is a crucial part.
0 deaths?
0 deaths. Valinora, perfect game from her that allowed Out of the Blue to actually hold on to their late game win condition and actually execute upon it.
Wave clear does count, and Valinora brought a lot of that in, along with a lot of explosions, which she didn't look at because she was too cool.
Absolutely. And with that being said, Out of the Blue will be heading towards the finals. Once again, Grow Up, you will still have another chance at the title shot if they manage to defeat Team Innova.
Vengeance.
And Vengeance, absolutely. But they need to go through Team Innova, who have ran the gauntlet from the very first game, or from their very first series to this tournament. So they're ready and they're willing to represent Brazil to the finest of their abilities during the day, maybe tomorrow, against Grow Up EU. It will happen off stream, however, but we will report on that as soon as possible. It will happen, we guarantee it. However, from myself, all the team in the backstage, and obviously from Trouble Link, we appreciate your preference, but we're going to wrap it up for tonight. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow. Great games, and good night.
Hey everyone, today we're going to show you how to set up your A40TR and Mixamp Pro with your PC. Before we begin, make sure your firmware is fully updated. For more information on how to do that, check out our firmware update tutorial. Alright, let's set up your A40s in Mixamp. Ensure the mode switch on the Mixamp Pro TR is set to PC. Plug the micro end of the micro USB cable into the Mixamp Pro TR, and the USB end into your PC. With the A40 inline mute cable, plug the 3.5mm jack closest to the mute switch into the 3.5mm port on the A40 TR. Plug the other end into the headset port on the front of the Mixamp Pro. Next, navigate to your Playback Devices tab in your sound settings. Select Astro Mixamp Pro Game, right-click, and set as default device. Select Astro Mixamp Pro Voice, right-click, and set as default communication device. Now, navigate to your Recordings tab on your sound settings. Select Astro Mixamp Pro Voice, right-click, and set as default device and default communication device. And that's it. Your A40 TR and Mixamp Pro TR are set up and ready to game on your PC. For more information, head over to astrogaming.com.
Com certeza elas vão estar assistindo, né, Babi? Eu acho que não tem tempo, depois eu assisto, amanhã eu assisto. Não, amanhã não, amanhã já é o seu confronto. Então você já tem que estudar o time desde agora, ver qual é a facilidade que eles têm. Uma coisa que eu fiquei muito surpresa foi como o time da Dignitas não demonstrou o jogo que elas demonstram normalmente na Vertigo.
Veio bem confortável, né?
O time da
16-6 na Vertigo para a equipe da Assassins no MD3,
Exato,
que acabou 2-0.
Exato, é um jogo que a gente não esperava dela. A gente esperava que o jogo fosse mais equilibrado, né? Até porque elas poderiam ter eliminado, né, esse mapa, dar um ban, mas não, elas deixaram o time da Assassin escolher a Vertigo. Não sei se elas achavam que seriam um pouco mais confortáveis nesse mapa e acabou não acontecendo. Tudo bem, mas é claro que a gente tem que ter foco, falando da Intes agora nesse momento, ter foco nesse jogo e depois elas se reúnem e pensem como que elas vão fazer com a Dignitas, até porque elas também estavam querendo confrontar a Dignitas.
Né? E Dignitas ela também, então é isso, a INTZ conseguiu, né, teve a derrota, né, no dia de hoje, porém teve um período de descanso, conseguiram ali ver a transmissão, ver como é que foi o jogo, assistir os jogos também que aconteceram, então estão bem confiantes. E o legal que eu achei, Nanda, é que porque a equipe da NTZ perdeu o primeiro jogo, mas não perdeu o foco, sabe? Saiu daqui do palco, foi conversar, juntou a equipe, deu aquela acalmada, a Santininha sempre acalmando aí as suas parceiras, falando, galera, a gente fez isso no Qualify, a gente perdeu pra voltar e ganhar com tudo. Então,
Vieram da Laura e
exato, e
né,
a
no
Santininha tá bem
presencial.
consciente, então ela já saiu falando, eu sei o que a gente errou, vamos pra lá estudar. E elas foram, ficaram aí a tarde toda estudando, né?
Exato.
E agora estão aqui pro confronto bem firmes, Nanda, e com a torcida maravilhosa, né? Porque deu tudo certo. Querendo ou não, é tarde aqui pra gente, mas pro Brasil é um horário perfeito pro pessoal acompanhar aí as garotas, quem sabe não garantir a vaga pra final. Né?
Exatamente, Babi. No Brasil são 6h30, né? O pessoal tá saindo do trabalho, ou já estão em casa. Então, o pessoal que curte as meninas da NTZ, ou que gosta de um bom CS, aí a oportunidade de acompanhar um pouco mais de próximo, né, o cenário feminino, não conhece a Carnegie, é um time australiano, tá bom, que veio lá do Qualifier de Madrid, e a gente sempre mencionou aqui na live sobre como que elas foram muito consistentes, quase nenhum time passou mais de 10 rounds.
Foi o qualify mais tranquilo delas, né? Elas conseguiram fazer de forma absurda, esplêndida, magnífica, sem erros, né? Quantos pontos fizeram contra elas? Acho que não foi...
Assim, não passou de 10 por cada mapa. Isso é muito pouco, né? Então, ela teve um aproveitamento muito bom. É claro que é a questão ali do detalhe. Na Inferno contra o time da Dignitas, acabou me surpreendendo muito. Foi no detalhe, com toda certeza. Então... Como nós teremos esse pique agora?
Sim, e
eu fico um pouco assustada.
A postura é diferente, né, que a gente viu. Como a gente mencionou, sempre mencionamos no Qualify, Carnegie entrou na mira. Carnegie não faz fake, Carnegie entrou somente na mira, não usa utilitários, e essa postura mudou aqui no Mundial, né?
Todos mudaram,
trouxe o fake, não trouxe o fake, porém trabalhou muito bem com seus utilitários, surpreendeu, Dignitas passou um sufoco, né? 16-14, a gente pensou que ia pro overtime, acabou que não foi, Dignitas surpreendeu ali mais um pouquinho, mas tem que tomar cuidado, a gente não pode ficar lembrando de uma Carnegie do Qualify. A Carnegie chegou para Dubai, chegou melhor preparada, chegou melhor treinada e bem focada. Então, tem que tomar cuidado, não é uma equipe fraca, é uma equipe bem forte. Vai ser um confronto difícil, por isso que a gente pede bastante apoio, bastante incentivo, adrenalina lá em cima, porque é o momento, galera. É chave Lauer, daqui perdeu, bye bye.
Exatamente, Babi. Nós temos que esquecer essa questão do que foi no Qualifier, porque faz um tempo, vamos colocar aí uns 3, 4 meses por cada Qualifier. Então, é claro que os times vão melhorar, eles vão se aperfeiçoar no que foi passado naquele Qualifier. Não sei, nessas regiões, às vezes tem algum campeonato, então é claro que elas vão acabar melhorando. Então, é a oportunidade perfeita e elas estão muito melhores hoje do que foi apresentado.
E as garotas estão, então, configurando aí os últimos acertos para o servidor, já preparadas, bem focadas, como a gente mencionou, só passando a informação também que o League of Legends está muito bem, né, Nanda? Aqui no
Exato, olha lá.
League of Legends está muito bem, mas olha o que a gente tem de veto já aqui. Dust 2 por parte da equipe da NTZ, Overpass com Carnegie. Opa, e Decider aí, um mapinha da Inferno.
Não, eu pensei que seria já pique direto da NTZ. Porque elas falaram que ia dar pique nesse mapa e isso não aconteceu. Mas tudo bem.
Vai ser um quanto diferente essa Dust 2 da NTZ, tô ansiosa pra ver. Mas eu também acho que é uma decisão esperta, Nanda, porque a gente viu a Carnegie jogar uma Inferno sensacional no 15-0, na primeira metade, né? Então mostra só que a NTZ tá realmente preparada, tá estudou bastante a equipe.
Nuke é sempre first ban, né? Parte do time da NTZ. Não é um mapa que elas gostam tanto assim de jogar, então decidiram realmente tirar. Vertigo, eu acho que seria um bom mapa para a NTZ. Por surpreender, elas gostam desse mapa. Enfim, decisões muito boas. Acredito que sim, a gente consiga fechar no 2-0. É claro que as balas têm que acabar encaixando muito bem. A Dust 2 já é um mapa muito antigo, desde que o pessoal começa a jogar CS. Já começa numa Dust 2, então é claro que é muita mira. não tem tanto, pode dizer assim, tático. Tem o tático, mas é muito mais mira.
É, exatamente. É um mapa que o pessoal conhece bastante, sempre menciona. E aí que tá o diferencial. Qual é a equipe que tem um tático mais elaborado, umas smokes, umas entradas em conjunto. E é bom explorar bastante esse WP da Naper pelo bunker, a pesca no meio. Talvez tenha um avanço ali na região da varanda também, para surpreender os adversários, no caso do lado de CT, né? E vamos ver como que vai ser. O que eu tô achando estranho, a gente não viu uma Mirage ainda, né?
Não vemos ainda.
Não vimos uma Mirage também seria essencial, seria divertido demais ver o conjunto da equipe da Team, da NTZ. Mas é isso, Nanda.
Uma coisa...
Eu não vou dizer que vai ser 2-0, eu acho que vai ser um confronto bem difícil.
Sim.
Bem acirrado.
Debater pro terceiro mapa.
Tá valendo a permanência do campeonato, então acho que vai ser um 2-1 para a INTZ, mas jogos assim bem acirrados, bem próximo mesmo placar, sabe? 16-14 como foi, 16-13 e assim vai.
Assim, vamos falar de Alp. Acho que a Dust 2 nos possibilita isso. Hoje, muitos mapas possibilitam setup de 2 Alpes, de trabalhar bem com a Alp. A Dust 2 dá pra fazer isso. E a Naper joga muito bem com esse armamento. A Regiane com a WP, mas a WP de bolso, né? E a Naper também, a Gabi. Mas do outro lado, a gente tem a Artemis.
A Artemis tá jogando insanamente insana.
Assim, no começo ela não tava acertando tantos os tiros delas, né? Então, realmente acabou complicando algumas vezes que ela errava alguns tiros. E aquilo que eu mencionei às vezes na live, você errar de AWP é muito complicado, porque você acaba ficando rendido. Você erra, se às vezes tem um time que tá querendo rushar, eles vão rushar em cima de você. A não ser que você pelo menos dá um no scope, leve um, realmente acaba complicando, você fica vencido, sem fazer nenhum tipo de aproveitamento desse armamento. E olha só,
já temos o jogo na tela então. INTZ 1-0 Carnegie, mapa da Dust 2, mapa de escolha da equipe da INTZ. Vamos vendo.
Eu acho que ainda tá...
Acho que ainda tá no aquecimento, né? Porque tá ali ou pause, não tiveram compra a equipe da INTZ com um ponto de vitória. Então vamos aguardar aí, a gente tá escutando o volume
de teclado, exatamente. E a Fly que... E a Fly que jogou absurdos, né? Encaixou umas balas muito cabulosas, na verdade, aí no confronto. Foi muito infeliz, eu acho que o que aconteceu com o jogo contra a Assassins, mas... tudo bem, eu acho que faz parte, as meninas estão descansadas, estão renovadas, são um time que estão treinando há muito tempo juntos. Tem aquela questão toda da team play, a Dust 2 precisa disso. Eu quero avançar na varanda, então tem que ter aquela...
trabalho em conjunto.
Exato, tem que ter aquela flash, né? Então, é esse conjunto que a NTZ precisa trazer.
Sim, agora jogo na tela, já rolando round pistol pra vocês. E NTZ versus Carnegie numa série de MD3. Já o avanço da Bibi pela região ali da varanda. E a Cone na marcação pelo meio, mas a equipe da NTZ se posiciona totalmente para a região do fundo. E na calmaria, todo mundo junto. O avanço da Carnegie, olha o avanço da Carnegie, Nanda, pode acabar surpreendendo. Vamos vendo o avanço da Bitch, já pela casa do fundo. Naper, fica mais atrasado, vai trabalhando com seus utilitários agora. Flashbang, Santini enquanto isso vai dando clear. Chuva de smoke, a parede já tá feita, vem a passagem, vamos pro site da e olha a Pitch já traz a kill pra cima da Santininha, que já deu a calma pras parceiras. Tem gente nas costas. Agora então, Regiane, pela smoke, tira bastante vida aí da jogadora Pitch. T4 foi plantada, Hope vem agora pra retomada e sobra somente a Naper com pouquíssima vida. Agora eliminado o primeiro ponto, fica para a equipe da Carnegie 1-0, Nanda.
É diferente essa tática por parte do time da Carnegie. Não fizeram um padrão 2-1-2, elas acabaram rushando duas pelas costas e acabou surpreendendo. Se eu não me engano, foi a Peach que acabou fazendo a first kill para cima da Santininha. Então, passar a cal, ela deve ter passado, mas é claro que a longa distância, a Desert Eagle não, desculpa, a USP, ela realmente ia favorecer muito mais essa retomada. Então, favoreceu aí. Estamos com um ponto errado ali, né? Então, um ponto para a INTZ, sendo que foi a Carnegie que fez, tá? Mas a produção vai ver aí. Então, vamos ver, elas estão gostando aí de dominar o de uma forma mais avançada, né, Bebê? Então, mesmo plantaram e estão forçando alguns armamentos. Ele já tem uma SG, Galil aí pro Parque da Santininha. Vamos ver qual é esse tipo de setup que a NTC vai querer trazer para esse round.
Olha a Cone na marcação pela região do fundo. Enquanto isso, faz a passagem solo, já pela região do bombsite da B, ali pelo escuro cima. A Santininha já foi botada aqui, bala da Fly pra cima da Pit. Bibi, fica esperta agora, tivemos também a eliminação da Naver. Olha o confronto e a Regiane tá brilhando, é sub nas mãos dela e corpo no chão da Temi. Vem no avanço, Santininha faz mais um abate, situação agora de 4 contra 2. Bibi e Cone.
São jogadores que...
Porque a C4 tá levando ali o bombsite da B sendo plantada. E agora o bombsite da B com difícil retomada. O que vai fazer a equipe da Carnage nesse momento? Vai fazer nada, né, Nanda?
Não
tá
tem.
sem kit defuse, tá ali
Exato.
com SUV, M4. Então é ponto da equipe da INTZ 1-1.
A Regiane aí entre, né, por parte do time da NTZ, acabou fazendo essa abertura pela região do meio. Não vi se houve flash, mas uma bela abertura aí por parte da jogadora. Não tinha muito realmente o que a Carnage fazer, sem muitos recursos, tanto financeiros quanto para tentar uma retomada no bombsite da B. O bombsite da B é um bombsite muito difícil, tem que trabalhar muito em conjunto. Acho que você ficar ali entre dois jogadores para tentar uma retomada é um pouco difícil, porque fica aquela questão, uma flashbang, você vai entrar os dois de uma vez, um pela porta, um pelo buraco, um pelo escuro. Enfim, tem que ser um trabalho, acho que, uma retomada de pelo menos uns 3 jogadores. Como elas estavam em 2 e sem defuse, elas iam acabar perdendo o armamento e provavelmente os seus coletes também. Então, 1-1 aí nesse mapa da Dust 2.
Agora já arrumado ali o placar. Olha como vem agora a NTZ de forma rápida pela varanda, vendo o Rush, Santininha. Na passagem, que consegue os abates. Mas que é isso? Não deu certo essa passagem da varanda da NTZ. Ainda sobra Fly e Gabi. Olha o gasto utilitário. Bibi fica ali muito machucada. Muito não, perdeu 10 de life, foi obrigada a recuar. E a sua parceira, enquanto isso, no avanço, já é surpreendida pela Fly. A equipe da Carnage vem cercando as brasileiras. Gabi já puxa mais uma kill, é encontrada agora pela Cone. Vai contra 3, levou uma bala da Bibi, que trouxe aí 3 abates nesse round. É o segundo ponto da Carnage, 2-1, Nanda.
Não poderia fazer isso o time da NTZ, Babi. Quando nós vamos fazer um avanço na varanda e tem uma smoke, possivelmente pode ter algum jogador ali que vai estar de costas para que o seu companheiro flash ou que a flecha caia nas costas e não seja cego. E isso aconteceu, a jogadora conseguiu levar 2 jogadoras da NTZ, acabou sendo um round onde que era um armado por parte da NTZ e não foi nada efetivo. Então, assim, tem que trabalhar de um modo mais cauteloso nesses momentos, né?
Olha só a Gabi agora, hein? No avanço, região do bombsite da B. Vai na passagem, a rainha dos que é outra. Vamos ver se vai conseguir encontrar ali a sua adversária, mas foi surpreendida pela Hope. E já tivemos mais um abate pra cima da Naper. E agora é um 5 contra 3, lembrando que é round pistol da equipe da NTZ. Vai explorando bastante a passagem ali pela região da varanda, as 2 restantes jogadoras. Cone faz a sua kill também, vem pelo meio agora, Fly. Cega não consegue o abate, Cone finaliza 3 kills pra ela dessa vez e ponto da Carnage, 3-1.
Infelizmente a Gabi não conseguiu dar o que é outra, Babi, mas a Fly pisar no Molotov também facilitou na leitura de que tinha jogadores por ali, então 2 jogadores que estavam pela região do CT acabou indo ali para a porta do meio e acabou fazendo esses abates. Agora é hora da MTZ tentar fazer algo um pouco mais elaborado. Eu acho que a Naper precisa pegar essa Alp e trabalhar, mas como não tem esse recurso, vamos ver como que ela vai lidar com essa AK-47.
É o primeiro round armado agora da equipe da NTZ, vem trabalhando Santininha na marcação pelo escuro cima, tem que tomar cuidado, tá bem solo, enquanto isso a Fly vai tentando uma passagem ali pela região do meio, em conjunto com a Regiane de Galil. Fly gasta seus utilitários já pela varanda, bastante separada a equipe da NTZ nesse momento.
Tentando pegar uma first kill e ver para onde elas podem executar, né, Babi? Acho que é muito bom, só que ao mesmo tempo pode ser arriscado aí no X1 e não ter alguém pra vingar caso você morra, né? Então sempre é bom trabalhar ali, pelo menos em duplinha e deixar o Lurker um pouco mais separado da sua equipe mesmo.
E agora a Naper já vai retornando ali em direção ao escuro cima para trabalhar com a sua parceira. Enquanto isso, Regiane vai buscando alguma informação pelo meio, não tá tendo contato ainda com o adversário, a equipe da NTZ, e rotaciona a NTZ. Rotaciona, a Santininha já desce, vai se preparando, a entrada pela varanda está acontecendo com 2 jogadoras, tem que tomar cuidado, Santininha Tá ali na porta do meio, ainda sem nenhum utilitário para gastar naquele momento, mas provavelmente ela vai ser a jogadora que entra por aquela região. Olha agora. Gabi pelo fundo, as 3 restantes pela varanda e Santininha no meio. Gabi, traz a kill. Vai buscar agora com a Smoke a passagem. Vem Molotov também pra dentro do bomb site. Santininha pode surpreender, pega mais uma jogadora e agora sobra somente a Epó. Sobra ela, tá pelo meio, Santininha pode encontrar a jogadora, mas virou de costas e olha a Epó, vem pro trabalho, encontra a bala, mas quem encontra a bala é a Hope. Epó é Hope, acaba sendo eliminada, ponto da equipe da NTZ, 3-2.
É, você vê como que a NTZ trabalhou dessa forma na Inferno, últimos segundos. Agora trabalhou dessa forma, a bala que a Regiane encaixou no jogador, fazendo uma abertura para que a sua equipe conseguisse. E a Santininha no meio também foi o diferencial, cortando a rotação do seu adversário. E foi na cautela, né, Babi? Foi na calma. Você vê que aquele round que elas tentaram explodir não deu certo, acabou entregando um ponto para Carnage. Então, rounds mais elaborados, mais calmos, acabam sendo mais efetivos para o time da NTZ. Então, 3-2 por parte do time da Carnage, mas pique da NTZ, tenho certeza que a gente consegue trazer esse mapa aí de nossa escolha.
E a NTZ continua com a mesma postura inicialmente, né? Deixa a Naper marcando a região do meio com a SG, enquanto as suas parceiras se direcionam ao escuro pelo meio e tem uma já dominando ali a região do fundo. Olha o avanço já pelo bomb site da B. Regiane tá marotada, agora Hope pode encontrar adversário dissipando a Smoke, tem que tomar cuidado. Hope traz aqui pra cima da Fly e consegue também um abate na Santininha. Já ficou fechada a oportunidade, a Regiane estava se direcionando por ali, já é obrigada a rotacionar para junto das suas parceiras. Naper traz a kill, vai na busca, Bibi agora uma avança varanda, olha o spray da Regiane, traz a kill e sobra somente a Gabi agora, 3x1. Gabi já tem o domínio do bomb site da A, mas a C4 não está com ela, tem que recuperar ali pela região da varanda. Vamos ver o trabalho da jogadora, tem 30 segundos apenas para trabalhar essa retomada de C4 e explorar aí o bomb site ou trazer os 3 abates, né? Movendo. Já encontra o primeiro, pega o segundo, olha ela, puxa para um x1, é Gabi, pra cima da Cone, não consegue, é ponto da Carnage, 4-2, Nanda.
Que infelicidade por parte da Gabi. Jogou muito, até pensei que ela poderia guardar a WP que estava dropada na região do meio, porque era 3x1, realmente ia complicar, mas ela rotacionar, cair CT foi a melhor coisa. Eu não sei como a Carnage não conseguiu escutar a queda dela ali da varanda pro CT. Ia dar bom pra brasileira, pra Gabi, mas infelizmente não conseguimos. E agora é um round pistol, tentar plantar a C4 aí, vai ser muito bom pra você.
Round pistol, vem avançando pelo fundo, já a Regiane, pode acertar, tem os tiros. Artemis, enquanto isso, consegue o abate pra cima da Fly. Já pelo carro, vai lento as suas adversárias, consegue então retomar o site da equipe da Carnage. Vem pra kill. Olha as pistols brasileiras aí causando estrago nas jogadoras da Carnage. E o objetivo concluído com sucesso. O Naper faz o plant da C4. Vai ter que trabalhar agora esse after plant somente com as pistols ainda. Vamos ver como que vem. Bibi pela varanda. Junto com a sua parceira, tem que defuse as suas jogadoras, vai buscando o abate, Regiane, mais uma bala. Olha a NTZ como chega. Bibi, que é isso, Bibi? Que é isso? Que confusão que causa a jogadora. Tem que encaixar agora o bala a Gabi, mas a Bibi tá num dia inspirado. 4K pra ela e mais um ponto da Carnage. 5-2, ainda assim tiveram 3 quedas no round pistol da NTZ, né?
Com certeza. E é aquilo, Babi, mesmo o time da Carnage realizando esses rounds consecutivos, o time da NTZ consegue sempre tirar muitos armamentos. Como é muito caro, elas acabam não tendo a questão do banco. Olha como tá a Pit, tá com uma então não é um recurso tão legal. Então mesmo a gente não ganhando round, tendo uma quebra financeira, tirando esses armamentos, é interessante. Então round concluído com todo sucesso, porque a gente plantou C4, vemos mais recursos e tiramos 3 armamentos por parte do time da Carnage e vamos final no meio de novo, hein?
E agora tem a WP nas mãos da Naper. A WP nas mãos da Naper, que trabalhou muito bem no primeiro jogo, mas como a gente mencionou, MD1 é complicado, não pode vacilar, não pode dar uma chance para um erro. Acabou sendo punida a NTZ e caiu aqui para Lauer. Fly, vindo no domínio da região da varanda. Tem uma Smoke para auxiliar as jogadoras nessa passagem. Já também junto com ela, Regiane. Bibi vem agora para o avanço do fundo, já é obrigada a recuar. Ali a Gabi, que estava tentando fazer essa passagem pela casinha do fundo, mas a Bibi tá imparável. Avançando, mas avançou demais. A Gabi não perdoou, já faz esse abate. Ainda assim, com 50 segundos, e NTZ tem que lutar, tem que trabalhar bastante. Uau, olha essa entrada pela região do meio. Demorou muito aqui, o Akone pune duas adversárias à distância e a Peach, que estava ali no meio, serviu de isca, na verdade, né? 2x2, vem agora a Fly, ela contra a Ruby e Artemis. O tempo tá passando, a C4 não tá com ela. Vamos ver qual vai ser a categoria da jogadora aí da equipe do NTZ. Que pecado essa passagem no meio. Que isca que foi a jogadora Peach ali para sua parceira Cone garantir 2 eliminações em cima da NTZ. 19 segundos, o tempo tá passando. Fly, vem no avanço, tirou de costas, consegue trazer o primeiro. E agora, Fly? E agora? Vai buscar a C4. Mas o tempo tá difícil, já correu para as colinas Artemis com a AWP e é ponto para a equipe da Carnegie. Mais de uma vez manda 6-2.
Não, que pecado, né, Babi? Que pecado essa questão da C4 tá dropada tão longe. O tempo também não ajudar, porque apenas tinha 10 segundos. Até conseguiria pegar a C4, mas não dava tempo de chegar no bomb strike, de plantar. O time da Carnegie, elas estão fazendo domínio duas pela região que é a Bibi e a Artemis, que eu vi a questão do scope dela. Então, a Bibi tá jogando demais, então tem que realmente tomar muito cuidado aí. Olha só, tá vendo? São duas dominando ali junto.
Artemis agora com a WP, traz aqui pra cima da Regiane, em sequência já também leva a Fly, que acabou conseguindo trazer um abate pra equipe da NTZ, né? Um 4x3. Artemis, por enquanto, não errou tiro de alvo, né? O que a gente viu bastante, mapinha ali da Inferno, né? Ela tava aquecendo, tava ali no primeiro jogo do dia, errou bastante tiros, mas agora acertou. Tininha é surpreendida pela Cone. E olha o tipo de jogo da equipe da Carnegie. Vem no avanço, tá sendo bastante ousada até mesmo de CT.
Elas estão avançando bastante.
Ousadas, ousadíssimas.
Você vê que teve um round que a Bibi tava querendo avançar pela região do fundo, então a Gabi conseguiu encaixar a bala. Então, assim, o que nós podemos fazer para que esses avanços acabem? Nós temos que surpreender. Rounds rápidos, não desorganizados, como foi aquele round pela varanda. Rounds elaborados também estão certo pro time da NTZ. Então, a medida dos dois. Você sabe que vai ter alguma jogadora que vai avançar, fica marcando o pixel. Elas às vezes não conseguem segurar rounds nos últimos segundos bem executados. Então, por que não tentar fazer isso novamente?
E olha a entrada da Gabi já pela região da varanda. Tem reforço, toma cuidado. Tá na volta aí do fundo com a WP Artemis. Não consegue a bala, a Gabi garante a kill. Vai buscar mais um confronto, mas a Bibi acordou inspiradíssima. É o 7º ponto da Carnegie. 7-2 no mapa da equipe da NTZ.
Isso não pode ficar acontecendo, né, Babi? Eu acho que, eu, pelo menos na Dash 2, eu gosto muito do lado CT, mas a gente tá falando de uma Lauer, onde que quem sair não avança, já fica ali em 4º lugar, né, se eu não me engano, aqui na disputa. Então, isso não pode acontecer com o time brasileiro. A gente tá tão confiante que a gente consegue trazer o título, e elas precisam trazer essa garra.
Uma energia positiva, então,
Exato,
galera.
Exatamente. Então, não pode.
E mais uma vez o avanço da Hope junto com a Cone lá pelo escuro cima. Tem que tomar cuidado agora a Santininha e Fly, que estão naquele posicionamento. Fly já consegue a kill. Vamos lá, é isso que eu tô falando, Brasil. Vamos buscar esse abate. Olha a Fly mais uma vez.
Entenderam essa jogada?
É isso. Conseguiram, marcaram ali as jogadoras que estavam fazendo o avanço. Agora chega como, Fly. Olha como chega. Distribuindo o famoso doce pra Carnegie. Entrando no bomb site, tá ali feliz, animada. A C4 com a Naper tem que chegar rápido pra esse plant ser um pouco mais eficiente. E agora sim, C4 já no chão. Tá ali um 7-2, uma situação de 5 contra 2 jogadoras. A equipe da Carnegie nem vai pro round. Tá safe do safe. E o 3º ponto da NTZ aparece de maneira majestosa, incrível. Vamos que dá. Foi só falar de energia positiva aqui, ó. O que acontece?
Exatamente. A NTZ entendeu essa movimentação por parte do time da Carnegie, viu que sempre não, né? Mas sempre estão gostando, na verdade, de trabalhar na costinha. No pistol foi assim, e alguns rounds também foram assim. Então, a Santininha e a Fly foram muito espertas em esperar ali próximo da base TR, que as jogadoras iam sair dos seu posicionamento, buscando informação. E a Fly fez uma ótima abertura no bomb site da B, que estava praticamente rendida por parte das jogadoras que haviam avançado e acabou ainda dando um varado ali pela região, pela porta. Então, um belo trabalho. Não tinha como a Carnage trabalhar um possível retake, já que é um bomb site tão difícil. Então, vamos ver.
Olha a Regiane como vai. Cobra pedágio inteirinho, 100% de remuneração no pedágio da Regiane, porque traz ali o abate pra cima da Cone. E é isso, Rê. Bora pra cima, 40 kills mais aí no tab pra gente.
Foi isso que a gente pediu, né? Pelo amor de Deus, Regiane.
Eu pedi 50, fui desumilde. Vamos lá, primeira eliminação desse round com a equipe da NTZ. É importante esse abate. A Santininha faz um ótimo trabalho, mais uma vez solo, né? Aqui pela região do escuro cima, enquanto a Carnage coloca 2 jogadoras dentro do bomb site da B. Estão preocupados ou não estão?
Com agora... certeza, e agora estão cautelosas, estão dentro do bomb site, não avançaram.
Exatamente. E a Peach na marcação da varanda, a equipe da NTZ vem avançando mais uma vez. Agora a Peach pela varanda vai tentar o confronto, já vai lançando sua incendiária, ficando mais esperta. A equipe da NTZ entra no bomb site da A. Gabi, over, não consegue, a Peach traz o abate e já fica esperta, dá cal para sua parceira que tem movimentação e tem bastante jogadoras brasileiras naquele bomb site. Olha o plant. Hope. Somente a pista nas mãos dela.
Meu Deus, é o time da Santininha, meu Deus.
Artemis pelas costas.
Já sabe.
Vendo, consegue o abate pra cima dela. Exatamente, Nando. E olha a Hope, vai pegar a jogadora de lado. Que pecado, mas logo punida pela Naper. Peach acaba caindo também. E agora é Bibi Artemis. Tem confronto. Bibi mais uma vez traz o abate, sobra somente a Naper. Situação difícil, defuse vai acontecendo. É 1x1 Naper! Sensacional, é disso que eu tô falando. Naper 3 kills e ponto pra equipe da NTZ 7-4.
Eu vou colocar o meu fone um pouquinho mais longe. Aqui ninja não, né, Babi? Mas já falando da Naper. Na Naper jogando de Alp, sabia onde estava plantada. Eu só escutei de longe o tiro. E depois ela conseguiu acertar, faltando poucos segundos. É isso, NTZ.
Agora na equipe da Carnage pela região do fundo. Bibi já traz o primeiro confronto. Faz o upgrade do seu armamento. Era um round somente pistols da equipe da Carnage.
Não pode vacilar.
Não pode vacilar e não pode deixar a Bibi muito tempo com esse armamento. Ela tá causando muito, já tem 15 kills ali na sua... Vamos ver, Santininha, pega mais um kill. Vamos ver, da Smoke, tem os tiros mais muitos dessa até então. Enquanto isso, o NTZ já dentro do bomb site da B. Quem que é a rainha do B? Fly, sensacional. Consegue trazer os abates, já consegue garantir mais um plant da C4, a equipe da NTZ, e respondendo e muito nesse mapa da Dust 2. Lembrando que é apenas o primeiro mapa dessa série de MD3, mapa de escolha da equipe da NTZ. Fly, responta mais uma, consegue trazer o abate. Sobra então somente a Peach, que tá ali pela base CT e é eliminada pela Naper. Ponto da NTZ, 7-5.
Eu fiquei assustada com esse avanço, porque as pistas da Carnage é muito eficiente, Babi. Então, a gente tem que tomar esse cuidado. E, normalmente, a Bibi e a Artemis ficam avançando muito no fundo. Então, tem que tomar esse devido cuidado. Não foi pago o pedágio dessa vez. É mais uma bela retomada, porque parte do time da NTZ e apenas uma jogadora dentro do bomb site.
Exato, e a equipe da NTZ que posiciona agora 4 jogadoras já no escuro, fica somente a Naper tentando pescar alguém na passagem do meio e vai trabalhando nessa região. O bomb site da B tá sendo o favorito delas, a Fly tá conseguindo fazer um ótimo trabalho. E agora com o auxílio da Santininha, com utilitários, vamos ver como vai ser essa entrada. Tem que tomar cuidado porque a Artemis tá pela porta. Artemis e Hope. Também o gasto utilitário, passou sobre a jogadora. Já vem trabalhando rapidamente com uma smoke pra aquele counter pra cima do utilitário. Fly, olha ela, mais uma vez, tá tranquila. Naper também traz um abate. Hope, ela smoke na kill, mas não. Gabi tava preparadíssima. Agora é Bibi Peach pra parar ali o plant da C4.
Guardar,
e o ponto
né?
da NTZ não precisa aí, não precisa aí. Tá sem defuse, tem ali colete, uma M4, né, nas mãos dos jogadores. Já correram pras colinas e a NTZ encosta no placar. 7-6.
Olha, Babi, a gente tem... Não, que horas são aqui? 2 da manhã. E elas estão brincando aí com o meu coração, porque houve um trabalho utilitário de ambos os times. A Santininha tocou uma molotov e foi respondida com uma outra molotov, e a C4 foi pra dentro do bomb site com a C4. Isso me deixou muito preocupada, porque a Molotov, as jogadoras não iam avançar na Molotov, elas não iam se queimar na Molotov. Então, deu muito certo porque houve uma smoke, houve um trabalho de smoke muito boa nesse bomb site da B. Então, conseguiram plantar a C4. É claro que a jogadora tinha, se não me engano, a Fly, até caiu porque tinha um jogador dentro do bomb site da B, mas elas estão explorando muito bem. A Fly faz uma abertura excepcional nesse bomb site da B. Então, eu acredito que tem que continuar assim explorando, porque é onde elas estão com mais facilidade, não tem que ficar mudando, né? Então...
E olha como chega a economia da Carnage para esse round. Só tem os armamentos que guardaram do round anterior, complica a situação da Carnage, e a NTZ muda assim a sua postura, inicialmente vem no avanço pelo meio e olha a Santininha. Sede de sangue, Santininha vem trabalhando com a Smoke.
Gostei.
Bem na calma. Vendo. Tranquilidade, um trabalho em conjunto agora com os utilitários da equipe da NTZ. E dentro do bombsite da B já tem defesa de duas dentro, não vão sair dali. Enquanto já Regiane vem na passagem para Seguro, a Naper também tá chegando naquela região com a WP, vai tentar fazer um de armamento. Uau, Santininha consegue a repassagem pro bombsite. Fly mais uma vez, incrível! 4 contra 3, Gabi agora faz a marcação pela porta, a Naper vem chegando pro cover, tem que tomar cuidado com o jogador pelo buraco. C4 sendo plantada e a Bibi traz a kill pra cima da Fly. Vai tentar ser agora. Cadê a C4? Mas não precisa de C4 porque temos Gabi e Santininha trazendo os abates e deixando tudo igual no placar. 7-7, Nanda.
Olha, Babi. Como elas estão brincando com o meu coração, que retomada por parte do time da NTZ. Primeiramente, um domínio pelo meio. As jogadoras estavam buqueadas no meu paciente da B. Poderiam surpreender, uma pelo carro, outra, se não me engano, no altar. E mesmo assim, o time da NTZ conseguiu fazer uma entrada aí muito bem. Olha, a Artemis conseguiu fazer essa first kill, mas a Regiane logo já tirou a Bibi, que tá inspiradíssima. Então isso é muito bom pra nós.
Tirar a Bibi de jogada. Já temos aí jogo totalmente igual em questão numérica dentro desse round, 4 contra 4. Armamento da equipe da Carnage tá parecido ali com a NTZ, tirando que a Artemis conseguiu, né, o abate pra cima da nossa WP. E vamos vendo, Artemis na calmaria, tentando pescar alguma jogadora pelo escuro baixo, mas a Fly vai fazendo um avanço pela varanda. Regiane, mais um abate por conta dela. Vem já com as molotovs diretamente pra cima da Artemis, que tava nessa passagem da varanda. Fly se posiciona, enquanto isso a Gabi já ganha bastante espaço pela região do fundo. Tá chegando junto com ela a Santininha. Regiane já logo na troca, são quantas kills pra Regiane nesse round? 3 abates da Regiane, jogando muito, acordou a gigante aí pra esse jogo. Sobra somente a Hope, vamos ver se vai encontrar o confronto. Hope pela base CT ainda. Tem kit defuse, alguns utilitários, mas situação complicada, né? Um 2x1, vamos ver o que a Hope vai causar, se vai tentar o abate, vai tentar trazer o ponto ou somente tirar mesmo algum armamento, mas saindo pro jogo. Hope.
Epó. É porque eu tô falando Epó hoje o dia inteiro.
Presta atenção, ó. Epó, quando ela mata, aparece Hope.
Hope,
tá trolando os casters, né?
Nossa, eu falei Epó o dia inteiro.
Só fui percebendo isso. Tenta caçar, mas Regiane finaliza e é ponto da NTZ. Primeira metade brasileiríssima, Nanda.
8-7, uma ótima retomada. A gente, acredito que se não fosse aquele round onde nós simplesmente rushamos na varanda, nós estaríamos com um jogo ali num 10-5 ou até um pouco mais favorável para o time da NTZ. Mas é uma boa primeira metade. É claro que a Fly, ao meu ver, e a Regiane, mesmo a Regiane apenas com 10 abates, assim, tá ali, equilibrado. Ela foi essencial. Agora ela fez 3 abates. E a Fly puxando muita responsabilidade no bomb site da B. Se não fosse a Fly, acho que a gente não conseguiria fazer uma abertura tão boa e tão segura por parte do time da NTZ para conseguir fazer os plantes da C4. Então, realmente, jogou muito bem. A Santininha fazendo muito bem o papel de Lurker, né? Que é o que ela está fazendo nesse jogo, especialmente, ela está fazendo isso. Fez muito bem, cortou muito bem a rotação aí por parte das suas adversárias. Então, 8-7, muito bom, mas a Bibi tá muito chatinha. Muito inspiradíssima.
6 rounds em sequência da equipe da NTZ. Tava um 7-2 e olha como virou, galera. 8-7, bem sólida na partida agora a equipe da NTZ. Conseguiu, né? Perder alguns pontos de início de jogo, né? 7, né? e fez a leitura correta das suas adversárias, trouxe o contra-ataque, garantindo o ponto. Fly, sensacional. Fly, sensacional. Abriu o bombsite da B da maneira que queria. Naper logo de sequência com a WP. Aquele round do bombsite foi incrível. A gente escutou o tiro passando na orelha da jogadora. Logo de sequência trouxe o abate, faltando pouquíssimos segundos, uns 2 segundos, 1 segundo aí pro defuse da C4. Conseguiu também trazer essa eliminação. Ali o ânimo das meninas, a gente percebe que tá mais diferente. A Gabi tá ali hypadíssima pra trazer esse ponto. O Naper também já vem fazendo ali, ó. Galera, vamos nessa, o mapa é nosso, a vitória é nossa, vamos pra cima. Olha que clima gostoso, Nanda. O pessoal rindo, conversando, o coach ali dando todo o suporte. Então, o Brasil é isso. Vamos pra cima, vamos trazer o ponto, trazer o mapa.
Exatamente, assim, tem que manter a calma, né? Acho que quem começa numa MD3 com seu mapa a favor, eu acho que é muito mais tranquilo. Eu gostaria de começar com o meu mapa a favor, com toda certeza. Porque eu falo assim, fiz a minha lição de casa, ótimo, quem tem que correr atrás agora é o outro time. É claro que a gente não vai deixar o jogo um pouco mais fácil, ou fazer corpo mole. Não vamos fazer isso, é claro que não. A gente tá falando de cenário profissional feminino, mas começar já com um mapinha nessa série de MD3 é muito importante, e é isso que a gente espera, um jogo acirrado, e um jogo onde que a gente está vendo cada um com a sua função. A gente não pode falar assim, tá mais se destacando, assim, é claro que tá em a Fly, porque eu acho que ela fez aberturas excepcionais, só que todas ali estão com kills impactantes em seu devido momento no mapa, então tá jogando muito bem. Eu acho que é claro que por parte do time da Carnage, a Bibi, não tem como não falar dela, porque a MVP por parte até o momento é ela, porque ela foi muito objetiva no fundo, as balas delas sempre pegava muito bem, sempre encaixavam muito bem, os avanços dela. Quando o time da NTZ começou a ter a leitura sobre avanços, aí começou a dar certo, o avanço pelo bombsite da B. Então, é uma ótima leitura, e isso é muito bom. O coach também deve ter tido essa leitura e trouxe isso para o jogo. Não tarde demais, né, Babi?
E é interessante que a gente, após essa leitura, né, no round ali pelo bombsite da B, né, que a gente percebeu que a Fly junto com a Santininha conseguiram parar o avanço das meninas naquela região. E deu certo, a gente viu uma postura totalmente diferente da Carnage, né? A Carnage passou a marcar o bombsite da B dentro do bomb, bem safe, bem tranquilinha.
Exato.
Mas só que a partir daí a equipe da NTZ já tinha crescido. Cresceu bastante, conseguiu trabalhar em equipe, e o trabalho com o utilitário está sendo impecável. Passagem pelo meio, que trabalho de smoke, que calma, que tranquilidade, que sincronia com os utilitários, né? E só passando para lembrar a galera que a premiação desse campeonato tá incrível. Tá incrível. Primeiro colocado leva para casa $20 mil. Segundo, $14 mil. Terceiro, $8 mil. E o quarto e último, $5 mil apenas. Então, até você perdendo, você ganha.
Exatamente. Queria, né? Pensa que o dólar tá 4 e pouquinho. Vamos só multiplicar por 4. Dá $20 mil. Eu estaria muito feliz com $20 mil. Mas vai dar um pouquinho mais por conta dos centavos ali. Teve uma pausa, né? Acho que não teve a questão de troca de lados, mas as meninas parecem bem calmas, bem satisfeitas com o resultado. Eu gosto quando tem isso, Babi, sobre a leitura, como você mesmo mencionou, porque fica muito claro que pode ser que seja um jogo já meio manjado por parte da Carnage, que elas fizeram muito isso porque elas estudaram muito o time da Carnage, então não demorou tanto, sabe? Não chegou a elas fazerem muito isso para a KNTZ precisando da leitura. Se não me engano, acho que ela fez 1 ou 2 vezes. E tá ok esse período para você ver se é contínuo o time fazer isso. E quando elas entenderam, elas ficaram tão bloqueadas, tão quietinhas lá no website da B, que era só você tacar a molotov em alguns cantos e mira. Com certeza as meninas têm, e elas conseguiram fazer essas trocas nesse bom insight da B. Teve rounds que poderíamos ter levado, sim, como o round na varanda, que elas tentaram surpreender de forma muito rápida e não encaixou. E temos que tomar cuidado, sim, com rounds pistols, porque elas foram muito eficientes. Tem que tomar um pouco de cuidado, e ainda mais em avanço pela região do fundo, que foi onde que nós fomos mais surpreendidos até então.
E só lembrando, galera, que esse é o Girl Gamer Dubai Festival, né? E pra estar aqui é um mundial feminino, tá? De CSGO, League of Legends. Tivemos também a modalidade de cosplay, né? Nas edições de Qualifiers e tudo
Just
mais.
Dance.
Just Dance. Então, a gente viu Qualify. Onde vimos, Nanda, os Qualifiers?
Madrid.
CSGO, tá?
CSGO. Madrid, São
Sydney.
Paulo, Sydney e a Dignitas que foi
São Paulo, exatamente.
invitadas.
A Dignitas foi invitada devido a estar aí, né, como bicampeã. Então ela veio pra cá,
Tipo,
mas a gente
merece,
pensa
né?
Não, merece. Ganhou o campeonato e recebe o convite. E ponto. Mereceu, lutou.
Exato.
Né? E do lado do League of Legends, a gente também teve a região da Coreia, tá? E o Brasil trouxe nada mais, nada menos que NTZ no CSGO e inova no League of Legends. Inova, inclusive, que teve a sua estreia no dia de ontem. Acabou perdendo para a equipe da UBI. E hoje surpreendeu. Marco histórico, né, Nanda?
Oh, com certeza.
Campeonato Mundial, venceu uma equipe coreana. As garotas estão de parabéns. Então já conseguiram esse marco, ganharam depois de sequência da equipe da região, né, da Galaxy. E agora vão confrontar amanhã. Acho que vai ser umas 9 horas da manhã aqui pra gente, 9, 10 horas. Que dá que horas lá?
3 da manhã. Não, 2 da manhã.
Umas 2, 3 da manhã vai confrontar a equipe da Grow Up.
Exato.
E daí, quem passar daí dessa série...
Vai pra final.
Uma série de MD3 vai pra final contra a OB. Exatamente. Então,
pode ser a chance, de se vingar. Exato, de conseguir trazer o título pra casa. Imagina, 2 times trazer. Então, você vê que, mesmo elas caindo pra Lauer, que é a mesma situação da NTZ, elas mantiveram. Ainda mais pelas suas favoritas, que eram as coreanas.
Exato, e elas mencionaram que é praticamente a mesma história que a NTZ. No Qualify, também caíram e voltaram. A NTZ no Qualify Online também caiu e voltou, classificou para a final presencial e tá aqui, né? Garantiu a vaga. Mesma coisa aconteceu com elas. Então a história pode estar se repetindo, né? Mas a equipe da Inova já conseguiu garantir a vaga já para essa final Lauer, enquanto a INTZ tá lutando. Estamos aqui no primeiro mapa, né? Nessa série de MD3. Chave Lauer, como a gente mencionou, passa daqui, pega quem? Dignitas. Então, Brasil, é aquele gostinho, né, de jogar contra Dignitas, conseguir talvez uma vitória, quem sabe. Mas vamos ver, Dignitas está bastante confortável, a gente conversou com as meninas, né, Nanda? E elas querem também confrontar a NTZ.
Claro que querem.
Acompanha, né, o cenário mundial e sabe do potencial, então seria um desafio.
E elas conhecem, né, por exemplo, a Santininha.
Já são amigas, né?
Exato.
Exatamente. Então seria interessante demais, mas só que vamos passito, suavecito, Nanda. Temos Carne Age na nossa frente. Conseguimos 6 rounds em sequência. Mapa da Dust 2, nosso mapa. Depois jogaremos uma over.
Over e Decider Inferno.
Decider no Inferno, mas não vai ser preciso. Vamos finalizar no 2-0, apesar de eu ter mencionado, né, que vai ser uma série bem complicada. Apostei, inclusive, no 2-1, mas tô torcendo para que seja um 2-0.
Eu tô sentindo falta. Olha só as meninas aí.
Tá tocando um som, galera, aqui no palco. Um tunts. E as meninas estão aí
quero ver.
descontraindo, estão dançando. Estão ficando ali tranquilas, mas esse pause, esse tempo de intervalo eu não gosto. Não tenho boas lembranças. No primeiro jogo dela, a gente teve também um pause longo e acabou que não deu certo no retorno, acabou perdendo de 16-9. Então, vamos lá, galera. Vamos rezar aí para dar tudo certo. Já tá voltando as jogadoras das mesas e vai retomar o jogo, hein? Mas tá dançando, tá dançando Macarena lá, ó.
Macarena.
Dançando Macarena, as meninas da Carnage ali no palco. Não sei se vocês não conseguem ver, tá passando a tela da INTZ, mas tá num clima bem agradável ali dentro do palco. Então a gente teve informação que é problema técnico, então a produção está tentando arrumar isso da maneira mais rápida possível, mas vai dar tudo ok, vai dar tudo certo. As garotas da NTZ, como mencionamos, estão tranquilas e vocês podem ver aí pelos rostinhos delas, né, Nanda?
Exatamente. Acho que você tem que se sentir bem, se sentir confortável. Além disso, você está aqui, você está representando o seu país, representando tantas mulheres que queriam estar aqui. Então, acho que você tem que estar feliz. Eu tô na Lauer. E daí que você tá na Lauer? Elas já vieram da Lauer. Elas ganharam.
Já tem uma experiência, né?
Exato. É a questão do psicológico. Elas têm acompanhamento. O psicólogo não está aqui, mas ela tem um acompanhamento. Entendeu?
Que é muito importante, né? Inclusive que o Brasil está investindo bastante nessa área de psicólogos nas equipes de esportes.
Tem que fazer isso, porque da mesma forma que um esporte, um futebol, o esporte precisa ainda mais ainda, porque na LAN aqui, tem uma coisa que eu ia falar que não aconteceu tanto, aquela gritaria de Santininha, gritando loucamente na
Estão
LAN
guardando
house.
pra final, é o grande finale, é a cerejinha do bolo, os gritos da Santininha, para fazer o pessoal dar aquela olhada maior aí pro Brasil. E vale mencionar que maravilha de evento, né, Nanda?
Exatamente.
Propõe aí um evento somente para nós, mulheres, então tá aí totalmente dedicado pra gente. A gente nunca viu um evento só para mulheres, sempre tivemos eventos com a line feminina ok, campeonato feminino ok, mas secundários, né, DreamHack, a gente tem aí os eventos que tem o feminino e masculino, então a gente acaba sendo um pouquinho deixada de lado, querendo ou não, né, galera?
Eu espero que as pessoas entendam a importância que é esse campeonato. É claro que há erros, acertos, e é normal. Acho que todo campeonato é assim. É claro que às vezes a expectativa das pessoas são maiores do que realmente acontece. Mas tá tão formidável. Eu queria que todo mundo pudesse ter a oportunidade de vir pra cá, ver como as jogadoras estão felizes, estão animadas.
Elas estão sendo tratadas desde o momento que
Exato.
chegaram,
Como o
não
clima...
Não só aqui na final mundial, mas assim como foi a qualificatória em São Paulo, né, lá na BBL, também todas muito bem tratadas.
É como o clima entre as jogadoras da Inova e da NTZ não se conheciam. Eu não conhecia o LoL. Acompanhei na BBL presencialmente, mas eu não conhecia. E é engraçado cada uma falar, tipo, eu achava que no seu jogo é tal coisa. E não é. E assim, é um clima maravilhoso.
Gabi estudando LoL.
Ela
fala, o de cima é o barão e o de baixo é o dragão.
Então.
E galera, tem um barulho de jogo. O jogo retornou. Tá live, 8-7 pra INTZ. Vamos vendo já o confronto. 3 contra 1, sobra somente a Santininha. E aí ela pega o primeiro, mas para nas balas da Bibi. 8-8, Nanda.
8-8. Galera, só resetou quando virou os lados, tá bom? Mas primeira metade, um 8-7 para o time da NTZ. Então agora um 8-8 aí. É um jogo disputado. Uma bala muito bem executada por parte da Santininha, mas difícil aí conseguir encaixar na outra jogadora. Então vamos ver. Gente, não se confundam. A gente vai ficar falando algumas vezes aqui pra você. E decidiram colocar todas as jogadoras no bom site da A. Pode ser de uma forma correta, né?
Stackzinho realmente acontecendo por parte da equipe da INTZ. Vamos ver, Santininha atrás aqui por cima da Peach. Olha o trabalho, avança agora pela varanda por parte da equipe da Carnegie. Retornando, né? Perdeu uma jogadora, já acaba ficando um pouco mais safe, mas bota o adversário na região do meio, tenta o confronto, sem sucesso até então, Santininha.
Já entenderam e estão indo pro home site da B. Tem uma jogadora lá, que é a Hope, ou a Epo, que eu fiquei falando todo dia, o dia inteiro eu fiquei falando assim, mas tudo bem. Ela pode entender que era um stack e pode fazer a abertura para o seu time, mas tem jogadora já chegando.
E a equipe da NTZ vem trabalhando na região do meio para ficar mais esperta. E, pô, Hope spota adversário na região do buraco. Que bala da Fly! Que categoria! Não quer outra majestoso a lá Brasil! Consegue mandar ali a jogadora para casa. Enquanto isso, a Connie já traz também uma eliminação para cima da Naper. É um 4 contra 3. C4 foi plantada por parte da equipe da Carnegie. Fly vem chegando pela base CT. Vamos ver o trabalho da jogadora brasileira. Consegue pegar uma metralhadora. Vai tentando confronto. E a equipe da NTZ tá sem kit defuse, não tem muitos utilitários, somente mais um pouco. E olha, a Fly acaba que não consegue, Artemis fica com pouquíssima life, 18 de HP somente. E sobra Santininha e Regiane para tentar confrontar essa jogadora. Que bala da Connie, Regiane eliminada pela Bibi, ponto da Carnegie, 9-8.
Ai, infelizmente, a Fly não conseguiu encaixar na jogadora ali com a sub, né, Babi? Uma pena, porque isso poderia facilitar o seu time numa retomada. Então a gente passou, né, que a gente conseguiu passar aí na frente, fazendo o segundo ponto na segunda metade desse mapa. Agora é armado para ambos os times. A Peach não tem tantos recursos assim, vai continuar com o sub. Então é hora da NTZ conseguir tirar esses armamentos por parte delas. E eu gosto também, ó, novamente, o setup de double, pessoas aí no fundo, né, dominando o fundo, double domínio aí, tanto como a Carnegie acabou fazendo. Então tem que tomar cuidado com a Artemis aí para esse meio.
tomar cuidado com o Artemis, vem já bastante agressivo pela região do meio, tenta spotar alguém, mas não encontra ninguém até o momento. Enquanto isso, a Bibi junto com a sua parceira ali, a Cone, vem ganhando espaço pela região da varanda, mas a Gabi está bastante esperta ali pela base CT já. Vai escutando a movimentação adversária, a equipe da Carnage está tentando ganhar espaço no site da A. Olha a Regiane no avanço pelo fundo, já escutou o adversário, já vai dando a cal para sua equipe e retornando para proteger esse bomb site. Hope insiste, Regiane está na marcação. O tempo está passando, 50 segundos restantes aí desse round.
A Aper conseguiu fazer já a eliminação em cima
E a Regiane também traz o abaixo pela região do fundo. E agora a equipe da Carnage trabalha em direção ao bomb site da B, onde tem a Naper para proteger. E olha a entrada, o tempo está passando, 5 segundos. A Naper não consegue o abate, mas em sequência a Santininha faz a eliminação de retorno. Santininha, sobra somente a Pitinha eliminada a ponto da INTZ, 9-9.
O time da Carnage trabalhou de uma forma muito separada, né, Babi? A Artemis pelo meio, não me lembro quem pelo fundo, que houve um confronto muito rápido por parte com a Regiane. Então, assim, trabalhar separado de TR eu acho que é muito difícil, porque se você morre não tem como vingar.
Pelo fundo já
olha
acontecendo,
só.
vai ser na Naper. Tem que tomar cuidado, foi spotada. Fica esperta a Naper, tenta o confronto. Agora vem o flash, vem das suas parceiras, Fly consegue a primeira eliminação. Naper vai ficando safe, Gabi vem trazendo a balida também. E a Fly já trabalha muito bem. Olha a Naper, o spray, encaixa a bala e é ponto da equipe da INTZ. 10-9 nesse round visto aí da Carnage.
Meu Deus, eu pensei que a Naper ela ia ser rendida ali, que o sprayzinho não ia encaixar, mas acabou encaixando muito bem. Um rush fundo, como eu falei, do lado do CT elas gostavam bastante de dominar e de rushar por essa parte do mapa, e de TR não foi diferente. Facilitou aí para nossas brasileiras aí.
Olha o avanço do fundo, Regiane não perdoa, já consegue colocar a Bibi no solo. É round armado agora para a equipe da Carnage, que já perde uma jogadora importante, a Bibi, pela região do fundo no avanço. Quem estava avançando junto com ela também já faz o recuo, era a Peach, já volta para trabalhar mais com calma com a sua equipe. E tá sendo praticamente a mesma marcação que a NTZ trabalhou, né? Uma pela região de cima, o domínio pelo meio e sempre explorando também essa área do fundo. Mas perdeu uma jogadora muito cedo a equipe da Carnage nesse round.
Que ótimo!
Graças a Deus.
Que ótimo, logo a Bibi, que tava sendo uma pedrinha ali no sapato, ainda não foi uma pedra, como foi a Vicky, mas foi uma pedrinha, viu?
A Vicky foi uma bigorna, olha a Fly pelo varado, consegue aqui por cima da Peach, Artemis vai na busca da jogadora. Nossa senhora, Fly, assina meu coração, sua linda! É isso que a gente quer ver bala da Fly. E olha como chega também a Gabi trabalhando, mais um abate é ponto da NTZ, 11-9.
Convenhamos que round perfeito da NTZ, não perderam ninguém, cada um fez a sua parte. A Bibi morreu muito cedo por um avanço fundo ali pro parque da Regiane. A Naper, né, a Fly conseguiu fazer e a Gabi conseguiu fazer. Então isso é muito bom aí, estamos conseguindo, né? Cada passinho ali abrir uma vantagem muito grande, muito assim, relevante para o jogo em cima do time da Carnage. Então, esse momento tem que tomar cuidado, viu? Nesses momentos, não é do armado, é nas pistas, porque ela tira uma coragem dentro de si, viu?
E olha como vem já a Peach, toda corajosa, avançando pelo meio, mas dessa vez a Fly não perdoou, consegue a eliminação. Fly rejeita muito bem por dentro do meio. Hope traz o abate junto com o Artemis, mas sobra somente a Artemis, que já é punida pela Gabi. Ponto da INTZ, 12-9, vai Brasil!
12-9, 2 abates, caíram muito rápido pela região do meio. É aquilo que eu falei, é o que eu tinha medo, mas tudo bem, apenas 2 armamentos. A Gabi já tá com uma grana bem legal para conseguir trabalhar, mas ainda precisamos mais, Gabi. Não podemos deixar o time da Carnage gostar. E o domínio do fundo aí por parte da Naper, 3 domínio do fundo, então deixou o meio livre.
Tudo com utilitário, já fez ali o domínio da região, a equipe da NTZ, e rapidamente a Carnage já muda sua postura em direção da varanda. Olha o avanço da Cone, vai pegando espaço, enquanto isso 3 adversários da NTZ já na passagem pela região do meio, Artemis na marcação ali da saída da CT, e vem o trabalho.
Igual a Sandininha fez, igual a NTZ trabalha.
Artemis passa o adversário pela porta da região do bomb site da B, vai agora com a sua flashbang, tenta entrada pela região ali da porta. A Regiane tem que ajudar a sua parceira, Santininho, ultrapassa a Smoke. esperada pra ver. E a equipe da NTZ vem trabalhando. Santirinha, segura aqui não, Bibi. Regiane também faz... Olha, a Regiane aqueceu, viu? Regiane aqueceu, tá jogando absurda, jogador da NTZ. Vai também a dela, Santirinha agora faz mais um abate. Situação é de 3 jogadores da NTZ contra a Hope, que já tá tentando centrar pelo bom side da B. E agora quero só ver. Tá com a C4, ainda tem 40 segundos pra trabalhar, mas a equipe da NTZ tá acertando. Já consegue o primeiro abate, é um 2x1 agora. Hope, na calma, na tranquilidade, trabalha segundo a segundo. Tem a C4 a seu favor, Fly também experientíssima, já vai esperando ali uma atitude inicial da sua adversária, comunicando sempre com a Gabi que tá pelo escuro. Hope vem pro plant, e é plant real oficial, não é fake. E a Gabi finaliza, é ponto da equipe da INTZ. 13, Nanda, 13-9. Faltam 3 pra esse mapa ficar pra gente.
Tô gostando muito desse lado CT por parte do time da INTZ. Eu acredito que elas fizeram de forma correta. Deixa eu plantar C4, porque ela tava mirada no escuro, né? Então poderia até, se confrontasse no escuro, ficar um x1 contra a Gabi, que tava ali pela região do buraco. Então vai, planta, ela vai ficar, né, vai ficar vulnerável, podemos dizer, e a Fly conseguiu fazer esse abate. 13-9, o Brasil jogando muito bem nessa Dust 2, mas é só elogiar?
Atrás, aí a first kill pra cima da Fly. E a equipe da Carnage está demorando para fazer uma leitura das brasileiras, graças a Deus, só mencionando mesmo, né? Deus, não precisa mudar nada disso. A NTZ tem uma facilidade maior de conseguir retornar esse tipo de situação. A Carnage não se encontra por enquanto desse lado do mapa. E a INTZ está aproveitando, está fazendo rounds, falta 3 para finalizar esse mapa e trazer 1-0 já nessa série. Vamos vendo, Naper, a marcação pelo meio.
Nossa, olha o time.
Passou ali, viu o vulto da perna do seu adversário, mas não conseguiu trazer o abate. Enquanto isso, Bibi já tá esperta. Tá eliminação pra cima da Gabi no bombe. Tem que se posicionar agora a equipe da NTZ. Toma cuidado, Naper. Já é ali. Ela sozinha contra 4 jogadoras. Trouxe um abate, tem que ser o ace clutch para a jogadora da NTZ, mas foi eliminada pela Artemis, conseguiu trazer 2 kills para a equipe da Carnage e é 13-10.
Infelicidade por parte do time da NTZ, a Artemis conseguiu fazer a first kill, ficou muito vulnerável, a Gabi não esperava que a Bibi estivesse ali pela região do fundo tão avançada, e enfim, o bomb sack foi... Basicamente, olha só.
E a Gabi faz uma
de Alp
importantíssima. Provavelmente estava ali no respawn, né? Conseguiu avançar pelo meio e trouxe a eliminação de uma jogadora importante.
Ótimo.
Interessantíssimo aí a Gabi com esse abate.
Logo
ela,
a
equipe da Carnage se posiciona para entrar na B. Santininha tem que segurar junto com a Gabi, que tá ali pela região do palco. Gabi faz mais um abate, agora a Santininha com você, tá com o utilitário na mão. Meu Deus do céu, conseguiu se recompor. Traz um abate a Santininha e é uma situação de 3 contra 2 agora. A Fly já vai ficando esperta, vem na passagem pelo meio. Todo mundo gastando tudo que tem de utilitários nesse momento pro plant da C4 da Carnage. Bibi, não fica cega, toma cuidado. Buraco, foi pega de lado, sobra então somente ela contra 2 jogadoras. Fly, Nanda! É ponto da INTZ, o 14º pra nossa conta.
Você quer abertura de bomb site da B? De TR? É com a Fly. Você quer uma retomada de bomb site ou retake? Vai com a Fly também, que ela ensina pra você. Ó, a gente zerou, né? A questão dos números. E a Fly, só nessa segunda metade, matou 14. Só na segunda metade. Sendo que ela tinha feito várias aberturas.
Joga pouco?
Tá inspiradíssima, né? Mas olha, a Naper...
no primeiro confronto também foi a que mais matou. Vai. Olha,
não,
agora a Naper
Naper
errou o tiro nesse avanço, tentou surpreender, mas acabou sendo surpreendida. Se dá certo, é deusa, né? Tem que ter calma. Tem que ter calma, tá tudo certo. Deu uma ousadinha, se sentiu confiante, não deu certo. Mas vamos lá,
Vira
a gente tá ali a 2 pontos da vitória. Vamos manter a calma. 6-3 aí no placar pra vocês, mas na verdade tá 14-10, tá, galera? Só pra situar vocês aí de como que anda a situação. E olha quem aparece. Olha quem aparece pra deixar tudo igual no placar. A Fly traz o abate 4-4. Hope trabalha sozinha pelo escuro cima, enquanto isso tem a marcação da Santininha solo também no site da B. Bibi já traz mais uma eliminação. A equipe da Carnage bastante separada, mas estão buscando os confrontos, estão trazendo os abates. Tem que tomar cuidado. Hope.
Eu só ouço tiros, mas eu não consigo saber aonde, meu Deus.
Gostaram da Hope, estão vendo ali todo tipo de passo da jogadora. Tem inclusive a C4 em sua posse que já está se posicionando junto às suas parceiras que entraram no site da A. Gabi, diminuiu a vantagem, 3-3.
Tem uma jogadora que é a Santininha no bombsite da B, tem que segurar.
30 segundos, Santininha agora vai ser com ela, vai ser na dela, ela vem trabalhando muito bem. Olha a Gabi, e agora é a situação de 2x1, Gabi. Tem o kit defuse em sua posse, vem de SG, já tem 2 kills nessa rodada. C4 tá caída, vem Gabi, não conseguiu o primeiro abate, mas cai para as balas da Bibi, que garantiu um 4K e 14-11, né?
Que infelicidade, né? Novamente a Gabi não consegue nesse confronto do 2x1. Uma passagem por parte do time da Carnage no meio. Enfim, eu não vejo que a Carnage trabalha tão bem, por exemplo, com os utilitários, Babi. A gente não viu uma smoke tabelada no meio para fazer uma passagem ou coisa do tipo. A Artemis gosta de ficar vendo ali se tem algum jogador, claro, para tentar fazer algum tipo de abate, mas você não vê coisas tão mirabolantes, tão feitas com muito cuidado, enfim. Domínio fundo, você não vê que elas não estão tentando fazer tanto isso. Elas sempre estão tentando forçar ali pela região do meio. É claro, ali é onde todo mundo rotaciona. Então tem que tomar esse cuidado. 14-11, o jogo ainda está favorável para o time da NTZ. A Fly jogando absurdos. O que ela tá jogando não tem nem o que dizer. Para mim é MVP.
Voando, né?
MVP aí pra parte do time da NTZ, mas ao mesmo tempo achei errado. Eu sei que aquilo que você falou, se ela tivesse acertado seria deusa, mas não vi uma flashbang para tentar auxiliá-la. Então, você tá com uma flash e a Alp ela é muito pesada, então às vezes você tá com uma flash, você tem a flash, você faz a flash para você mesma, mas você acaba ficando rendida porque a sua arma ela demora um pouco mais até você abrir o scope, enfim. Infelicidade por parte da Naper e agora apenas USP por parte do time da INTZ.
Partida despausada, já temos USPs do lado da equipe da NTZ, somente USPs, nenhum utilitário ali por parte da equipe brasileira, enquanto o Carnage trabalha muito bem, tem a K47, UMP, os utilitários. Vamos ver como que vai ser essa rodada, né? Já vem um avanço com 2 jogadores pela região do sul, enquanto tem a marcação da Fly pelo meio. Santininha e Gabi protegendo o bombsite da B, enquanto a dupla ali, Naper e Regiane, ficam com a região da varanda. Olha a Hope, vem na calma ainda, explorando bastante esse escuro cima. É um round de extrema dificuldade para a equipe da NTZ em questão de armamento, né? Tá pior armada nessa rodada, mas olha o avanço. A Hope traz o abate para cima da Gabi, Santininha fica esperta, vamos ver se vai dar a cara a jogadora da Carnage. Hope. E a Hope que jogou, inclusive, no Qualify com esse nick, né? A gente narrou até o Qualify.
Epó?
Epó, exatamente.
Que maravilha. Então não é de hoje, então
não
tudo bem.
Hoje. A gente já tá ali familiarizada com o Epó. Ela colocou, é pra ser chamada, né?
Ué, com certeza.
Cone pega mais um abate, Santininha consegue a eliminação, mas logo a sequência é trocada. Ponto da equipe da Carnage, 14-12.
É aquilo, não pode deixar gostar. Vamos ver o que as meninas vão decidir. A Naper pegou a WP. É hora de... A gente viu abates até da Gabi, da WP, mas a Naper, acho que ela tá sentindo. Ela é importante, ela é importantíssima, na verdade, aí, pra encaixar as que é outra com os artigos e matar a WP. Então, ela precisa... pedir para pagar o pedágio.
E pagou sim, Cone. Não passa ali pela Naper, acaba caindo. Primeira eliminação fica para a equipe do NTZ. Olha, trabalha com o Smoke já das jogadoras aqui de proteção no bombsite da B pela região do cima. Enquanto isso, o Carnage se move até a varanda. Vem a Peach tendo a primeira a tentar a passagem. E o fundo também está bem protegido por parte da NTZ. São 2 jogadoras agora sim que retornam a Regiane para ajudar a segurança da varanda. E vai ser na dela, hein? Tá pela rampa, Artemis vem tentando disputar o adversário. A Gabi traz mais um abate. Regiane já foi vista. Artemis vai tentando ali, mas a Peach já dá uma balinha monstro pra cima da Regiane. Situação de 4 contra 3 agora. O bomb site da A tá ficando dominado pela equipe da Carnage. C4 foi plantada e a NTZ tá sem o kit defuse. Não percebi se a Regiane tinha ali pra
Não tem.
dropado. É, não tem. A Naper acaba caindo também pela Hope. E agora a equipe da NTZ vai ficando complicado, mas olha quem chega. Fly pela rampa. Tem que tomar cuidado. A Gabi também trabalha muito bem. Ela vai ter 3x1, somente a Peach. 2x1, Santininha e Gabi. Tem que acelerar o passo porque não tem kit. E a Santininha finaliza. É ponto da INTZ. E digo mais, não é match point da INTZ.
Ufa, Babi. Eu fiquei bem assustada porque tinha uma jogadora que estava ali pelo meio. Poderia surpreender a Fly. Poderia fazer mais estrago, mas conseguimos uma bela retomada. O trabalho de Gabe e Fly, né? Gabe e a Fly, porque elas já têm que trabalhar juntas, né? A Fly, se não me engano, vindo pela rampa CT e a Gabi vindo pela região da varanda. Então, tem que haver o contato das duas em conversa para tentar, porque agora é match point. Só respira um pouco mais.
Agora é match point e a Napra já coloca quem pra trabalhar. E a WP perigosíssima da INTZ nas mãos da Naper. Consegue ali derrubar Artemis. Importante eliminação. E a Epó, conhecida como Hope. Trabalha pelo escuro
para os
cima.
íntimos. Hope
para os íntimos.
Epó.
Do meio. Olha só, confronto. Consegue aqui pra cima da Naper. Vai tentando buscar mais uma base. Tem que tomar cuidado pela mega rampa. Já tem que se posicionar melhor agora. A Fly tomou um pouco de dano e vai avançando pela região da CT. Gasta os utilitários. Porque a Regiane... Nossa senhora, olha como chega. Olha como chega a equipe brasileira. É um 4 contra 2 agora. Epó tá bastante machucada. Consegue ainda assim trazer uma eliminação. A Cone já tá dominando o bomb site da B. E agora a NTZ tem que vir pra retomada. Santininha. Temos kit defuse com a Fly, com a Gabi e uma smoke flashbang. Vem pro trabalho. Pode ser o último ponto desse mapa.
A Fly tá viva? Ah, então relaxa, a gente consegue.
Fly tá vivíssima. A Fly tá vivíssima ali, já ensaiando uma entrada com a sua parceira em conjunto. E vem os utilitários. Cone começando de volta. Olha, a Cone trabalha muito bem, mas é Gabi. E consegue, meu Deus, Gabi, só ela não. A Hope finaliza a Gabi. E é ponto da Carnage. 15-13, Nanda.
Que pecado. Muitas vezes a Gabi fica no confronto 2x1 e ela acaba perdendo, infelizmente, né, Babi? Que pena isso pra jogadora, mas tudo bem, acontece. É no detalhe, realmente, que a gente não tá conseguindo trazer nesse confronto 2x1, porque qualidade, com toda certeza, ela tem isso. A segunda metade já fazendo 11 abate. Opa, errei. A Gabi fez 13 eliminações só na segunda metade. Então, jogando muito bem a jogadora e a Gabi.
Vamos vendo, Artemis na marcação pela região da varanda. Enquanto isso, a NTZ só de vem pro trabalho, tenta o abate a Napra, mas não consegue contra uma K-47. Se posiciona melhor Artemis, vai já essa vantagem numérica para a equipe da Carnage. Tá bem sólida, não tem chance para erro, senão a NTZ vai jantar aqui a equipe da Carnage. Olha a Cone. O abate, boa escolha da equipe da NTZ em trazer esses fundos. E olha, Santininha poderosa de USP. Santininha sempre com essa USP calibradíssima, mas ponto da equipe da Carnage, 15 a 14.
E agora?
Agora é um round. Agora é um round, não tem chance pra erro, agora é um round. Ou é
mais
GG, ou é OT. Exato.
Vou falar que nem o Retalha. Mentira, não vai acontecer isso. Vamos ver, só as meninas manter calma. Elas já têm, elas, sabe, agora que tem que correr atrás é a Carnage, né?
Tem que tomar cuidado, agora a equipe da INTZ vem trabalhando na cautela. Lembrando que a Carnage tá jogando aqui do lado terrorista, então tem a obrigação de tomar uma atitude de decisão de bomb site, né? A INTZ fica com a responsabilidade de defender qualquer um dos bomb sites, ou A ou B. Pitch. Marca bem essa região da varanda, enquanto isso a NTZ não dá o avanço, fica bem safe, trabalha a Gabi em conjunto com a Santininha no bomb site da B, ora entra para dar uma olhada como está a situação, ora volta para o meio para dar aquele apoio também. Mas é o último round do tempo regulamentar, se preciso for teremos um overtime, mas eu não quero. Sinceramente, eu não quero overtime, eu quero GG pra NTZ e a entrada vai ser pro bombsite da B. Santininha, bem posicionada, a Gabi também tá com a sua fama já à distância dentro do bombsite, escuta a movimentação, vai pegar a primeira, pegou, vai ligar a segunda, mas sem sucesso a Gabi, enquanto isso a distância, traz o abate pra cima da Beat. Gabi vai ter que se posicionar enquanto os parceiros não chegam, tá ali. Vai trazendo o abate, olha ela, sobra somente a Cone, vai NTZ, vamos trazer esse mapa, sobra então somente a Cone contra as 3 jogadoras incríveis, Fly, Naper e Regiane, pra trazer esse mapa pra gente, mapa de escolha delas, e a gente passar ali pro mapa da Overpass, tá vendo? Olha a Cone com pouco tempo pra plantar C4, dá o fake plant, mas é eliminada, ponto da INTZ, 16-14, como eu havia mencionado que seria bem apertado, até falei 16-14 o primeiro e 16-13 o segundo, é isso Brasil, INTZ traz o seu mapa de escolha e agora vamos para uma over fortíssima das meninas da INTZ, estou animada, cadê o hype no chat, cadê o hype?
Cadê, galera? Que felicidade por parte... assim, acredito que a gente poderia ter sofrido menos se a Gabi tivesse ganho alguns pequenos rounds, que é 2x1. Sempre ficava ela. E ela é garota do clutch, ela tem que ganhar, é importante. Então, foi muito bom o jogo. Foi bom o jogo, mas essa questão do 2x1, onde a gente perder, às vezes pode acabar prejudicando. Pode ser se voltar contra nós futuramente, de levar para um OT, a gente acaba perdendo o OT. Mas não foi nesse caso. Um 16-14 novamente.
Finalizado, vitória brasileira.
Novamente a Carnage perdendo 16-14, tadinhas. Né? Nada e nada. Mentira.
Nada e nada.
Brincadeira.
14 no inferno, 16-14 agora aqui também na Dust 2. Né?
É brincadeira, mas é um pouco frustrante, né? Elas tivemos um 8-7 e agora quase um 8-7 de novo para levar pro overtime.
Tá tudo certo, tá safe. Primeiro mapa 1-0 já pra gente. Lembrando, galera, aqui também a equipe da Carnage estava com 7-2, então veio uma reviravolta, a NTZ conseguiu, mas a gente vai para um breve intervalo, a gente já volta com a Overpass para vocês. Até já. Opa! Oi, quer falar com a gente?
Hey everyone, today we're going to show you how to set up your A40TR and Mixamp Pro with your PC. Before we begin, make sure your firmware is fully updated. For more information on how to do that, check out our firmware update tutorial. Alright, let's set up your A40s in Mixamp. Ensure the mode switch on the Mixamp Pro TR is set to PC. Plug the micro end of the micro USB cable into the Mixamp Pro TR, and the USB end into your PC. With the A40 inline mute cable, plug the 3.5mm jack closest to the mute switch into the 3.5mm port on the A40 TR. Plug the other end into the headset port on the front of the Mixamp Pro. Next, navigate to your Playback Devices tab in your sound settings. Select Astro Mixamp Pro Game, right-click, and set as default device. Select Astro Mixamp Pro Voice, right-click, and set as default communication device. Now, navigate to your Recordings tab on your sound settings. Select Astro Mixamp Pro Voice, right-click, and set as default device and default communication device. And that's it. Your A40TR and Mixamp Pro TR are set up and ready to game on your PC. For more information, head over to astrogaming.com.
What does it take to win? Is it something you're born with? Is it the grind? Every day. Gear up. Do battle. For the 10,000th time. Or is it pushing to your absolute limits? To be faster. Always faster. Insanely precise. Totally free and at one with the game. Or maybe it's just getting to that place where nothing else matters. Nothing in the way of winning.
Oh snap.
Okay, folks, here it is.
We have it right here.
The new baby here.
These headphones, ooh, are beautiful.
Oh boy, this is absolutely gorgeous.
This thing looks amazing.
Yo, these are mad light. They feel too good to be this light.
This is so comfortable.
Oh boy,
This blows me away.
It blew my mind.
I was blown away.
Everything I ever wanted.
I love this so much.
You ain't got the right headphones on, buddy.
vitória, Nanda. E agora vamos pro mapa da Over. E olha só, já começou, Nanda. Vamos pro jogo então, hein?
Estamos já com uma vantagem aí de 4 contra 3. Nós estamos do lado CT. Isso é muito bom, eu gosto. É a melhor, né?
Naper já vem recuando pelo fundo, enquanto isso faz o papel solo Artemis já pelo sapão. Olha a passagem. Bem rápido o gás de utilitários da equipe da INTZ, enquanto isso a Hope traz uma kill, vem pelo com saída. A equipe brasileira vai retomada, que bala da Naper! Artemis foi dar uma de curiosa, levou na mente e agora vem Santininha para tentar o abate mais uma vez. Deixa muito machucada, a bala acaba, é obrigada a recarregar, agora a Santininha vem pra kill. E é ponto da equipe da INTZ nesse defuse, 1-0 para nós.
Olha, Babi, não sei como foi os primeiros abates. A gente já começou com 2 abates, com 2 kills por parte do time da INTZ contra o time da Carnage, mas gostei da questão da colocação delas dentro do bomb site da B. A bala da Naper na jogadora que estava na água acabou sendo realmente o diferencial, possibilitando que as suas companheiras avançassem no bomb site e conseguissem esses abates. Então, o primeiro ponto para o time da INTZ, e a Fly aí muito bem colocada, 3 jogadoras nesse bomb site da B.
E a equipe da Carnage trabalha ali com somente pistols nessa rodada, Nanda. Então, provavelmente a equipe da INTZ vai conseguir aproveitar bem e garantir o segundo ponto. Vamos vendo. Tem um trabalho ali pela liga, já com a Bibi que foi ali a carrasca, né, da equipe da INTZ no mapa anterior. Jogou muito, jogou absurdo. Espero que ela não tenha a mesma performance nesse mapa da Overpass. Lembrando que o mapa da Over é o mapa da equipe da Carnage. Olha só, Naper, 2 kills pra ela, passou na mira, deitou. Vem a passagem, Gabi, escuta toda a movimentação pelo banheiro, fica cega, mas reposiciona. Gabi, não perdoa, pega mais uma jogadora, sabe então? Vem pela rua, Artemis muito machucada, ainda assim traz o abate a Hope. Situação de 4 contra 2, Artemis agora é eliminada. E a Hope só cabeceia 2-0 para a equipe brasileira, para a INTZ, Nanda.
Babi, as meninas impossibilitaram a entrada das jogadoras. Um avanço pela região do banheiro. A Naper conseguiu 2 abates, até a Bibi deu um pouquinho de TKzinho ali na sua companheira, mas mesmo assim isso facilitou um pouco do abate da Naper. A Gabi também, junto com a Ump, ela conseguiu fazer um abate, acabou sendo rendida na hora de tentar matar uma jogadora, mas impossibilitou o avanço para esse bomb site. E agora sim nós temos armados de ambos os lados, né?
Agora é um round armado, as jogadoras da equipe da Carnage já fazem a passagem ali pelo parque e tivemos um breve desconnect aí do servidor. Espero que tenha sido somente o spec, né? Que o jogo seja correr da maneira correta.
Exatamente, mas logo no armado, infelizmente, eu gostaria de ver como o time da Carnage vai se posicionar, é claro.
Eu vou falar então. Vem a equipe da Carnage pela passagem aqui na região do parque. Olha como chega a Naper, bem posicionada, de famas nas mãos. Meu Deus, que categoria é essa da Fly pelo fundo? Eliminada e é ponto da INTZ 3-0. Se não tiver 3-0, quando eu voltar aí, eu saio daqui.
Não
Mentira,
sai não.
Não saia não.
Não sai. Eu não acho que a Fly ficaria no fundo. Eu acho que ela ficaria no website da...
Você tá comentando a minha imaginação, é isso?
Eu tô fazendo a análise. Eu acredito que ela ficaria no website da B ou no céu, porque a WP é interessante de ficar... Opa, WP. No fundo, acho legal ter uma WP que fica ali pelo banco, não precisa avançar tanto. E a Gabi trabalhando juntamente com a Naper pela região do banheiro. Eu tô falando isso pelo round anterior, que as duas me mataram no banheiro. Então, eu gostei dessa. A sua criatividade foi excelente.
Não dá pra deixar sem narração, né?
Claro que não.
A gente já tá reconectando, galera. E tamo aí, ó, 2-0. Ainda não ocorreu o terceiro ponto, mas tudo é possível, 3 contra 3. Traz aqui o Santininha pelo céu, já deixa a jogadora no solo. É um 2x2 agora, C4... Não foi plantada, agora sim o plant acontece e vai sair na mira da Santininha, que machuca demais e traz o abate. O que eu falei, Brasil? Quem ouviu, ouviu. Quem não ouviu, ouve agora, porque eu falei 3-0 pra NTZ no round armado da Carnage. Vamos, Brasil!
Olha, a Santininha, o pessoal fala mal da FAMAS, mas a Santininha conseguiu fazer 3 abates. Tudo bem, plantaram a C4, mas é melhor às vezes você deixa plantar e tentar o retake do que você tentar e acaba sendo um pouco afobado e não conseguindo trazer o ponto para a sua equipe. 3-0, o plant facilitou para que a Carnage viesse armada nesse round. Não temos Alp na mão da Artemis, isso é muito bom, mas temos na mão da Naper, né?
O que é muito bom para ele
Com
também.
certeza.
É isso, Naper trabalha muito bem, enquanto isso o NTZ vem avançando já com Naper e Gabi pelo fundo. Pode contar o confronto, porque os jogadores estão avançando pela região do parque. A Naper já traz a primeira para cima da Peach, que não matou muito no mapa anterior, mas agora sobra Artemis para tentar o confronto, consegue assim a kill para cima da Naper. Gabi, vai na luta, traz a kill. Situação de 4 contra 3 agora. A Hope já spota a Gabi, que vai trabalhando de forma rápida com seus utilitários. Passa pela Smoke, Hope. Olha só a Gabi, Nanda! Que categoria, que marota em cima do banco. Pou, tentei e kill pra cima da Hope.
Eu quase perdi meu braço.
Desculpa, foi a emoção. A cada round, assim, a Nanda perde um pouco.
É a mão, é o braço. Não, mas que bala da Gabi. Ela acabou se aproveitando da Smoke que a própria jogadora, se eu não me engano, acabou fazendo. E
não, a Gabi fez,
ela
fez,
Hope
se achou esperta passando e...
Vou passar ali, vou marotar a marota.
É, não deu certo. Gabi experientíssima.
2 kills ali pra ela.
Agora é um 4-2 na entrada, Gabi, mais uma vez ela. Consegue trazer um ponto. Bibi é perigosa. Mas a Santininha é mais ainda. 4º ponto da NTZ, 4-0. Gol Brasil!
Exatamente, gol Brasil. Opa, gol NTC, para não estourar um pouco o som para você de casa. Vamos começar com o abate da Naper de AWP logo no começo, mas o round tem que colocar na conta da Gabi. Avançou ali próximo da pedra, conseguiu fazer o abate, recuou, marotou na Smoke. Quer marotar o maroto é complicado. A Gabi conseguiu fazer esse abate.
E olha o round rápido agora da equipe da Carnage, vem na passagem de sapão. Todo mundo vai andando ali pro corpo. Ele tenta primeiro, Artemis logo sequência, faz a troca pra cima da Santininha. Fly, 2 vezes Fly. Protegendo muito bom o site da B. Regiane trabalha muito bem também. Sobra somente a Hope pra ter um pouco de esperança contra as jogadoras da equipe da INTZ, que estão bem sólidas agora nessa entrada do segmento. Vai acabar complicado, mas já foi explotado agora. Trouxe um abate pra cima da B. E agora já tem o seu posicionamento prejudicado. Fly não perdoa. 3 kills pra ela e o 5º ponto impecável da equipe brasileira.
O time da NTZ está impecável nas suas execuções. É claro que acontece algumas vezes de dar uma smokezinha feita que deixa alguma brecha, mas tudo bem, elas acabam trazendo o round a seu favor. Round passado a Gabi, a Gabe, né? E agora na Fly impedindo o avanço das jogadoras pela região do Sapo, mas vai ser um push, Babi.
E a Nanda tá gastando o inglês mesmo, hein? Chamou até a Gabi de Gabe aqui na Dubai. Isso, região numa passagem mais avançada pelo chafariz, fica esperta, vai gastando seus utilitários, não dá oportunidade para a equipe da Carnage fazer esse avanço inicial, né, ali pela região do barquinho, do chafariz, fica mais tranquila. Regiane tá solo, mas vai ter que ficar na cautela porque já tem jogadora passando pelo parque. Arrow, Hope, acaba caindo agora. Regiane ficou sozinha na marcação, né, ficou totalmente descoberta ali na passagem pelo parque. A Hope com certeza ia pegar a jogadora de costas, mas foi pega antes. Ainda assim, primeira kill para a equipe da Carnage. Trabalho Naper de AWP. Vem na marcação da rua. Tem que tomar cuidado. Enquanto isso, Vivi já vai retornando com a sua parceira pela liga. A C4 se encontra imposta ali da Cone. E rotaciona a Carnage. Viu a movimentação das brasileiras na rua, já achou melhor retornar. Vivi. Encontrada, Fly, que é isso, Fly? 2 kills pra Fly e a Gabi, impressionível, sobra somente a Peach e Gabi, 3K, ponto da NTZ, 6-0.
Segura essa mulher. Eu vou falar Gabi de novo, pronto.
Segura
Game
nada,
não, Gabi.
Soltinha, vai, Gabi.
É a questão que o time da Carnage não tá conseguindo, né? Tá realmente muito on fire. A gente falou sobre o Clutch algumas vezes que ela não conseguiu executar Lona Dust 2, mas agora ela tá sendo essencial. O time da Carnage vai sonhar com ela hoje, Babi. Olha que são quase 3 da manhã.
Longos pesadelos. E agora round fixo da Carnage vem avançando já aqui pela região do parque. Cone é a primeira a fazer essa passagem. Rapidamente avança fundo em direção ao meio. A Artemis agora. Ali, de patinete, carrinho de rolemã tentando buscar alguma coisa, alguma informação, Carnage sem parada.
Apertou o W, foi, né? Ô, louco.
Bindou o W, foi. Cone. Encontra adversária, meu Deus do céu, meu coração, pensei que tinha sido um Keota. Mas a Naper já traz a primeira kill pra cima da Bibi. E olha a passagem, olha a rotação, Cone. Também na marcação, consegue aqui por cima da Santininha, um round rápido da Carnage, conseguindo garantir o plant da C4. E agora é um 3x2, Naper e Regiane tentando trabalhar. E a Cone junto com a Peach finalizam o primeiro ponto da Carnage. Sabe pra que esse ponto, Nanda? Pra aparecer o 7x1 nosso de cada dia.
É. Tem que aparecer, não apareceu ainda no campeonato, né? O 7x1, então por que não agora? Por que não? Então, vamos lá. Como você mesmo mencionou, Babi, o time da Carnage apertou o W e foi, na verdade, né? Então, encontraram o bomb site de uma forma muito fácil, livre. Apenas a Naper, que é WP, e ela poderia ter sido abatida sem ter levado nenhuma pessoa, mas ela acabou levando uma, deu certo. Agora, elas vão fazer o domínio dessa região da ligação. Vamos ver se vai dar certo. Tem 2 jogadoras por aí.
A equipe bem mais safe, a Peach traz o primeiro abate, toma cuidado, acaba de contra a Crystal. E agora sobra somente a Fly, é eliminada. Não, a Fly traz o abate, opa, cuidado que é a Fly viva, hein, Fly conseguiu ali o abate, trouxe o upgrade de armamento, situação de 3x1, não consegue, agora sim eliminada, não aparece o 7x1, 6x2, ponto da Carnage, um beijo mãe diretamente de Dubai, precisava.
Beijo, tia, mãe da Babi. Vai que depois ela fala pra mim que eu não mandei um beijo pra ela. E um pouco pro seu filho também, o Kaique. Falando sobre esse round, tava muito difícil, gostei. Ô, louco, mas já?
Eita, a Peach levou uma fatiada da sua parceira ali, vai pro round com 70 de HP, Nanda.
Gostamos. Estamos a favor de todo round ser assim.
E a NTZ jogando com 6 jogadoras aí do lado do terrorista. E olha como chega a Carnage, já posicionada com 2 jogadoras, inclusive Artemis de AWP, em direção ao sapo.
Logo Artemis, né? Vamos ver se vai aparecer. E olha só.
É a AWP da Naper trazendo aí o primeiro abate para a equipe da NTZ. O domínio com 2 jogadoras pela questão ali da ligação por parte da NTZ. Vem ganhando espaço, faz a marcação. Bastante avançada a Naper ainda assim pelo banheiro. Olhando, né, as costas das suas parceiras que estão pela liga. Vamos ver como que vai ser esse confronto. Tá muito bem posicionada a equipe da NTZ. A Naper já traz mais um abate. A Gabi já traz mais um abate para cima da Artemis. E que é isso, Nanda? Que categoria? Andando em conjunto agora, a Gabi junto com a Naper, vão retornando pela região do fundo, enquanto tem a defesa do bombsite da B com a Fly e com a Santininha.
Parece que não tá dando certo quando elas tentam fazer um round mais elaborado. Você vê que quando elas rusharam o fundo deu certo. E,
nossa senhora, que bala que a Gabi cabeceou agora. Bibi. Bibi perigosa, perigosíssima.
Bibi perigosa?
Bibi perigosa. Já disputou a adversária ali pela região do banheiro. O Cone traz o abate para cima da Naper. É um 3x3. O tempo está passando, 23 segundos para a equipe da Carnage trabalhar esse round. Tá em direção ao bombsite da Fly. Poderosíssima. Dentro do bombsite atrás do caminhão. Já vai spotando a adversária. Regiane consegue o abate. Tem que trazer a eliminação. E agora sobra somente a Cone. Somente a Cone. Meu Deus do céu, Regiane! É ponto brasileiro. É ponto da INTZ. 7x2.
Não tivemos 7x1. Mas tudo bem no 7x2. O importante é conseguir fazer ele o mais próximo do 7x1 possível. Babi, eu gostei muito do posicionamento aí da NTZ. Eu gosto da forma agressiva que elas estão trabalhando. A Carnage não está conseguindo impor o seu jogo. Parece que esse mapa foi pique da NTZ, na verdade, né? Você vê que elas estão muito seguras no mapa. Elas jogam muito bem esse mapa, né? Então, o time da Carnage nos deixou um mapa muito bom que a gente gosta, né? Então...
E a NTZ tá em casa, Nanda. O ponto vai ser nosso. Vamos finalizar com 10-2-0 e vem a Dignitas. Pode chegar a Dignitas amanhã. Preparadinho. Vamos lá, um round um pouco mais lento agora por parte das jogadoras da Carnage, se posicionando de forma separada. Enquanto a Santininha tenta botar alguma movimentação, vai gastando os utilitários, ficando mais safe. E a Bibi já tá no avanço agora do cimento. Tem que tomar cuidado. Hope. Traz o primeiro aqui, o Naper. Feito varado, mas trouxe o varado de troca, né? E o contra-varado, a Bibi pra cima da Fly, já fazendo essa eliminação. Esse placar 7x2 foi o placar onde no mapa anterior a equipe da NTZ começou a pontuar e fez 8 pontos, 8-7. Então tem que tomar cuidado, NTZ, 7 pontos, mas não pode deixar a Carnage crescer, já são 2 abates e vamos lá, Brasil, pra cima.
Caiu logo a Naper, né, mas de uma forma muito rápida, e a Fly varado, né, ela quis varar,
espacada, né?
e aí foi varada.
Acabou mostrando o seu posicionamento e trabalhou muito bem de retorno ali a jogadora da Carnage. O velho domínio agora já no bom site da A por parte da Carnage, tudo smocado, tudo molotovado. Vem ficando mais safe agora pro plant, a Cone pro plant no default. E agora é um 5x3, a equipe da NTZ não tem boas condições, né, de economia. Acredito que vão ficar safe, realmente. Vão ficar safe esse round, vão salvar os seus armamentos. Melhor decisão, Nanda, ponto da Carnage 7-3.
A melhor decisão, tudo bem, tem, né, o kit defuse, tem alguns utilitários, mas realmente estava muito difícil, como a gente falou, o round foi muito rápido, a Naper foi morta muito rápido, infelizmente a Fly morreu num varado, talvez se a Fly estivesse viva, ela tentasse a retomada desse bom site, mas dessa forma realmente acaba ficando difícil, até porque estão 5x3, com certeza os jogadores vão estar com a mira muito pesada, e aí seria muito difícil entregar a arma, talvez guardar. Foi a melhor escolha do time da NTZ para conseguir trabalhar nesse próximo round. Sem muitos recursos financeiros, sim, mas as meninas são muito boas na questão do ataque de desertigos, né? A gente vê que elas têm a questão dos que é outra muito em dia. Então, o porquê elas não podem surpreender aí com esse armamento. Mas a gente tem uma malvada na Naper, viu?
Ousada, ousadíssima Naper, já traz uma malvada.
De Alp pra malvada.
Ela sabe jogar com esse armamento. Vamos ver agora a equipe da Carnage posicionada para um primeiro confronto pela liga, enquanto a INTZ trabalha exatamente com a Naper nessa questão. Pitch faz o primeiro abate para cima da Gabi. Olha os tiros de retorno, o Pitch ficou com somente 6 de HP e agora tem que sair dali de qualquer custo, porque senão vai levar os tiros varados de smoke e vai acabar sendo prejudicada a jogador da Carnage. E olha o domínio que tem a equipe da NTZ. Faz toda essa passagem pela liga, busca informação. Enquanto isso, ainda a Carnage não consegue um avanço pela região do banheiro. Vai estudando essa possibilidade, chega um pouco mais atrasado. E olha a distância, Naper tem mais jogador, toma cuidado, Naper, na passagem pela rua. Bibi, ensaia smoke, ensaia os utilitários, o tempo passa, 50 segundos. O bombsite dá mais uma vez, é o bombsite de destino da equipe da Carnage. Hope fez entrar no bombsite, viu que o jogador pelo caminhão, enquanto isso a Artemis já faz o abate da adversária. Sobra então uma situação de 4 contra 2, Fly e Regiane. Tem kit defuse, não tem utilitários. Dinheiro, mais uma vez, não tá das melhores opções. Sobra somente a Regiane agora. Situação complica pra Rê. Vamos ver o que ela vai causar. Mas acredito que esteja recebendo a call de tentar salvar, né, esse armamento. E é isso que faz. Puxa a faca e já vai correndo pras colinas pra salvar o seu armamento, o SG e o kit. Enquanto a Carnage pontua mais uma vez. É o quarto ponto delas, 7-4.
Babi, tem que tomar cuidado. O time da Carnage, ao meu ver, tá começando a gostar um pouco mais do jogo. Fazendo alguns abates. Perder jogadores essenciais, uma Alp e tudo mais. Todas são essenciais, na verdade, mas perder logo a Alp, logo no começo, isso prejudica muito, né, na questão da tática do time, de como o time vai se posicionar, porque vai ficar uma área defasada, ainda mais a longa distância. Então, eu não vejo a Carnage mais fazendo um domínio pela região no fundo. Aquele round foi apenas vamos ligar o W, vamos ficar apertando o W e acabou dando certo, né? Mas em questão tática mesmo, de smoke, molotov, essas coisas realmente não estão dando certo e vai haver um desencontro, né?
A equipe da NTZ tá rushando pela região do banheiro, enquanto o Carnage já passeia pelo sapo, gasta os utilitários, vai encontrar o bombsite limpo, limpíssimo, para garantir o plant. Lembrando que a NTZ chega somente de pisto nesse round, né? A Regiane que guardou o seu kit defuse e dropou a SG pra Gabi. Vamos ver como que vai trabalhar agora nessa retomada aqui da NTZ, se vai realmente querer tentar essa estratégia. Artemis já faz um abate e olha o pezinho. Pra cima da Fly, Regiane, na eliminação. Hope tá bem posicionada, tá cravadíssima ali na passagem. E Peach também faz a eliminação dela. E a Gabi já correu para guardar o seu armamento, enquanto o restante, os demais das suas parceiras, a Santininha só, né, vai tentando a trocação. Mas Mas é uma situação complicada, é um 4 contra 1. Santininha já vai ficando mais safe, marcando somente a passagem, o retorno das adversárias. Vamos ver se eu consegui alguma coisa. Santininha só de USP. Gabi tá na mira, tá no cravado. Se passar na mira, vai dar ruim ali pra jogadora da Carnegie. Mas é ponto da Carnegie, 7-5 no placar. E ele precisa voltar pro jogo, Nanda.
Precisa voltar depois de round, depois de um 7-2. Só deu a Carnegie. O que está acontecendo com o time da NTZ? É claro, é um mapa de escolha, ambos os times se sentem extremamente confortáveis esse time, tudo bem, mas a gente precisa ter uma boa vantagem aí, para depois nós irmos para o lado terrorista. Quero ver se vai ter aquele pezinho que você falou.
O Circo do Solé, a Naper é muito boa naquele pezinho, hein? Circo do Solé, queria ir lá com ela, inclusive, esse nome do pezinho. Agora a Regiane com avanço já ali pela região do cimento, tem que disputar alguma adversária, pune bastante com o utilitário Bibi, ó, Bibi que fez o varado na Fly, continua ali pela madeira, tentando a punição dos adversários, tem que tomar cuidado. Overpass, mapa dos varados nas madeiras, mapa dos pezinhos, tem que tomar muito cuidado com o posicionamento adversário.
Uma coisa, Babi, que eu tenho sentido falta, desculpa, é a questão de não ter domínio do canudo, sabe, por parte do time da NTZ. Não sei se é uma coisa que eles fazem muito, mas eu acho interessante, sabe,
Ai, a Gabi acaba caindo. Eu ia falar que estava muito bom esse posicionamento da equipe da NTZ de proteção do bombsite da A. Tava ali avançada a Naper junto com a Santininha pela região do banheiro. Podia dar uma saída, mas a Gabi acabou caindo, mas Santininha atrás do abate. Olha o confronto. Continua ainda avançando, Bibi. Vai ser pro bombsite da A, rapidamente Regiane já retorna para ajudar na segurança. Tem que tomar cuidado, 30 segundos, Naper faz a eliminação. Mas com a sequência a Santininha é punida, olha a Naper. Mais uma vez ela faz a kill, mas é um 2x2, o tempo passa 20 segundos, agora é Fly e Regiane para confrontar Carnegie. Regiane de atrás do abate. Tem que lutar muito, Bibi não consegue, Regiane tá impossível, 8 e NTZ 5, Carnegie.
A NTZ voltou, né, Babi? É o que nós precisávamos. O posicionamento da Gabi realmente era muito bom, da Santininha inesperado demais. Tudo bem, a jogadora checou naquele pixel, mas acabou realmente sendo surpreendido. Sabe quando você quer olhar, mas você acha que não vai ter ninguém? Acredito que é isso que aconteceu ali com a jogadora e aí favoreceu bastante nesse confronto aí por parte da Santininha. Mas, como eu mencionei, sinto falta do domínio dessa região do canudo, mas tudo bem. 8-5, primeira metade garantidíssima para as brasileiras.
Opa, mais uma vez, primeira metade com a gente, hein? Primeira metade nossa, tem que trabalhar em cima dessa pontuação, não pode deixar Carnegie ampliar os rounds. Olha como chega, já trabalha pelo esgoto com a Bibi, com a equipe da Carnegie, com utilitários, né, de princípio. Ainda assim, a Carnegie bastante separada nesse início de round. Tem jogadora posicionada pelo meio, tentando disputar ali na região do balão alguma adversária. Quem tá por ali é a Gabi junto com a Naper. Naper sempre de AWP. É difícil para a equipe da Carnegie tentar essa passagem no banheiro. Vamos ver. Já retorna agora. Naper vai lançando sua incendiária. Carnegie bem apreensiva, tá ali com 0 nessa série de MD3, enquanto a NTZ pontuou no seu mapa de escolha Dust 2 por 16-14. Foi um mapa apertadíssimo, mas foi um jogaço. Isso que a gente ia ver, né? A gente já tava mencionando que esse jogo ia ser bem próximo do placar. Olha a Naper, vem na kill pra cima da Hope. Opa, profetizei, será? Bibi pode ter no confronto, mas é Regiane que faz a eliminação pra cima da Bibi. Muito bem, Regiane nesse mapa, muito bem no jogo, muito bem no campeonato e NTZ. E agora queima a Regiane, pode elogiar, ela acabou virando churrasquinho da Beat, mas tá tudo certo, sobra somente a Connie, um 4-5-1, vai ser encontrada agora a jogadora pela região ali do cimento, tem que tomar cuidado, a Santininha já tá na passagem, fez a passagem pelo redondo, a Connie vai aproveitando a Smoke pra tentar dar um maroto, o tempo tá passando, são 10 segundos agora, tem que acelerar o passo e é isso, né, acabamos que precisamos apertar ali
Fica mexendo um pouco no mouse.
Mexendo no mouse, né? A tecla, senão a gente vai ficar caindo direto aí. Vamos ver. Vamos retornar, esperar retornar aí a partida. O round não parou pra ela, só lembrando, tá, galera? Somente a gente que perdeu a conexão porque ficou inativo o diretor ali automático, o spec.
Exatamente, acredito que deu NTZ, tava no 2x1. A Santininha, se eu não me engano, deve ter escutado a jogadora ali na água, né? Ela fez bastante barulho.
Voltamos.
E foi nosso, né?
Foi nosso, ponto nosso. Vamos lá, 9-5 é o último round dessa primeira metade. Ainda sem nenhuma queda, a Naper levou bastante dano, tá ali com 50 de HP, a jogadora da equipe brasileira. Bitch. Enquanto tá avançada, a Santinha tá no maroto da região da rua. E a equipe da Carnage explorando mais uma vez esse bombsite da A. A C4 tá dropada ainda por parte da equipe da Carnage, mas tem a Connie fazendo uma passagem solo na marcação ali em direção à base TR. Agora sim já vem descendo as jogadoras da Carnage pela liga Uau. E vamos ver, a C4 tá dropada na saída mesmo da base TR. As jogadoras precisam retornar para fazer essa recuperação e talvez trabalhar em conjunto com a Connie. Mas a Naper já traz aqui para cima da Artemis. E agora sim, Nanda, muda a rota a equipe da Carnage, vai em direção ao bombsite da Regiane que tá insana demais. Vamos ver se vai conseguir trazer ali o abate. Olha ela, passa, mas não consegue aqui, ó, a Bibi tá mais esperta. Fly, detonando crânios da Bibi agora nesse round. Vai buscando mais um, olha ela, maravilhosa, Fly! 10-5 pro Brasil, que primeira metade sensacional, Nanda!
Que controle do recoil aí do seu armamento, né, Babi? Acho que teve muita calma, impedindo o avanço das jogadoras, foi uma de cada vez, entrou na mira da Fly, sério mesmo, depois do jogo da Dust 2, que aconteceu de abertura e o quanto a Fly estava segurando no bombsite da B, elas querem entrar uma de cada vez na mira da Fly, Babi. Inocente, né? Inocente.
Fly, rainha de onde?
Tá, D2.
Rainha da B. Rainha da B.
D2.
Rainha da B. Tá defendendo a B aqui também na Overpass. Tá maravilhosa, incrível. Tá jogando muito. E agora vem pro lado terrorista a equipe da NTZ. Já numa passagem silenciosa, galera. Aqui pela liga, sem disputar o posicionamento. Vem a marcação da Artemis sozinha pelo banheiro. E pode trabalhar muito bem a NTZ agora, hein? Olha, tá pouca defesa da equipe da Carnage no bombsite da A. Santininha já encaixou só uma bala, só pelo som. A gente não tava na tela, mas foi um direto e reto na mente. Gabi, vem ganhando espaço agora a equipe da NTZ, enquanto isso já tenta retornar as jogadoras da equipe da Carnage. Vai traz mais um confronto. Olha a entrada, vai dando clear. A Gabi pelo bombsite, não tem ninguém no caminhão. Fica esperta, trabalha com seus utilitários. A C4 é plantada e vai ser aquele afterplant safe que eu gosto. Aquele afterplant que obriga o CT a ir à caça das suas adversárias. Se esconde pela região do banheiro. A equipe da Carnage tem kit defuse, uma flashbang ali também com a Bibi. Vamos ver qual vai ser a decisão das jogadoras da equipe contra-terrorista nesse momento. Olha a Bibi, foi na caça, hein? Foi buscar. A Pera acabou punida, Fly spota já adversária pelo banco, também ali trocando os tiros no strafe, e a Hope não perdoou, e olha que perigo, sobra somente a Gabi. O trabalho da jogadora da balista, não consegue parar a Bibi, que foi insana, 2 kills e ponto da Carnage, 10-2.
Que pena!
10-6, ó.
Que pena, Babi, era pra ser o time da INTZ. Infeliz demais, um belo retake por parte do time aí da Carnage. Conseguiram fazer essa parte. Se leva o que estava defusando a C4, daria muito bom. Ao meu ver, eu não sei, Babi, se você vai concordar, mas se ela não tivesse confrontado o jogador na rua, tivesse andado pelo banheiro e tentasse matar o cara da C4, ela ia conseguir, mesmo alguém dando cobertura para ele, no caso para ela, para realizar o defuse. Eu acho que é claro que no momento você vai no o que está mais próximo de você, mas olha só a Artemis.
Artemis 3 kills já, a Naper chega para finalizar a jogadora, mas já causou um grandíssimo estrago para cima das jogadoras brasileiras nesse momento. 4x2, Naper com pouco HP, 19 somente, e a Gabi de UMP. Então, o que vai conseguir a equipe da NTZ nesse round? A Artemis acordou. Acordou um pouco tarde, mas está acordando aí. A equipe da NTZ tem que tomar muito cuidado, muita cautela com essa jogadora, que é um potencial extremo aqui por parte da equipe da Carnage. O vendo Naper tem a C4. A Gabi tá ali mais safe. Vão avançando em conjunto agora em direção ao banheiro. Enquanto isso, Botado tenta os tiros da Naper, mas agora vai avançando. Direção ao site da 25 segundos restantes. Tem que tomar cuidado, tem jogadora pelo banco. Já espota primeiro, mas não consegue confronto. E a Naper também é finalizada. Ponto da equipe da Carnegie, 10-7.
O que era um 7-2, estamos num 10-7. Então, tem que tomar cuidado, NTZ. Vamos agora para um armado. Vamos ter 3 AK-47. E a Carnegie optou por não dar upgrade no armamento. Ou seja, vamos cortar a distância. E a NTZ tem que estar esperta referente a isso. Tem a noção disso? Talvez não. Tem times que vão optar por dar upgrade no armamento. Isso vai de cada um, né, Babi? Então, tem que tomar esse cuidado aí. Para não dar esses armamentos facilmente para Carnegie.
E a Gabi aproveitando ali para tentar dar um varado, foi no momento correto, o jogador estava chegando ainda naquele posicionamento, mas não conseguiu. Olha a Gabi, já espota a adversária. Nunca teve avanço pela região do Sapo. Fica esperta agora a equipe da NTZ. No domínio pela liga, ainda também pela fonte, já retornando a Naper. E olha, esse pezinho é roubado. Esse é o famoso pé roubado. Olha a Fly. Ai, passa ali, passa pra levar na aba do boné, porque é só a aba do boné que aparece. Quase foi, um raio-x acaba com a gente, Nanda.
É de querer matar o coração da Caster, né? Porque a gente vê e fala, vai, né? E ela não consegue, infelizmente, ver.
E olha o round lento e avançado da equipe da Carnegie. Avançadas jogadoras, vão buscar ali o confronto, como a Nanda mencionou. Tem que encurtar essa distância com as submetralhadoras, mas a NTZ tá indo pra cima. Olha a Peach, já conseguiu o abate, logo sequência tem a troca com a Gabi. Santininha. Regiane, Santininha, mais abates, é um 4x2 agora. Vem trabalhando solo com seus utilitários Santininha, bom side dada, aquela famosa confundida na mente das jogadoras da Carnegie, mas enquanto isso a Cone já traz mais uma eliminação. Dessa vez é a Gabi que acaba caindo, continua num 3x2. Não, nananina não, que trabalho da Hope e da Cone, incríveis. Santininha é obrigada a jogar solo esse round, mas sem tempo. Sem tempo, irmão, é ponto da Carnegie. Esse round foi um vacilo, Nanda.
Foi um vacilo. Não vi uma flash para tentar dominar. As jogadoras trabalharam muito bem em conjunto. E além disso, a Santininha não tinha, obviamente, informação se tinha algum jogador nas costas, mas se ela pega o jogador ali de costas e impedir totalmente, o jogador estava próximo do redondo, e impedir que suas companheiras morressem e plantassem a C4. Então, round totalmente infeliz para a NTZ.
E olha a ousadia da Santininha que foi parada pelas balas da Artemis. Tentou uma avanço, agora a Peach. Uau, Fly! Uau, Fly! Incrível, Fly! Maravilhosa! Vai buscando a kill, a Bibi devolve a eliminação, sobra somente a Naper, que é deitada. Era um round pistol, um round rápido, Fly brilha, mas é o ponto da Carnegie que tá encostando no placar, Nanda.
Não tô gostando. Não tô gostando. Se empatar, acho que é a hora do Rock entrar em ação e conversar com as meninas, colocar ordem na casa. São muitos rounds consecutivos, Babi. A gente não pode deixar a Carnegie gostar do game. Não vi a NTZ até o momento dominar uma região do fundo. Sempre explorando, vamos sair da B, vamos sair da B. Eu acho que tem que tentar ter uma leitura melhor da Carnegie, assim como teve a Dust 2.
E agora a NTZ vai apostar nesse site da B. Porém, tá mais cautelosa, tá num round armado. A gente não vê a WP nas mãos da Naper, mas temos 3 SGs aí com as jogadoras. E vamos ver. Já fica só na marcação a Fly junto com a Naper à distância, enquanto o restante da equipe vai trabalhando pelo parque, vai trabalhando com mais calma na ligação também com a Regiane. Regiane que tá muito grande nesse jogo. Então tem que tomar cuidado, é um round armado, se perde esse round vai ficar com a economia prejudicada, tem um empate também, então não pode vacilar. E bem posicionado, já pega o primeiro. Vai na passagem, a Naper acaba caindo também, a Bibi não erra spray, spray. Que controle, que recoil, que maravilha de jogada, né? A Bibi não tem palavras, Nanda, tá sendo uma surpresa aí o potencial dela nessa altura do campeonato, nesse mundial, né? Jogou muito bem os qualifies, mas tá hoje surpreendendo acima do normal, né? Vem agora Hope, mais um abate, Santininho, enquanto isso vai dar o cover. Mas não consegue, e é o round da equipe da Carnage, 10-10.
Vamos lá, como você mesmo mencionou, Babi, eu vou falar da Bibi. Realmente.
Tão boa quanto?
Hã?
Tô tão boa quanto?
Eu imagino. Não, assim, falando muito sério, como você falou, ela tá sendo um destaque. Ela tem puxado bastante essa responsabilidade, Babi. A NTZ fez aquilo que eu havia mencionado, de tentar domínio pela região do fundo. Apesar que não deu certo, porque tinha uma jogadora na região da rua e acabou surpreendendo. Mas é hora da NTZ conversar e colocar ordem na casa, Babi. Antes que... A gente não precisa chegar na Inferno, a gente tem capacidade de fechar na Overpass. Então, a gente precisa colocar ordem na casa e isso não tá acontecendo. Já são muitos rounds de sequência.
Muitos rounds de sequência, empata, né? E obriga, como eu havia mencionado, a questão de economia, a NTZ vir pra esse round pistol. Vamos lá, galera, a gente tá precisando de energia positiva aí do Brasil. Manda pra gente a hashtag GoINTZ. GoINTZ no chat, GoINTZ no Twitter, no Insta, em todo quanto é lugar. A gente quer essa energia, a gente quer esse calor brasileiro pra conseguir aí no hype garantir o 2-0. E a Fly vem na passagem pela liga. Round de extrema dificuldade para a equipe da INTZ. Mas vamos ver no trabalho. Artemis. Olha a rotação já bastante avançada. Naper em direção ao sapo. Tem a Gabi também pelo centro. Vai ganhando um pouco mais de confiança para explorar essa entrada. Tem uma flashbang e uma smoke nas mãos da Fly que pode ser utilizado para garantir essa passada. E é isso, smoke pro site. E olha a parada Naper, vai buscando o confronto. Meu Deus do céu, a Cone garante a eliminação da Gabi. C4 plantada, Nanda. Muito bom objetivo aí da equipe da NTZ. Vai trabalhar de forma mais tranquila agora esse afterplant. Enquanto a Vai fica olhando a região das costas. Cone ultrapassa a smoke, garante o abate. E agora é tudo nas mãos da Regiane. Ela contra 3. Tá queimando, Regiane, tá queimando. 17 de HP somente para a jogadora da NTZ. Tem que avançar rápido, mas é encontrada pela Hope. Defusa C4 e passa à frente do placar. Carnage 11.
Nossa, desculpa, né? Você viu como a Hope foi? Pelo menos não foi um sticker na cara, né? Ainda não matou de Zeus.
Lanterninha.
Lanterninha, saudade. Alô, Valve. Mas, Abi, hora do rock pedir pause. É sério, nós estamos falando de um 7-2 para um 10-11 para o time da Carnage. Precisa realmente retomar o time da NTZ com uma forma agressiva. Talvez fazer o domínio da ligação, o bomb site da B. Fundo, talvez, com a WP da Naper fazendo essa abertura, mas não pode deixar a Carnage gostar do jogo. Isso está acontecendo.
Foi que eu falei que eu tava 7-2, né? Foi o que aconteceu no mapa anterior na Dust 2, ao contrário, né, da NTZ, que estava perdendo de 7-2 e depois conseguiu trazer o jogo de volta e a vitória. Tem que tomar cuidado. Carnage é uma equipe experiente, uma equipe que tem totais condições de trazer essa reviravolta, conseguir ter feito realmente a leitura e é isso, né? Mostrou que conseguiu, já passa o placar 11-10, mas agora é aquele round armado da equipe da NTZ que não pode vacilar. Vamos vendo.
Não pode ser 12-13, né?
Vamos vendo. Regiane. Santininha vem aparecendo agora junto com os seus parceiros para trabalhar com os militares. Direção, vamos sair saber. Olha só, a Pit vai ser entrada e consegue aqui o Regiane. Entrada no site da B, fica pela equipe da INTZ e o trabalho tem que ser sensacional, espetacular, já na passada. Que cover, Regiane! Maravilhosa! Fly, olha ela, mais uma kill. E agora sobra somente a Hope. E agora, Hope? E agora, Hope? Vamos ver o que você vai tentar trazer pro round, porque as brasileiras estão insanas, mas não! Passou no lado, trouxe o abate pra cima da Fly. É um 3x1 que a Naper não perdoa não, coração. 11-11.
Nossa, Babi. Se não fosse a bala em cima da Peach, que acabou facilitando a entrada no bomb site da B, eu não sei qual que é a tática que o time da NTZ ia conseguir executar. É uma jogadora da Carnage, eu não me lembro qual. você puder lembrar aí, Babi, aproveitando da Smoke e tava morotando, acho que a Regiane conseguiu fazer ainda o abate delas, tava tomando cuidado porque tinha muitas companheiras próximas, mas o time da NTZ depois de alguns rounds consegue trazer esse round. Eu acredito que elas deveriam explorar um pouco mais o fundo, vamos sair da A.
Seria interessante, né? Tá vendo tanto essa entrada realmente. E agora é uma boa chance, né? Porque Carnage vem para esse round de pistol e a NTZ tá muito bem armada. Napper carrega sua WP cabulosíssima em suas mãos e ó, ouviram, hein? Estão trabalhando... Ai, 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 Gabi, que susto. Levou ali um tiro na orelha e deixou para trás. Olha a passagem pela região do fundo. Hope. Tá na marcação com a sua Eagle. Passagem, tem que encaixar um que a outra não consegue. Santininha também não perdoa. Já traz o abate para a equipe do NTZ. 5 contra 4. Gabi bastante machucada, mas ainda vivíssima dentro desse round. Vai trabalhando. Uou! Pit carimbou fabuloso que é outra para cima da Santi. Napper. C4 plantada, galera. A equipe do NTZ tem essa vantagem agora de tempo. Enquanto isso, Carnage sem kit de defuse, somente umas pistols aí nessa rodada. Tentam, ainda assim tentam. Ousadíssimas, Nanda. Sobra somente a Bibi. Situação complicada para ela. A equipe da NTZ vai consolidar o seu 12º ponto. E tá sendo um jogo pegado como foi no mapa da Dust 2. E é isso, CSGO é isso, CS é isso, cada round é uma oportunidade nova e a NTZ volta a pontuar 12-11.
Exatamente. Ô, Babi, eu vi a questão da NTZ nessa questão dos avanços, de conseguir fazer o plant da C4, mesmo a Bibi sendo uma pedrinha no nosso sapato, acho que a melhor opção era não tentar. Acho que sozinha, é claro que ela é uma pessoa que consegue fazer bastante clutches e tudo mais, só que mesmo assim, não teria o porquê, na verdade.
Necessário,
porque, né? Acho que tem alguns momentos que é melhor guardar, tentar ver o que o time pode fazer no próximo round. A gente quer tentar ser a heroína e não dá muito certo, né? Então, é sempre melhor, às vezes, guardar alguns armamentos. Temos o primeiro pause desse confronto, né? Desde a Dust 2, se eu não me engano. É um pause, acredito que tático, precisa conversar. A NTZ conseguiu passar novamente na frente. Não sei se depois de tantos rounds a NTZ começou a ter a leitura do time da Carnage, assim como teve lá na Dust 2, mas na Dust 2 foi um pouco mais cedo, né? Agora acredito que foi um pouco, não que esteja tarde, porque ainda não deu 16, tarde poderia se tivesse dado 16, mas quando o jogo já está empatado novamente, né? Então, a gente vê a seriedade no olhar das meninas, elas querem fechar no 2-0, não quer levar para inferno. Tudo bem, é um mapa que elas são muito confortáveis, mas, Babi, a gente que já acompanhou o GIRLGAMER, já acompanhou a Carnage, a gente sabe que a Inferno também seria um mapa tão pegado quanto uma Dust 2 e como uma Overpass também, né? Então, e o cansaço também tá batendo, né, Babi? A gente tá um pouquinho também de madrugada, mas acredito que a gente consiga sim fechar, é só não dar vacilo em alguns momentos aí o time da NTZ, como eu falei, explora um pouco a região do fundo, eu acho que que pode dar bom.
Tem que manter a calma, né? A Napper mandando coraçãozinho aí, galera. Olha lá, coraçãozinho, beijinho. Olha lá, que maravilhosas. Maravilhosa!
É pra torcida!
Incríveis. Olha o clima que tá essas garotas, olha a tranquilidade. A bolinha da Gabi ali é da Team Reaper, será? Não vi. Mas tem uma bolinha ali de massagem, né, pras mãos.
Parece um tomate.
Pra fazer aquele exercício, sim, né? Elas que ficam bastante... jogam, trabalham com isso, então tem que ter realmente o exercício correto. Mas vamos lá, sem mais delongas, as garotas deram aquela relaxada, aquela respirada. Vamos pro jogo pegado, nada tá ganho. E a NTZ tem um ponto de vitória no mapa, né, da MD3, e agora vem lutar o mapa da equipe da Carnage, que é o mapa da Over.
Lembrando que se a Carnage perder, ela já está em 4º lugar no campeonato e leva $5 mil para casa.
Exatamente, daqui sai o primeiro, né, que se despede realmente do evento e que fica aí em 4ª colocação, levando $5 mil para casa. Vamos lá, round retomado, Fly vem pela região do fundo, K47 nas mãos. Enquanto isso, a equipe da Carnage trabalha de maneira avançada com o Artemis de AWP pelo banheiro. Tem que tomar cuidado, tem que tomar muito cuidado. A Flag estava na passagem por ali, agora a Artemis já se reposiciona. A AWP da Artemis perigosíssima, né? Após o primeiro jogo delas, porque o primeiro jogo delas teve um probleminha aí que não estava funcionando o Chico.
A Alp não tava...
Não tava calibrada, né?
Não tava, não. Ela conseguiu dar alguns no-scope, né, na inferno, mas não foi uma jogadora tão decisiva, assim, como foi na sua etapa regional, né, classificatório regional lá na Austrália.
E agora a equipe da NTZ posicionada já muito próximo ao bombsite da B, vem com a entrada de 3 jogadores pelo sapo e 2 ali ensaiando nessa passagem pelo cimento. Marcação. Olha, a Bibi fica com nada de life porque é eliminada pela Fly. Consegue essa vantagem numérica, agora a equipe da NTZ vai trabalhar em cima disso. Pitch. Fazendo o abate, não consegue porque a Santininha finaliza. E a entrada da equipe da NTZ no bombsite da B vem pro plant. Já a jogadora Naper no meio da Smoke, enquanto a Hope e a Artemis estão sendo as causadoras da discórdia, né? Olha isso, sobra somente a Naper agora, a situação complica no 3x1, mas ela tá poderosa. Olha a WP, poderosíssima, vai Naper, brilha Naper, mais uma Naper traz pra gente e o confronto foi por pouco. Mas impressionante a performance da Naper.
Nossa.
A equipe da Carnage vai defusar C4 e deixar novamente Nanda tudo igual no placar 12-12.
Que peninha, que pena. Vamos lá, que pena. O spray não ter dado certo, jogou muito bem. Pensei que ela até poderia morrer, porque tinha uma molotov na frente dela. Conseguiu impedir o desarme da arma, da bomba. Que jogada, seria um belo 3x1 por parte da Naper. Que infelicidade aí para a jogadora brasileira, hein, Babi? Era o que a gente precisava, ia quebrar financeiramente o time da Carnage, a gente chegar um pouco mais próximo.
Eu vi esse round nas nossas mãos, né?
Eu também.
Eu vi esse round, eu vi a Naper encaixando ali o spray e trazendo a pontuação, mas acontece, né? Fez uma boa jogada, que play. Que categoria, né, com essa WP, a gente menciona, é uma jogadora diferenciada, que potencial, olha lá o ânimo, tá lá, ó, dançando ali, concentrada, curtindo o som, né, deixando ali bem descontraído, né, o clima ali entre essa partida, lembrando que tem um ponto de vantagem nessa série de MD3, então é isso, é jogar na leveza, jogar na tranquilidade, ousar se quiser ousar, se sentir confiante, né, não precisa sentir tanta pressão também dentro do jogo, e é isso, teve um pause agora para as garotas conversarem da equipe, acredito eu que da Carnage, né, que deu aquela pedido do pause, porque as jogadoras da NTZ estão safe, não estão conversando com ninguém, e vamos esperar ver o que vai acontecer, né, Nana?
Exatamente. Como você falou, eu também pensava que o round iria vir para nós. Infelicidade por parte da Naper, mas ao mesmo tempo eu vi que foi muito bem colocada a C4. Eu não sei se foi ela que plantou, mas a comunicação entre o time é fundamental. Porque
a Naper plantou a C4.
Porque na Dust 2 nós tivemos isso também, que ela não tinha plantado a C4, ela estava no fundo, ela tinha que matar o jogador que estava defusando a C4 de longe, uma smoke na frente, e ainda ela conseguiu. E agora, novamente, uma infelicidade, mas tá tudo bem, e acontece, faz parte do jogo. Tinha uma jogadora que estava na região da água, e eu não sei se as jogadoras acabaram olhando essa região, porque, obviamente, que uma jogadora, no caso, esse posicionamento ali acaba surpreendendo, e foi infeliz, Babi. Foi muito infeliz. Mas, Babi, eu acho que não é técnico. Não é tático,
né?
Acho que é técnico. Que eu não vi. Mas já voltamos.
Tudo bem, tática ou técnica.
Já voltamos,
jogo retomado, um jogo acirrado como no jogo anterior, 12-12.
Eu tô vendo que a Fly tá jogando muito bem, 23 abates, a Naper também, são pessoas aí fundamentais, precisam puxar realmente essa responsabilidade de 12-12. Eu quero ver o pezinho, só isso.
Eu queria muito ver o pezinho, Trico do Soler, saudades na pezinha. Mas vamos vendo que vem um trabalho com utilitários muito bem elaborados e sincronizados pela região do meio. Santininha é a primeira a fazer a passagem aí. Dando sempre as calças precisas aí para sua equipe. Sensacional a experiência da jogadora da equipe da NTZ. Olha que interessante, todo mundo unidos, né? Mãos dadas e vão caminhando em direção ao fundo.
A Carnage fez isso, deu certo, vai que.
A Carnage fez isso
No pistol.
Não, nem isso. Foi no pistol, ok, mas no rush louco, né?
É, exato.
No rush louco apertou W e foi, até a gente brincou que bindou, né, o teclado no W, e só foi, ignorou o bomb site da A, inclusive foi pro B fazer o plant. Foi ousada demais a jogada da equipe da Carnage no primeiro half. Olha a Fly no silêncio, na calmaria. Bem na tranquilidade, já vai spotando a adversária dentro do bomb site. Olha a Fly, não consegue a Ruby. Se dá bem nesse confronto, garante mais um abate com a flashbang de auxílio ali da Artemis e tá sendo... Os utilitários da equipe da Carnage estão sendo essenciais para esse round. Sobra somente a Naper, não tem muito dinheiro no bolso. Vai acabar ficando complicado caso... ficou cega de novo, mas já vai se recuperando. A jogadora da equipe da Carnage não escolhe ir para trás da adversária e se deixar, a Naper vai deitar. Se aparecer uma, a Naper vai deitar esse round, mas não consegue. A Pit finaliza. Carnage 13 e NTZ 12.
Não, faltou, Babi. Faltou para parte da NTZ uma flash. O posicionamento da Fly não estava sendo esperado. Faltou uma flash, porque tinham 2 jogadores por ali atrás do bomb site e eles iam ficar cegos. E ela ia conseguir fazer o abate deles. Acho que parece fácil falar. E pode ser, tudo bem, mas eu acredito que uma flashbang poderia ter sido um diferencial para conseguir fazer essa abertura desse bomb site. Todas ficaram só no fundo.
Poderia ser, não. Foi um diferencial nesse round, porque a equipe da Carnage trabalhou com a assistência com 2 flashbangs para a eliminação da NTZ.
Sim, mas a favor da NTZ, sim, faltou, sabe?
Os utilitários não tem jeito, é essencial para o round. A Carnage está trabalhando de forma muito correta, bem sincronizada também. E a NTZ tá sentindo, mas é aquilo, vem pra esse round armado, força tudo que tem direito, poucos utilitários nas mãos das garotas brasileiras, mas vai explorando o bomb site da B de novo, hein, Gabi? A marcação pelo esgoto, junto com a Fly, enquanto isso a Naper já faz um avanço pela região do banheiro. E tá fazendo uma marcação com 2 jogadores da Carnage. A Cone já traz uma kill. Fica esperta a Gabi, viu o jogador pelo redondo, tentou ali spotar um pouco antes para trazer mais uma eliminação, mas não consegue. 5 contra 4. A equipe da Carnage, o que estava agressivando da maneira do mapa da Dust 2 de CT nesse lado. Esse mapa tá trabalhando bem na cautela, bem safe. A equipe da Carnage é aquilo, não pode vacilar, né? 1 a 0 já para a equipe da NTZ. E o tempo tá passando. E a NTZ agora vamos site da, consegue aqui o Gabi. Vai na busca, vamos site da. Tem a Artemis que trabalhou muito bem com essa alp pelo banco, mas vai ficar cercada, cheia de fogo. A equipe da NTZ lança já a Molotov. E o Plant C4 acontece. Meu Deus, Regiane, na kill. Tem jogador da ligeira, Regiane, mais uma vez ela. Spota a adversária, mas Artemis está deitando o seu terceiro boneco. E agora é Santininha contra 2. Busca o primeiro, vem pro X1, Santininha. Maravilhosa, na 47 nas mãos, não consegue, repetir, vai e finaliza, é o 14º ponto da equipe da Carnage.
Ai, Babi, é no spray que às vezes falta tão pouco pro time brasileiro conseguir trazer já alguns rounds que eu fico pensando por mim, dó, sabe? Porque são jogadas espetaculares que a Santini ia conseguir. Aquela da Naper que ela também ia conseguir. Nós já teríamos quase fechando o mapa se não fosse por conta dessa questão dos detalhes. Planta C4 vai possibilitar o time da NTZ, mas precisa trazer esse 13º ponto. Como que elas poderiam executar? Talvez esse bomb site da B, já que eu não sei onde elas estão se sentindo mais confortáveis, né?
Vamos lá pro round então, a equipe da NTZ ainda vem de um round armado, bastante utilitários nas mãos de jogadoras brasileiras. Tem que tomar uma atitude, tem que trazer aquela leitura das suas adversárias. A Pitch surpreendeu no round anterior, né? A Santininha jogou demais, jogou absurdo, puxou para um X1, mas não deu. Acontece, 14-12, Naper traz um abate, já deita rapidamente Artemis e a equipe da NTZ vem trabalhando de forma ainda assim separada. É a Gabi junto com a Fly marcando ali essa passagem pelo sapão. Enquanto a Naper faz essa bagunça pela região do meio, ainda assim trouxe a primeira eliminação da rodada.
E o bom que matou a Artemis, porque ela foi um coringa no banco e conseguiu fazer 2 abates.
Olha o pezinho da Peach! Vai encontrando o adversário, mas acaba que fica machucada ali a jogadora da equipe da Carnage. Vai tentando os tiros agora a Gabi. Entraram no site da B dominada. A equipe da NTZ vai pro plant. Mais uma vez o plant executado pela Smoke. E agora é segurar isso aí, Brasil. Vamos ficar safe, vamos ficar tranquilo. Não precisa dar cara, tem que tomar cuidado. Fly traz o abate, é uma situação de 5, 4 contra 2 agora. Pitch. E a equipe da Carnage vai retornando, correndo, tão distante. É ponto da INTZ, 14-13. Vamos, INTZ!
Opa, vou até colocar um pouquinho mais longe. Go NTZ, vamos que vamos. Essa forma, a bomba aqui da B bem executada. Matar Artemis é extremamente importante, porque como eu mencionei no round passado, ela na região do banco conseguiu fazer 2 abates. Então, já perder ela acabar destabilizando, porque ela também é capitã. Aqui que ela morrer, ela teria um pouco mais de visão, mas a responsabilidade dela de um Alp é muito grande. Então, perder ela, ao meu ver, é fundamental. Ela e a Bibi, que tá muito
Artemis e Bibi estão sendo diferenciadas demais nessa equipe da Carnage. Mas vamos lá, e olha como chega a equipe da Carnage pra esse round, Nanda. Economia horrível. Traz os rounds pistos, aí tem somente o armamento que guardou, né, no round anterior a equipe da Carnage, enquanto a NTZ vem bem armada, muitos utilitários, AWP nas mãos da poderosíssima Naper. Vamos ver o trabalho, como que vai ser da equipe brasileira. E mais uma vez, né, de início, sempre trabalhando em dupla em direção ao sapo, vem mais na cautela, ganha espaço agora pela liga, mas a equipe da NTZ trabalha bem nessas rotações lentas, um pouco mais elaboradas em dupla, né? Tô gostando de ver. Santininha. A passagem pela liga. Tem jogadora pela Smoke. Ai. Já vai ganhando um pouco de tempo ali com os seus utilitários. E a equipe da NTZ vai explorar esse site também de novo, viu? Santininha já tá bastante esperta. Opa, fechou a porta na cara das amiguinhas. Não pode.
É a gente chegando no hotel, vou fechando, mentira. Olha só, a Santinha tem um jogador embaixo dela e não viu.
Não viu, a Peach estava por ali no maroto, conseguiu a eliminação. A Hope, ainda assim, fundo, olha a Gabi, não perdoa, encaixa já o spray pra cima da Bibi. Mas com o utilitário na mão, a Peach finaliza e a Connie também traz as eliminações. Fica complicado agora, é um 4 contra 2, Fly e Regiane. A C4 tá com a Fly, tem que aproveitar as smokes estão ali travando, né, uma parede de smoke próximo ao redondo, que já vai se dissipando. E o tempo tá passando, viu? 15 segundos somente. Regiane já vai tentar tirar de posicionamento a jogadora no cimento, mas virou antes de sair. E agora fica difícil, mas puxa ali para um 2x1. O tempo tá passando. Regiane com 4 segundos sem tempo de pegar, tem que buscar o abate, mas não consegue. É match point para Carnage, 15-13.
E agora? Vamos lá. Temos ainda alguns recursos, é o tudo ou nada. Começamos com uma vantagem a nosso favor e o time da Carnage consegue trazer essa retomada. Isso não pode ficar acontecendo. Vamos aproveitar a vantagem. O CT, perder um CD logo no começo é fundamental. Fica em algum lugar defasado, então aí que tem que explorar, ter essa noção, estudar o seu time para que isso aconteça. E o time da NTZ pode sim ainda levar para o overtime, apenas 2 pontinhos. Será, Babi? Quantos que você falou que seria o outro? 16, 13?
Ai. Foi o meu palpite, Nanda.
Você acertou no primeiro.
Vamos ver foi 16, 14 pra gente, mas tem que ser pior. Não vamos falar disso. Vamos lá então. INTZ, bora pro overtime, bora lutar, bora pra cima, bora Brasil! Movendo a passagem das jogadoras pela região do fundo. Agora sim já vem o retorno. Era um fake do Birulei, mas ainda assim continua a Fly no avanço, agora no walk. Fizeram bastante barulho, né? Agora já estão voltando de forma mais lenta. Estratégia um tanto quanto ousada da equipe da NTZ nesse fake do som. Enquanto isso, a Santininha retorna já em direção ali ao sapão. E qual que vai ser a decisão da Santininha, trabalhando bastante separado da sua equipe?
Ela gosta disso, né? Porque ela quer pegar a rotação dos jogadores.
E olha quem tá na marcação do fundo, é a Bibi. Bibi no maroto, tem que passar o jogo, dando clear e consegue aqui o Fly. Vamos pra cima, Fly. Vamos Brasil, vamos INTZ. Na entrada do home site da A já vai ficando por conta da equipe da brasileira. Tem que tomar cuidado no banheiro. Fly, mais uma vez ela, consegue limpar então esse bomb site, só que tem que tomar cuidado porque a Connie já chega pelo banco. T4 não foi plantada, é um 2x2. Ainda temos totais condições, Santininha e Gabi aí pra tentar trazer esse ponto pra gente. Não tem chance pra errar, nada, não tem chance pra errar. Tem que trazer a pontuação. Connie trabalhou muito bem agora, é Gabi no 2x1. T4 não consegue, Connie finaliza. Que round da Connie, 4 kills pra ela. E teremos então o mapa da Inferno, Nanda.
Teremos um mapa, eu acredito que poderíamos ter sim fechado. Foi no detalhe, novamente, a Bibi sendo essencial. A Artemis com toda certeza, né? Então, é isso que nós esperávamos, um jogo muito equilibrado, né, Babi? Então, a Artemis manteve o seu mapa de escolha a seu favor, a INTZ também da mesma forma. Isso que a gente espera, né? Cada um faça a sua lição de casa, né? E é isso que realmente aconteceu.
E eu havia falado 16
eu não
a 13.
Dei palpite.
E pior, eu havia falado que seriam 3 mapas. Então, ganhamos o primeiro. Cada um fez lição de casa, como você mencionou, ganhou seu mapa de escolha. E agora vamos para Inferno. Conversamos com a Naper um monte. E ela havia falado pra gente que estava ok, Inferno. Então a gente vai ter um mapa maravilhoso, um mapa incrível.
É o que a gente espera,
porque... a gente vai ter,
exatamente,
isso
vai ser um jogo tão disputado quanto os outros, tá? Porque a Carnegie é muito forte, a NTZ é muito forte.
Ainda mais o mapa do Inferno, né? Ainda mais o mapa da Inferno, que é um mapa que possibilita esse tipo de jogo próximos placares. Se já nesses estão sendo próximos, imagina numa Inferno. A gente vê as meninas saindo aí, provavelmente vão jogar aquela água na cara, né? Dar aquela acordada para conseguir confrontar o último mapa dessa série de MD3. E lembrando que daqui sai o primeiro... eliminado do campeonato.
Continua aqui,
fica em quarto no campeonato, mas já não tem mais chance de seguir até a fase final.
Exatamente. Então, assim, o time que passar por aqui, só lembrando, recapitulando, vai jogar contra a Dignitas. A Dignitas acabou perdendo na final Winners. Pra Asas, que não era, pelo menos pra nós aqui, eu não sei, pras outras casters, eram as favoritas. Ao meu ver, a Assassin's ficaria em último, mas acabou surpreendendo e nós vamos surpreender, vamos chegar até lá de novo.
É isso, galera, a gente vai para um breve intervalo e a gente volta já com o terceiro e último mapa. Fiquem por aí. Fala galera, estamos de volta e com aquela energia, aquela adrenalina, aquele hype. Não deixa cair o hype porque agora a INTZ vai carimbar sua passagem para a próxima fase da Lowry. Vai confrontar contra quem? Confrontar contra quem? Ótimo. Confrontar Dignitas, Nanda.
Exatamente, Babi. Então, assim, galera, aqui fase 4, não sei, deve ser quase 10 da noite, 9, 10 da noite aí no Brasil. Às vezes o pessoal chegando da escola, da faculdade, do trabalho. Então vem assistir o último mapa aqui da INTZ.
É agora.
É agora. Precisamos da força de vocês. Sabe o Genkidama? É isso que a gente precisa nesse momento, gente. Então, manda a força de vocês, as mensagens para as meninas, porque elas precisam disso, elas não vão ver agora, mas com certeza elas vão sentir o carinho do público brasileiro, com toda certeza aí com elas. Então, temos uma pedrada pela frente ainda, que é a Carnage. O jogo na Overpass poderia ter sido sim a nosso favor. Detalhes, sempre. Detalhes.
Detalhes foram definidos o mapa anterior, realmente. Jogo acirrado, como a gente visto já também, né? Mas Carnage conseguiu trazer o mapa delas para casa e agora... Decisivo, Inferno, Nanda, um mapa que a gente já viu, que trouxe inclusive as garotas, né, pra chave Lauer, né? As duas, exatamente. Vamos ver como que vai ser isso. Tô ansiosa, hein?
Exato. No primeiro jogo entre Carnage e Dignitas foi um 16-14 e no jogo entre Assassins e o time da NTZ foi um 16-9.
Exatamente.
É claro que aconteceu alguns problemas técnicos que acabou interferindo, eu acredito, com um pause muito longo nesse jogo. Mas tudo bem, acho que acontece. Não foi o melhor jogo das meninas, isso até mesmo elas identificaram. Não foi, o problema técnico. Não foi isso, elas identificaram já o erro delas. Elas estão confiantes, porque nada melhor que você vir pro campeonato, você vai jogar um mapa que você acabou de ver o que você errou e você já corrigir isso.
Elas já assistiram, logo em sequência, já assistiram tudo que aconteceu no jogo. A Santininha falou, pronto, tô pronta. Já sei que errei, vamos nessa. Foi essa segurança que ela falou pra gente, na frente da gente.
Exato.
Então, sensacional a Santininha. A Santininha é incrível.
Exato. Eu fui falar com a Naper, vai dormir, vai descansar um pouco e tudo mais. Ela, não, eu tô vendo o vídeo, um vídeo. Que vídeo do jogo? Gente, mas que jogo que ela tá vendo? Do LoL? Porque ela tava esperando o LoL pra poder vir aqui pro palco, mas não, ela tava assistindo o próprio jogo. Então, isso é muito bom. Você identificar onde você errou e já consertar isso em si. E ainda mais valendo a vaga, a permanência, na verdade, aqui no campeonato. Lembrando que a premiação do quarto lugar, que é o time que perder agora, já garante o quarto lugar, o valor de $5.000, tá? Então, é uma ótima premiação, vai estar aqui amanhã, ainda tem show, vai ter a final, LoL, CS, enfim, vamos estar aqui sempre para prestigiar o cenário feminino num todo, né, Babi?
Com certeza, Nanda. E a gente viu ali a energia das meninas da NTZ, dando toquinho na mão, né, pra dar o hype. E estamos live, Brasil, é o último mapa dessa série de MD3. Carnage começando ali do lado contra terrorista e a INTZ do lado terrorista. Vamos ver como que vai ser esse confronto. Eu estou muito ansiosa e estou muito confiante. Santininha me passou essa calma. Olha, Temis. Já consegue a primeira kill pra cima da Naper. Enquanto isso, a equipe da INTZ vem trabalhando do lado da passagem da banana, onde tem somente a segurança da Cone. Execução no bombsite da B já acontecendo agora. Olha a entrada. Bibi. A Bibi vai tentando recuperar pela região ali da banana. Enquanto isso, o bombsite já fica dominado por parte da equipe da NTZ e a C4 plantada. Contra 4, tenta acertar os tiros, mas desenhou todo mundo ali na parede. Que é isso? Pareceu eu jogando os MM da vida. Muito ruim os tiros aí pela parede, desenhou realmente a adversária, mas é uma situação de 2 contra 1, somente a Fish vai tentando o confronto e a equipe da NTZ mais uma vez traz um ponto, o primeiro ponto, round pisto é brasileiro!
É brasileiro, Babi. 3K pra Gabi. Ela conseguiu fazer esses 3 abates importante. Convenhamos, Babi, o que errou foi a Bibi, né? Não esperava que ela fosse já desenhar o boneco na parede, mas desenhou que ela continua não acertando nenhum tiro, pelo amor de Deus.
Pelo amor de Deus, né? Galera, recebi informação do meu áudio tá alto, então vou tentar dar uma maneirada na emoção, mas como maneirar a emoção com o Gabi já trazendo a first kill no freeze time praticamente, Brasil? Como pode isso? Bibi, posicionada para a defesa do homesite da B, enquanto Regiane vai ganhando espaço pelo meio. E tem a marcação da Santininha pelo MF, marcando ali a entrada, o avanço pelo tapete. Na calmaria, Naper já vem retornando, enquanto isso a Gabi insiste nessa marcação um pouco mais acirrada pela região da banana. Agora sim a NTZ vem trabalhando de forma conjunta pelo meio.
Mas pode arriscar num bomb onde tem 3 jogadoras, né? Bomb site da B seria a melhor opção no momento e parece que pode ser pra lá.
Estão rotacionando e só tem a marcação da Bibi nesse momento, já pelo caixão. Vamos vendo, olha a passagem NTZ. Tem alguns utilitários para essa entrada, bem armada, a equipe brasileira. E vai rotacionar, hein? Artemis já vai se posicionando pelo NIP. Em conjunto, deu a cal agora com a jogadora Bibi. E a sua equipe já vai rapidamente tentando dar aquela cobertura no bombsite da B. Olha a Bibi. Fica um pouco machucada, a equipe da NTZ na entrada já com punch garantido agora. Vamos pra cima, NTZ. Bibi. Tá complicado pra equipe da Carnage, já vai ficando safe aí as jogadoras, realmente, vão guardar, é o segundo ponto da equipe da NTZ, 2-0 então.
2-0, uma entrada bem tranquila, é aquilo que eu mencionei, né, Babi? Havia uma cilada lá no bomb site da A, 3 jogadoras lá e apenas uma nesse bomb site da B. Então, na hora que eles rotacionaram, yes! Porque realmente é onde ia dar melhor aí para que elas conseguissem esse segundo ponto, mas a Naper foi atrás. Espero que não tenha entregado nenhum armamento aí para jogadoras. Acredito que elas fizeram certo em ter guardado, porque é muito difícil. Não tem guarda, economiza $700, né, que é a Desert Eagle, 750 para o próximo round tentar uma chuva de que é outra aí, mas segundo ponto muito bem feito da INTZ e uma ótima leitura também.
Vamos vendo a equipe da NTZ então, já no trabalho com a Gabi com a sua molotov pela banana. Marcação separada, a gente acompanha essa marcação da NTZ há bastante tempo, né? Elas conseguem fazer uma marcação separada de início de round com todo o domínio das áreas, né? Marcam ali pelo tapete, marcam o meio e a região da banana e após uma estrutura inicial eles se movem em conjunto para trabalhar sim com utilitários e a entrada. Naper, a distância lá, já vem o uso de utilitários da equipe da NTZ, a Fly vai retornando, esperando um provável avanço da equipe da Carnage pelo NIP, enquanto isso já bem ousada a Gabi ali em direção da banana. E tem proteção de 3 jogadoras da equipe da Carnage naquela região. Olha o avanço. A entrada pela região do meio também já vem acontecendo. O INTZ vai ganhando espaço. Ai, ai, ai. Gabi tentou marotar, mas a Connie encontrou de lado. Traz o abate para a equipe da Carnage. Enquanto isso, vem tentando a passagem para o bombardear pela biblioteca. Fly, que rápida no gatilho. Peach consegue trazer 2 abates, vai ser spotada. Hope também faz mais uma eliminação, sobra somente a Fly. Maravilhosa, já são 3 kills por conta dela. Tá na areia na esquerda na Fly, mas não encontra. É spotada de costas, ponto pra equipe da Carnage, 2-1.
Tudo começou porque a Gabi pensou que poderia correr uma flashbang e ela ficou virada por conta disso, para que ela não fosse pegada. As jogadoras acabaram avançando, não sei se ela não escutou. É quase impossível não ter escutado os passos das jogadoras. E ela acabou sendo surpreendida, entregou uma SG, enfim. Não que a SG foi a causa, mas seguraram muito bem dentro do bomb site da A. E o primeiro ponto da Carnage aí saiu 2-1. E olha a questão do armamento por parte da NTZ.
Vem pra essa rodada pistol, né, e tá optando por trabalhar em direção ao site da B. Artemis tá bem na marcação, tá tranquila com a sua Alp. Tem que tomar cuidado, é um ponto que provavelmente fica para a equipe da Carnage para empatar aí no placar, mas é aquilo, né? O próximo vai chegar bem armado aí, NTZ, e tem que tomar cuidado com alguns pontos. Não pode vacilar, a gente sabe o potencial da BB, que geralmente até então estava segurando sozinho o bombsite da B. E tem que ter essa cautela. O round anterior foi um round de deslize, né? Um round que foram pegas 3 jogadoras dentro do bombsite da A. E tem que tomar cuidado. HT, Carniceiro, CZ, Fly. No confronto, já traz mais 2 eliminações para a equipe da NTZ, um 3x3 e a C4 vem ficando no bombsite da B. Já a Fly é a responsável por esse clutch.